Well, a very good morning. Welcome to Hove for day 2 of this county championship match between Sussex and Hampshire. As ever, we need to do our signal check around the ground. And there we are. There are the hats waving in the top of the Spencama. 3 hats waving this morning. Tim, Julian and another, I think. I'm not sure who the another is. Anyway, we're going out.
What are you going to do if they open the gates late?
I don't know. Or if they can't come to a game. I know. Actually, the worst thing is, if it isn't working, then I think, oh my God, why isn't it working? But I'm always very grateful to everyone for waving their caps and letting us know that we're going on. I'm Adrian Holmes. Kevin James is next to me. Good morning, Kevin. You had a pleasant evening in Brighton last night?
Always a pleasant evening in Brighton,
yeah.
Adrian. Yes. Well, as I said, my wife was down. Well,
yes.
She's going back on the train this morning, so she's been down for a couple of days. Otherwise, she won't see me for the next couple of weeks. And we had fish and chips on the seafront, like you do. A couple of drinks, and it was very pleasant. Bit breezy, but if you find the right areas, then it's fine.
Wonderful. Just to mark your cards, there was a meeting at Hove last night of members to talk about the proposed new structure of the county championship for next season. And on the back of that, John Philby, the Sussex chair, is going to join me for a chat at 11:30 this morning. So this isn't exclusively for members of Sussex. This is for cricket fans anywhere who happen to be listening to us this morning. If you want to hear directly from a chair of a county cricket club as to what the proposals are and what is going to be voted on in the next week, we understand, for next season's structure, then John is the man who will have the answers. So if you want to get in touch with us, please do so at sussexsport@bbc.co.uk, or Kev, yours is
HampshireCricket@bbc.co.uk.
Yeah, so send your messages in and we can put those messages to John Philby, just to say that, you know, it's not every cricket club who gets the chair up, you know, willing to have a chat and to give the answers. So, you know, please, you know, obviously we'll ask the questions that you want us to put to John. But as I say, it's great that he's come up and he's happy to answer all of these questions. So that's coming up at 11:30 this morning. In the meantime, the 2 umpires are making their way out to the middle, Nigel Long and Rob White, with Sussex in a degree of trouble here. 42 for 3 in reply to the Hampshire total of 226 yesterday. Hampshire being led out by Ben Brown, who top scored with 71 yesterday. And you spoke to him after the game yesterday, Kevin. It's always good to hear from Ben. And he said, as interesting, he said he was quite nervous. His family were here yesterday, and he was quite nervous coming back to his former stamping ground.
Yeah, the first thing he said was that it's taken so long, because this is he's been with Hampshire since 2021, and it's taken until this year, this game, for him to be back here playing top-level cricket, which is quite a long time.
Yes.
And it's obviously for various reasons. But, he was quite emotional, which is nice. I don't think, when I've spoken to Ben, he's been massively emotional, if I'm honest. He's quite, professional and what have you. But, and he said that he picked up as he walked out to bat, the crowd, the applause. He picked all that up while he was trying to walk out and think about his innings. And, he loved it. He did say that it was very difficult out there. Well played. That it's not the easiest wicket, he didn't think. It's doing a little bit. It's turning. It's holding in the turf. All the things that we said yesterday, and people around the ground here probably would have seen. And if you're watching on the picture feed, you would have seen that as well. So, it's an interesting morning, because if Hampshire are on it, they will make life for Sussex very, very hard. Sussex will need to hope that there's a couple of average spells being bowled over the next few hours, and just allow them, a period where they can score some runs, because whilst Hampshire would have loved 220, if they're on it this morning, 220 might be decent, which is what they got.
Well, Sean Abbott is going to get us underway. He's going to bowl to Daniel Hughes, who was very circumspect yesterday. 17 off 67 balls, which is sort of un-Hughes-like, but it shows how difficult it was as Abbott comes tearing in and bowls to Hughes. It's pacey delivery outside of the off stump that Hughes lets through to keeper Ben Brown, and there is no run.
I heard your interview with Jack Carson.
Yeah, good to speak to Jack yesterday. He felt the Sussex seamers did a decent job. He said there was a little bit of turn as well in the pitch as well. So it's good to hear from Jack. As I say, he's got an interesting winter ahead of him. Whether he'll get himself on the Lions trip, I don't know. We'll have to see. But he also said, just breaking off for a minute, as in comes Abbott and Bowles, and Hughes gets the first run of the morning, just nicking that one down to third man. So Hughes is on his way. He goes to 18, and it brings the night watchman Sean Hunt on to strike 43 for 3. It looks like Jack's going to bat 7 in this match, which is a reflection really of how his batting has improved this season. He's begun the season at 8, but it looks like on the batting order that he's going to come in ahead of Finn Hudson-Prentice, which he probably warrants in terms of the runs that he's scored this season. So an interesting day's cricket. The weather forecast is good for the whole day, which it isn't tomorrow or Thursday, unfortunately. Now, you never quite know on the coast. Sometimes you can avoid the grotty weather, but hearing the forecast today, it doesn't sound great for the next 2 days. As Abbott comes in over the wicket to bowl to Sean Hunt. He's in and bowls, and Hunt is LBW off the first ball he's received this morning, and Kyle Abbott picks up his wicket, and Sussex are now 4 down at 43 for 4. Kevin called it, and I think Sean Hunt was pretty much plumb in front.
I think it's one of those. I think wherever you are in the ground, easy on the picture feed, of course, because you're wicket to wicket. We're not quite, but it just looked right. The moment it hit him on the pad, that looked out.
Yes, it did. So Sean Hunt has gone. We've got some bit of feedback coming through our ears. Oh, we're going to do an update to the listeners, to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. So Sean Hunt drags himself off of the ground. So an early breakthrough, and that's just what Hampshire have wanted this morning, Kevin, because what you don't want is your night watchman hanging around for half an hour or so. So the night watchman is gone, and Sussex are 4 down, and Hampshire absolutely cock-a-hoop. Now, the new man coming in is presumably going to be Tom Alsop, former Hampshire man, making his way up to them. But I'm only hesitating slightly because I'm just waiting for our cue to speak to our updates on BBC Radio Sussex. As Alsop comes wandering out. Here we go. Yes, hello Alison, lovely morning here at Hove, lots of blue sky around, and we've started on time here at 10:30, and a wicket has already gone down. The Sussex night watchman Sean Hunt out to the first ball he's received this morning, LBW to Kyle Abbott, without adding to his overnight score. So Sussex in a good degree of trouble here. They're 43 for 4 in reply to the Hampshire total yesterday of 226. Meanwhile, up at the Oval, Warwickshire have just resumed this morning. They're 132 for 4 in reply to Surrey's total yesterday of 246.
44th wicket of the season for Kyle Abbott, that one.
Let's hope they can turn the feed off of the... Oh, yeah, thank you very much. As Abbott is in around the wicket bowling to Tom Alsop, and Alsop is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So formerly of Hampshire, he's been here. I think this is Tom Alsop's 4th season at Sussex. Well, I mean, you'd have spoken to him a few times, I guess, Kevin, in your time when Tom was down at Hampshire.
Yeah, 7 seasons he had with us before he made the move. He is a good player, and he's proved it here, hasn't he?
Yes.
I think one or two were surprised when he moved along the coast.
Abberton again bowls to Alsop, who's forward at fields of his own bowling, and there is no run.
I think he promised much. In the end, he only averaged 26 in first-class cricket. He played 60 championship matches, or 60 first-class games for Hampshire, to pick up 400s. 26, I think, at the end of that. It's kind of... If you're averaging in that area, you're kind of not pushing your case probably as much. When you think of all those years that a county's invested in you.
And again, it comes up, bowls to Alsop, who plays into the offside, looks for a single, but it isn't there, and there is no run. And that is the end of the over. And just while we're off the over, a wicket taken as well. Sussex 43 for 4. Yeah,
I saw him play some good innings, no doubt about it. And you thought, this guy, he's all right. But as I say, after that many games and you're averaging 26, you're kind of leaving yourself open to, what may come along. What's really good for him, and is very pleasing, is that actually he's fulfilled or is fulfilling his potential here, because he averages 38 for Sussex.
Yep.
So that's more like it, and that, to be honest, I think is more of a reflection of how he is as a player, where he's averaging nearly 40, whereas for us he was averaging below 30.
Yes, interesting. The other area where his game has improved, Kevin, he's become a very accomplished white ball player as well, particularly T20, to an extent that he got himself a gig in the 100, and he's also been out to the Big Bash. He's going out this winter, and he went last winter as well. Which
is good. I mean, that's, his improved figures help, doesn't it? There's Fuller. Hughes drives up to mid-on, picked up by Kyle Abbott. And quite rightly so. I mean, I'm looking at his T20 record for us. Played 42 games. He's played a few more for Sussex now. Again, his average in T20 is better for Sussex than it was for Hampshire. Yes. So he's made the progression that I'm sure he wanted when he moved along the coast. So I'm not surprised that maybe more opportunities are coming his way.
Yeah.
With the figures that he had at Hampshire, it was not really enough. That's driven out to extra cover, fielded by Gubbins.
No, absolutely. And it'd be interesting to see how he bats in this game, because he did get a really nasty blow in the 100. He's playing for the Trent Rockets, and he got struck in the helmet. And the dressing room might correct me on this, but I think he broke his nose. It was a really nasty one, and he didn't play in the 100 after that. He did play in a one-day game, in a 50-over game, so I hope Tom's... That's not nice when you get hit like that.
No, and I heard it went in through the grill,
yes,
didn't it?
Yeah, it was a really nasty
between
one.
the lip of the helmet, and which is unusual these days. Fuller's around the wicket, Hughes off the back foot, steers that into the gap through the covers, runs here, should be 2. Takes Sussex on to 45 for 4, trailed by 181 on the first innings. Yeah, that's not nice at all, and that's and how he comes back from that as well. Any player will tell you if they get hit badly like that, then it's how you come back mentally. Because players, everybody playing on this ground today will know that he got hit badly.
Yes,
and it's a modern. Well, it's the game anyway, not just the modern game. As Fuller comes in, pulled away by Hughes down to fine leg. 46 for 4, is that he'll probably get targeted by the quicker bowlers initially, and it's how he comes through that.
In your career, did you ever get hit in the head?
Many times.
Right.
Yeah, it's not nice.
and how does that affect you? I mean, do you think twice? I don't know if you're out cooking, or does it make you think twice about your game or how you approach the game?
I think. I'd like to... I played a few years, so rightly or wrongly, some people will say, shouldn't have played that long. I'll come back to that. Fuller comes in, round the wicket to all stops forward. And I think mentally, it took me a few years to work it out, because what you don't want to do, any professional sport, is get too low with the lows, too high with the highs. You've got to find middle ground, and no matter what happens to you, you've kind of got to believe. And if I'm honest, probably the first half of the time I played, probably didn't believe enough. And then I suddenly hit a threshold where I sort of jumped this fence, and I suddenly became, I thought, personally, much mentally stronger, and it makes the game a lot easier. Doesn't mean you can play any better. As that's pushed up to mid-off, it doesn't suddenly make you a better player. But I think what it does is, like things, if you get hit on the head and things like that, is that you can overcome it. And it's just like, okay, that's what it is. I'm all right. If I get bounced again, then I still back myself that, okay, I was unlucky I got hit this time, but there's probably a good chance I ain't going to get hit again, or if I do, it's going to be a while coming. I mean, if I'm honest, I probably got hit twice a year, because obviously I played in an era where there was a lot of quick bowling around.
Yes.
But when I look back now, I don't think it fazed me too much. But I do know players that, it ruined their careers.
Getting hit.
Yeah, on the head. So it just depends on how you are personally, mentally.
Kyle Abbott comes in, bowls to Daniel Hughes. He lets that go outside the off stump, and I don't think that missed the off peg by very much.
Come back,
Ben Brown has taken that diving away down the leg side. We're seeing a repeat of that. Let's just see again. Let go. Well, it's come back a long way. I mean, that's gone over the top of off stump, and Ben Brown has taken that way down the leg side. I'll tell you how much that's cut back. My word.
It's one of those leaves where you're kind of getting your body out of the way. That's always a good sign, or a sign that it's pretty close.
And to pick up on that conversation in a minute, as Abbott is back to his mark, 3 slips go down, runs in around the wicket, bowls, and Hughes lets that one go through to Brown. There is no run. So I've got completely what I was going to say.
We should move on.
No. We're just talking about getting hit. Yes, but also it is professional. What I was going to say, it is professional sport, and by the same token, you wouldn't blame Kyle Abbott here for thinking, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to test Tom Alsop with a couple of short ones here, because that is the nature. It's like in football, isn't it? You don't go easy on a player in a tackle just because he's broken his leg. You test him out. That's the way life is. Abbott in, bowls, Hughes, and he beats him outside the off stump. This is a terrific spell again by Kyle Abbott, who bowled very well yesterday.
Yeah, and I'd be surprised if he doesn't get one or two short pitch deliveries. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how Alsop is. I don't know him well enough, but I'm sure he'll be all right.
Yes. He's very quietly spoken, Tom. Very good hockey player back in his youth.
Plays good reverse sweeps, doesn't he?
Yes. I think he played sort of England at junior level, Tom. So he's a very nice guy. So let's hope he's going to be all right as Abbott comes in, bowls, and this time it is let go by Daniel Hughes through to Ben Brown. Bowls with good pace here, Abbott. Doesn't the ball is thumping here into Ben Brown's gloves,
It is. I mean, obviously coming downhill helps, but even so, I've been really impressed with Kyle Abbott this year. I've been impressed every year he's been at Hampshire, but I think as he's got older and probably got himself fitter in a way, because I think he really wants to play as long as he can.
Yes.
Hence why he's signed a new one-year deal, and by the end of that, at the end of next year, he'll be 39. But I think the way he's running this year is consistently running like this.
Abbott in again, bowls, and he beats Hughes again. That's 3 times in this over he's beaten Daniel Hughes. And there is no run through to keeper Brown, 46 for 4. If you're just joining us this morning, Sean Hunt, the night watchman, out to the first ball he received this morning, LBW'd Abbott for 1.
And I think he's enjoyed it. I think he's enjoyed being consistent. And I think as you get older, that's quite important. If you pick up an injury, which he hasn't, fortunately, then, that sets you back massively as you get, towards the back end of your career. But like him, when you stay fit, I think he's enjoying it as much as ever.
Abbott in bowls. Well, he's beaten him again.
It's ridiculous.
Well, Daniel Hughes is probably very relieved to still be there, to be honest. That's 4 out of the 6 deliveries. And it's a terrific spell of bowling by Kyle Abbott, and he's he just sort of he beats him, then just sort of wanders back to his mark. Just said, well, it's
a situation where both players know, both the bowler and the batter, that the bowler knows if he gets it in the right area, then something's going to happen, and Hughes knows that as well. So there's no point in sort of getting too worried about the ball going past the outside edge, because it's going to. I mean, Hughes is just hoping that Abbott gets off. And he's got a chance later on, but it's great stuff at the moment to watch. Here's Fuller, Alsop's off the back foot, pushes that wide of Barker at mid-off, rolls down the hill.
It'll probably be 4, I think.
Will Barker, he's given up, and the ball goes over the rope. Nice push shot off the back foot to get Alsop off the mark, and that will be the 50 up for Sussex at a cost of 4 wickets. Nice shot, nicely timed.
It was a nice shot. Keith Barker, he looked at one stage like he was going to overhaul the ball. I think at a T20 you might have seen someone diving to try and stop that. I'm not a great fan, actually, of my bowlers leaping and diving around the boundary. I'm really not. You see so many injuries, just saving 1 run. So fair play to Keith Barker.
You have to be careful, don't you?
Yeah.
Short of a length, also up on his toes, plays it out on the leg side.
It's just a bit of a thing of mine, really, but I know it all looks good with bowlers herring around the boundary. Oh, good, he's stopped it for going for 4. But you do see these injuries happen. I mean, think of the Test match with Chris Wokes. Henry Crocombe did it a couple of years ago for Sussex, up at Durham. Just for the sake of 1 run, you've got to, I know it has to. It's the modern game, but I'm not sure it's progress, really.
I think personally you have to make a decision, very quickly.
Yeah.
Am I going to probably do myself some damage if I try and stop a single here somewhere? It's flicked away by Alsop, goes quite quickly down to fine leg at the far end of the ground, nicely fielded. And that will be 2 runs, takes Alsop on to 6. And Sussex on to 52 for 4, trailed by 174. I think today's the last day we're going to get a full day in, isn't it?
It is. In the forecast I heard coming down for tomorrow, again, you can never quite tell on the coast, that down at Southampton, but the general forecast seemed to be a bit of rain overnight, showers in the morning, and some more persistent rain later in the day, but, you can never quite tell. Just keep fingers crossed, I think.
And the wicket Fuller again to Alsop. Alsop's forward, not quite out of the middle of the bat.
Yeah, just coming back to Keith Barker chasing that one down there. I mean, I don't blame him at all because the outfield's probably a little damp. He's running downhill. Once you go over the rope, you've got a couple of yards in. You're running into the advertising hoarding as well. So I think that was a wise decision.
Yeah, and he's already had an injury which delayed his comeback from his ban.
Yeah,
doesn't really want to finish off his Hampshire career sitting around the dressing room with his leg up, or shoulder, or whatever else he might potentially injure by clattering into boundary boards. Fuller again round the wicket. It's push drive. It's gone straight to Barker this time.
interesting field change there, Kevin, bringing out the third slip. He's got him in at sort of a shortish extra cover. I don't know whether they think is that for the cover drive that goes in the air slightly.
Well, we saw that with Tom Prest, didn't we?
Yes.
Sort of nudging it up to mid-wicket, I think it was.
It was caught by Dan Hughes, yeah.
So you have to be careful pushing at it. David Holt has already emailed this morning, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I always thought that Tom Alsop was a superb fielder as Fuller comes in. Alsop's off the back foot. There's that short extra cover employed. Superb fielder in the deep. Saved us lots of runs. He could slide, take the ball and get it straight back to the keeper in one action. By the way, he says as a PS, can you give your contact email? Can you do it a little bit more slowly for us to hear?
Ah.
Hope this is great. Okay, I'll do it slowly. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Okay, and look, the Sussex one has changed this year, and we are now Sussex Sport.
Slower.
Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. So it'd be great to. And actually, one of the reasons for giving out those email addresses is because, just to reiterate, the Sussex chair, John Philby, is going to join us at 11:30 to talk about the restructure for next season. There was a meeting of members here last night as Kyle Abbott wheels around and comes down the hill from the Cromwell Road end bowls to Daniel Hughes. Outside of the off stump, the ball bounces in front of Ben Brown behind the stumps, who nonetheless takes the ball cleanly, and there is no run. And John will explain the situation, but what we can say, because it was an open forum last night, was that Sussex are going to be voting in favour of the 13-team county championship. 13 matches next season. So in other words, a reduction of one game. But that has implications, which we'll discuss with John later. As in comes Abbott bowls, and Hughes is forward. The ball strikes him on the pad. There was a stifled appeal, which the slips didn't really uphold. Ben Brown was up briefly, but not without. I missed the replay there, Kev. Was that going over the top?
I think it hit him high on the back leg.
Let's see this again. Yeah.
Oh, high. Worth a shout.
Yeah. He's generated good pace this morning. There's Kyle Abbott down the hill. He's already picked up a wicket. That of Sean Hunt, LBW for one. In comes Abbott again. Bowls. And Hughes, for a moment I thought he'd played on. This is not easy. And if you look at the Kevin's interview last night with Ben Brown, Ben said that he never really felt in on this pitch.
No, not at all, no. Whole interview on the Hampshire Cricket website.
Right, yeah. He said he never felt in, and he comfortably made the highest score of the match. And it could be a very vital 71 if this is going to be a low-scoring affair, which so far it is. But in bright sunshine, in and bowls, Hughes is forward and plays defensively onto the onside. 84 balls Dan Hughes has faced for his 21.
Do you know, I'm thinking of a situation that I don't know what will happen with Kyle Abbott at the end of next year because he's 39. But I reckon that if Sussex said to him, do you know what, you will bowl every spell down the hill. You will always ever bowl downhill. I reckon you could prolong his career by another 2 or 3 years. I reckon he's loving bowling it down the hill here. Right, it's just pulling him along.
In comes Abbott. Round the wicket, bowls, good delivery, just moves away from the left-handed Hughes, taken by Brown in front of first slip, and there is no run. Because you never quite know, do you, with players, overseas players who come in, but he's obviously gives it 100%. And he keeps fit?
Yeah, well, he does. I mean, you can see, he's very lean. As I say, he wants to keep playing for as long as he can. You remember that championship game here back in 2015, Fidel Edwards?
Oh, my Lord, yes.
Bowled the speed of light down the hill.
He did.
But actually, he started off up the hill. And there was a conversation going on in the Hampshire camp saying, well, what is he doing bowling up the hill? You know, he's quick.
But in bowls, that's down the leg side. That's going to go away for 4 byes. I don't think Daniel Hughes got anything on that. No, he didn't. Ben Brown diving across. Keepers hate conceding byes, but there's much he could do about that. The ball veering away down the leg side. So a very welcome 4 runs for Sussex, who go to 56 for 4.
Yeah, and if you remember right, the wicket was a little bit spicy at times there, wasn't it? Because I think there was a game the week before against Middlesex here where I think the wicket wasn't great. And the wicket for us was not a wicket I'd recognise here, I must admit. I think they were trying to get bounce here, weren't they, for a while?
They were,
trying to do this and that, and it wasn't quite working, which is fair enough. I mean, they were trying. But this was right in the middle of that period where they were experimenting a little bit. As Fuller comes around the wicket to Allsop, start of a new over. Allsop pushes that to Gubbins in the covers. And so it was a little bit up and down. And once Fidel switched to down the hill, there were a few Sussex batters sort of hopping and weaving and diving, and he did bowl quick that day.
Well, that was the year that Sussex went down. So that was the year that Sussex won 3 of their first 5. I think we won at the Aegeus, first match of the season. Tamal Mills played in that game, actually. And anyway, we won 3 of the first 5, then had a dreadful run, and that was the game that you began to think, crikey, Sussex might go down here, but he was unbelievably quick that afternoon.
5 for 58 in the Sussex second innings in that game. Allsop's well behind that one. Hampshire winning by 6 wickets.
I'll tell you who, not many people, Kevin, gave Ed Joyce the hurry up, but that day Fidel Edwards did. He was really, really quick.
Luke Wright sort of got a couple of half centuries in that game. Actually, played really well. Sort of stood up to Fidel, but yeah, it wasn't easy. Adam Wheater got 100 for Hampshire.
Did he? Where's he now? Is he going to Essex?
He's finished. Yeah, he's retired. I think it's been 2 or 3 years. I think at least. Nice drive from Allsop. Good diving stop by Gubbins at short extra cover.
A couple of emails have come in, actually. Adam Phelps has come in. Adam Phelps has sent us an email. He says, listening yesterday about the Isle of Wight, Haywards Heath Cricket Club go on tour this weekend for the 3rd year in the trot. Not going myself, but I know the club have previously had great trips and hence going back. Lots of credit to Richard Evans at Haywards Heath Cricket Club for organising. Says Adam. Thank you, Adam, for letting us know. Enjoy your tour. I hope the weather's kind. I've been on tour there 3 or 4 times to the Isle of Wight. Yeah, great fun. Good
stay and ride. That's where a lot of cricket teams stay. Allsop on the back foot.
We used to stay at a hotel in Newport.
Oh, Newport.
So we played. I mean, I played village cricket. So we played a side called Brystone on the Isle of Wight. We played a club called Northwood. Mm-hmm. I played at Ventnor. They had an artificial track, Ventnor, back in those days. Or had an artificial wicket anyway. And we got absolutely hammered. They were a little bit good for us, but we had thoroughly enjoyed.
And he will pick up 4 runs.
Nice shot.
60 for 4. We lost that early wicket, Sean Hunt.
Yeah, always good fun tours on the Isle of Wight. I think we did 3 years over there. So,
lovely.
Yeah, great fun. And but I hope you get good weather. So thank you, Adam, for getting in touch. And Dominic got in touch yesterday. We were talking about Mel, who was talking about her twizzle sticks, which are apparently something that you put in your...
Sticks.
What do they call it? There we are. That you put in your cocktail. I'll read his email in a minute from Dominic.
Fuller in again. Also plays that out again to Gubbins. End of the over. 60 for 4. Hughes is 21. Allsop has 10.
So, Dominic, who was listening yesterday from Budapest, lovely Budapest, says, Twizzy sticks were popular in the 20s for ladies to remove bubbles from their champagne as it gave them hiccups. Although it defeats the purpose of naturally bubbly champagne, so went out of fashion. Nowadays they are known as stir sticks for cocktails. He says, I also overstayed an Airbnb booking in error and had to rush back to clean it ourselves whilst the new guest waited outside. So it's not just Mel. If you were listening yesterday, Mel having all sorts of problems getting accommodation in Hove yesterday. But she found something in the end. And Dominic says, thank you for the commentary and thank you for listening. In lovely Budapest, in comes Abberton bowls and forward comes Hughes, plays into the offside. There is no run. I went to the Christmas markets in Budapest a few years ago, and it's a lovely city, but cold, as you would expect that time of year. Just a quick reminder, Mel's going to come and join Kevin in about 5 minutes' time. Then Sussex Chair John Philby is going to join us to talk about the structure for next season. It isn't an exclusive chat for Sussex people. It's anyone who's listening. You've got some questions, and I'm sure John will be very happy to ask them. Abbott in bowls, and he's struck on the pad, and he's gone. Daniel Hughes is gone, and that's a huge wicket. Hughes can't believe it. He has a good hard look at umpire Rob White, but Abbott has got the wicket. He's got the breakthrough. I think Hughes is actually cross with himself. He slams his bat into his pad. 87 balls Daniel Hughes faced for his 21, but he's gone. Sussex are 60 for 5 and in deep trouble.
Yeah, it just feels just a matter of time before Abbott was going to pick up another wicket. That's a great delivery. It's pitched. It's come in even further on the angle, but Hughes is not a long way forward there. Maybe he's a little bit upset about that. I don't know whether he's just sort of trying to sort of hide the fact that he might think he got a little inside edge on that. I don't know. If it was only faint. If you're watching on the picture feed, you can make up your own minds on that. I must admit, I'm not sure either way, but Kyle Abbott is right on it. And it's going to take a bit of luck and some good skill for any of the batters to be keeping him out for any length of time.
Well, it certainly is. The new man coming out is John Simpson, who's been in terrific form for Sussex since he arrived at the county. Made a very good 100 down at the Utilita on a tricky pitch, it has to be said, earlier on this season, a game that Sussex won. But Sussex need the skipper to come to the party here because they are in a good deal of trouble.
Yeah, well, the wicket's still doing a little bit. Hasn't really changed much since yesterday. So there was a bit of seam movement there. Odd bit of swing, not much though, but mainly a bit of seam. One would assume there's still a little bit of turn from time to time. So, yeah, I think we can expect wickets to fall fairly regularly.
Stuart's been in touch from Sussex in Sussex, and he says, "Hi Adrian, is Mel back today? Any news on whether the hotel situation worked out?" Well, Mel's going to be with us in about 3 minutes' time, so she can explain all.
She'll only be on for half an hour, so whether that's long enough for her to go through everything, I don't know.
Stuart goes on to say, with the changes to the number of games proposed for next season, is there any talk of changing points for wins, draws to encourage a slightly more aggressive approach? Great question. Instead of playing for draws and still finishing in the top third of the table. Yes, I personally think 8 points for a draw is far too many. That's a great question. So we will pose that to John when he arrives. As in comes Kyle Abbott to bowl to John Simpson. He's in and bowls, and Simpson drives firmly into the offside. And he's going to pick up a couple of runs. There's a misfield at extra cover with the player with no number on his back. So I can't tell you who that is.
Is that 14? No, it's not. Because he should have 14 should have number 45, but that's what he had in the T20. But I must admit, while he was batting, I didn't actually take a lot of notice. I don't think he did have a number. No, so that might be him. So he obviously has a number for T20, but not in the Championship.
Yes. Well, a very positive shot from John Simpson, who I was wondering if has decided this is the time to be positive. Abbott is in, bowls to Simpson, lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. John has been in touch in sunny Bexhill-on-Sea. He says, "Hi lads and Mel." He's listening in the garden via the stream. "I hope Mel's accommodation was great last night and she had a good night in Hove." Why is everyone so worried about Mel and her accommodation?
Nobody cares about that. I stayed in Brighton last night, whether I was all right or not.
No, I know. So John goes on to say, "Gym and podiatry already for me this morning, trying to improve my plantar issues." I think that's something with your feet, isn't it? Anyway, in comes Abbott bowls, and Simpson's hit on the pad, looking to turn that on the leg side. He got a long way across, hence the appeal, and there is no run. Hopefully Sussex survive the day and build up a decent score. Have we appointed a new chief exec? I wonder whether John will reveal. Well, that's another good question, actually, because the Sussex chief exec, Pete Fitzboyden, is leaving in November. And I'm not sure whether an advert's gone out for Pete's replacement or quite what. That's another good question.
It is. I hope you're storing them all up, Adrian.
I do need to make sure these are all answered. as in comes Abbott round the wicket bowl. Simpson lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. Another excellent over from Kyle Abbott. What figures they are. 17 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 27. Sussex are 62 for 5 here on the BBC. Live from Hove. I'm going to leave you for half an hour. I'll leave you with Kevin James and with Mel Farrell.
Well, nobody seems to worry that I was surrounded by a load of TUC delegates last night. That's not easy to navigate, I tell you. Being surrounded by that lot. Place was swarming with TUC people yesterday, as it's their annual conference, just along the road from me, where I was staying. Hello,
Let's
Mel.
face it, it's all not about you, it's all about me.
Well, I have a feeling that every time you're on commentary, that might be the case. Here's Fuller. But happy that that's the case. And that's a thick outside edge. And also we'll pick up 4 as it runs up the hill. And Sussex move on to 66 for 5. So go on then, Mel. How did you get... Well, you're here this morning, so clearly things went reasonably smoothly.
Well, they did. Yes, as people who are listening might know, I had a bit of an accommodation issue yesterday when I arrived and showed up at the guest house only to discover that somehow it had been cancelled and I couldn't remember cancelling it and I didn't know what had happened. But I had a knight in shining armour who got me one hotel.
Fuller into Alsop, who's guided that one down to third this time. He had a slightly open face bat, and that might be 4 again. Yes, it is. 4 more. And Sussex move on to 70 for 5.
So then I had another knight in shining armour. All these knights in shining armour down here in Brighton. Well, the first one had a hotel room that I could use for 2 nights. And then the second offer came in of 3 nights, which actually helps me enormously. So I stayed, and it's right on the seafront. Step outside and I can see the pier. And it was very lovely.
Fuller's in again. 2 slips for Alsop. Crouched stance, left alone.
Stayed a bit low too.
Indeed.
And lovely man there, Leo, who's Peruvian. And down beneath the guest house was a Peruvian restaurant. So I went downstairs. I was writing my piece, and I wrote my piece while eating some ceviche and having a very nice glass of wine. So it all turned out beautifully. I walked out this morning, sun shining, seafront there. So all's well that ends well.
You've done well. As Fuller's around the wicket again, Alsop's forward and goes out to point. So you're near the pier. Is that where you're?
Yeah, very close to the pier.
Well. You're sort of further to the left of where I am. So.
And I went for a walk to find a coffee, and there was the pavilion right in front of me. Brighton Pavilion. Yeah, when I first came over to England and I was doing all the castles and all that sort of thing, and I came down to Brighton Pavilion, and it's one of my favourite buildings in England. It's just amazing. I couldn't believe that it actually existed. And I was reminded of that today. Have you been inside?
I think I have, as that's driven by Alsop up to mid-off, fielded by Barker. I think I have. Now, many moons ago, in my early years, when I started off at Middlesex, there used to be some indoor cricket played.
In the pavilion?
I think it was there. It was in a big open hall. And they tried to get this sort of indoor cricket stuff between counties off the ground. And we're talking of 1980, something like 81. And I think it might have been there. That's the only time I've been in there. But if it's the same place, which it may or may not be, I'm not sure. Also works at a way just wide of Abbott for a single. Or it's 2. It's going to be 2. 72 for 5. Anyway, yes. But you like it because...
Well, not only is the outside incredible, just the architecture, it's so different to... I can't think of any other building that resembles it. It is so different. But inside, because of the whole Victorian obsession with other countries, so the Oriental rooms and from different parts.
Yes, I know what you're talking about now. No, it's a different place.
It's stunning and just very different to anything else. And yeah, just an amazing architectural feature and a real glimpse into, I think, the mindset of the Victorians and how curious they were about other parts of the world. So I won't be able to go inside because there's this sort of cricket stuff going on while I'm down
It's raining
here.
tomorrow.
Yeah, but I'll have to be here, won't I, on standby.
Well, if there's a long break.
Here's Kyle Abbott. What a morning he's having. And first ball played out into mid-wicket, but they're all excited, and they're all excited every time he's got the ball in hand for very good reason.
Well, this follows on from what we've just saying. John Williams, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Why are the Hampshire bowlers continually bowling around the wicket to the left-handers? Says John, who's in pool. Go on, Mel. You can. Do you want to answer that one, or should I mean?
Well, the ball's seaming, and the thing is, they're angling it in, and the batters have just not known whether it's going to straighten or seam away, or nip back in further as the next ball is just this time played out into the covers, and they take a single, and that's the use of the angle, and we've seen some of them that have managed to, from around the wicket, they're angling it in at the moment to the left-handers, and it might come back in and get through the gate. We've seen that happen, hit the pads, or else it straightens and then it takes the edge, and you've got 3 slips at the moment who are making use of that. Abbott in around the wicket again, and this is just defended and slowly makes its way up to Keith Barker at mid-on.
Yeah, I mean, Abbott's stock ball is the one that nips back into the right-hander, nips away to the left-hander. Now, if you're bowling over the wicket, really the line you're bowling, the ball is pitching outside leg stump. So
Yeah.
it kind of takes the LBW out of the equation. By coming round the wicket, it brings the LBW, as we've already seen this morning, because both Kyle Abbott's wickets this morning have been LBW, it brings it into play.
Now, who was it that we saw change from over the wicket? Was it Hunt yesterday? And it really wasn't working. Abbott in, and that's defended stoutly. Allsop gets in behind this one.
It works better for some bowlers than others. James Fuller isn't necessarily renowned for coming round the wicket and getting the ball to pitch and straighten. He does, and he's done it in this game. But generally, his shape is coming in with the angle. Kyle Abbott is a totally different type of bowler, and this is his go-to mode for left-handers.
Well, it's also become the new black, isn't it? Right arm seamers bowling around the wicket to the left-handers, a la Stuart Broad v David Warner. Abbott in once more, left alone, and good leave in the end by Allsop, and Ben Brown had to dive an awful long way to get that because it moved after it passed the batter. Yeah, you see that all the time now, don't you? The right-handers coming around the wicket, or right armers coming around the wicket.
It's happening more and more, I think.
It's a new black in cricket. I think, they've always done it at times, of course, but yeah, it certainly had some success for Stuart Broad against David Warner, and then everyone started doing it. In comes Abbott again, a watchful leave from Allsop, but well outside the off stump on that occasion. Just one run coming from another parsimonious Kyle Abbott over, and after 31 overs, it's 73 for 5, and Sussex have an awful lot of work to do, and it's hard yakka, as we would say in Australia.
Yeah, good phrase. People are still concerned about the situation you had last night, where you were getting offered all sorts of kind gestures, and you shunned one or two. Ralph, who's in France, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, he says, I imagine a situation I'm not sure this is going to be the case. Imagine a situation in which this game is done and dusted today. I don't think that's going to happen. In which case, Mel would owe Jeremy a pint. Jeremy offered 2 nights yesterday.
Yes,
which he did.
He did. Jeremy was my first night in shining armour. Isn't that lovely? Do you know what? I've had some lovely messages as well from people down here. Sussex is really winning me over. It's only my first championship game down here, but it's there's someone out there called Ginger Nutty Kaz. I don't know if you're listening, Ginger Nutty Kaz. But I got a message, and this is a first for me. I'm a bit excited, but a bit overwhelmed, asking me if I was going to be at Hove today because I don't know if Ginger Nutty Kaz is male or female.
Is that me?
Yeah.
It is. 14 is in the attack. Oh, there's a misfield at deep square leg. It's gone straight through Alior's legs, and that sweep shot has gone for 4. Simpson benefits. He moves on to 7, 77 for 5.
But Ginger Nutty Kaz has an Aussie shirt that he or she or they would like me to sign. I've been asked to sign autographs before, mostly by a very interesting man in Australia who's asked many times, but never a shirt.
Well, there you are. 14, left arm spinner, flights that one. That's hit high in the air, wide of Abbott. And that is going down the hill. The umpire's just checking. It's gone for 6. That is a nice pick up from Simpson. Moves on to 13, 83 for 5.
Well, I mean, at the start of the season, John Simpson was sensational, and I could do with him reproducing some of the innings that he played early on in the season. And he was arguably, along with Asib Hamid, the form batter of the county championship.
Simpson on the back foot works that to mid-wicket. Yes, averaging 58 in the championship this year.
Well, he was averaging like 80 or something in the first part. It was absolutely ridiculous. But he has had a wonderful season.
His high score this season, 181 not out, was in the first game. Drawn gain up at Warwickshire.
Oh, I've got some news for you as well.
Oh. Got some money for me?
News.
Right. It's pushed out on the offside. No run.
Asa Tribe is out, but he did reach his double century, 206. He's just got out. You know, I was keeping an eye on that.
Yes.
Double century for Asa Tribe. Keep an eye.
As 14 comes in. Just defended there by Simpson. Yes, Mel's got a vested interest in Asa Tribe, haven't he?
Well, I've got a piece that I wrote on Asa and Zach that's out in the Cricketer at the moment. So I always like that. If I interview someone, I really want to see them do well.
Sure. Other cricket publications available?
Of course.
That's pushed away on the onside. And just one, I think this is Barry Breen asking Adrian to put this question. He says, "Good morning. You spoke about starting matches at 10:30. Could you ask the question?" Is that one for John Philby, who's coming on shortly? I don't know. I presume that's what Barry's.
Yeah,
meaning.
that would just be such a sensible thing to do, and it would be the easiest thing to change. You know, when you talk about all these complicated things that you could change that might improve or might not, and it takes all this debate. Is there anybody who's actually against 10:30 a.m. starts? I want to know if you're out there listening and you're against 10:30 a.m. starts, or you think there are really good reasons why the championship matches and test matches need to start at 11 a.m. Please, I'd be really interested in hearing, because I'd like to understand. Keith Barker back into the attack, over the wicket, full ball, just dug out by Allsop. Keith Barker, another one who, well, bowled beautifully yesterday. It was the old pincer movement that Hampshire have specialised in the past, when you had Kyle Abbott, Muhammad Abbas coming at either end, and it felt a little bit like that yesterday when you had Keith Barker keeping it tight at the other end. It's in, bowls, and that's come off the outside edge, but falls safely into the gully region.
Would you like to know Kyle Abbott's spell this morning?
I'd love to know his spell. Please enlighten me.
5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 4.
Wow. Oh, someone. I've got an email apparently. Hang on a sec. We're talking about the indoor cricket. So we've had an email from Jane Peckham, who says the place where indoor cricket was played was probably the Corn Exchange in
right.
Brighton.
Okay.
As Barker is in, bowls, it's just chopped into the offside by Simpson, no run. This used to be a multi-purpose large hall. If you tried to play cricket in the actual pavilion, you'd be stopped and ushered out very quickly. Oh, thank you, Jane, for putting, not me right, for putting Kevin right.
You're not supposed to laugh about it.
Oh, you've been laughing at me non-stop
Have
since
I?
I got down here with your 2 hotels, Mel. Here's Barker. Bowls. And that's just defended by Simpson. And gently rolls up towards mid-off. I know I cause you great mirth. But yes, so Ginger Nutty Kaz, by the way. Oh, I've had a reply from Ginger Nutty Kaz. I'm sat down to your right with my husband listening in. Oh, it's Kaz is female. Our friend in the SO Legal, right, okay. Barker in. Oh, and that's a full ball. And Simpson, well, he jammed his bat down and it's just rolled a couple of metres and come to a full stop towards point. A huge fan, a real Aussie-phile. Okay, that's from
Holding
Ian
the
and
shirt
Heather.
up. He's holding the shirt
Oh,
up.
wait, where are you? Oh, there you are. Hello. Oh, yep, I can see you, Ginger Nutty Kaz. There you are. If you're watching on the live stream, Ginger Nutty Kaz is on there as well. What's she got on her back? Oh, number 62. I can't make out the word, though. In comes Barker, and Simpson just pulls his bat out of the way in time. Now, Ginger Nutty Kaz is wearing a lovely hat. Keep turning around. Bit further.
Back to the game.
Back to the game.
Put your back to the
she's
game.
got Travis Head. It's
Head.
Travis Head. That's what it is. Yeah, it's number 62 Head. End of the over 84 for 5. And Ginger Nutty Kaz, she has her Australia shirt out there. And she's wearing a Travis Head top as well. Ah, there you go.
There was a lovely moment there in an earlier shot where Eddie Jack was fielding on the boundary, right near, and he was looking around thinking, what on earth is going on in the crowd there? He was looking around thinking, what is going on?
I love the interaction and the intimacy that we've got going here with the radio and the stream and the people in the crowd. You can't beat that.
Happy days.
Happy days. I'll come find you when I'm off next. Ginger Nutty Kaz. What a great name that is as well.
So a total of 33 overs gone in the Sussex innings, 84 for 5, 14 bowls, and Allsop is forward. He's on 21 from 31 now, and John Simpson 13 from 16. The 2 wickets that have fallen. The third ball of the morning. Night watchman Sean Hunt LBW to Kyle Abbott for 1. Daniel Hughes LBW to Kyle Abbott for 21. That was after 25 minutes of play. Allsop uses his feet, gets wrapped on the pad. So it's all happening. It all happens when you're on commentary, actually, Mel. I think what me and Adrian should do is say, Mel, it's all down to you, and we'll have a nice stroll around the ground, do a nice lap, Adrian, enjoy the sunshine, enjoy the cricket, maybe go down to the seafront and have an ice cream, and then we'll come back. And Mel's will have done everything. That's stabbed out on the leg side.
You might be able to take in the pavilion, where the
Might
cricket
do.
was never played.
That's right, I know. Well, it was a long time ago, and my memory is fading a little bit. You'll be lucky that come 2 weeks' time, when we're in the 50 over final, commentating on that together, I might not even remember your name. This 14. Driving is Allsop, not really timed. It's fielded by Barker at mid-off, 85 for 5.
I'm not a betting woman, but if I was, I would wager 5p that you'll be calling me 2 hotels, Mel.
That might come out very quickly, yes, it will. But it depends on your hotel situation up in Nottingham for that final, to be
that's
honest. It
not
might be
resolved.
3 hotels, Mel, by then. Forward is Simpson.
All right, I've not got 2 hotels. I've got 2 minds about my situation. It's very hard. I've got to be at Lord's the next day.
What's at Lord's?
The Village Cup final.
Oh, that's right, you remember, yeah. Easily, yeah. Who's playing? That's turned away on the onside.
I don't know. I just know I have to go. I've got to be there. It's yes, it's. So I'm just going. I've never been, and I don't know too much about it. So I'm looking forward, but assured that it's a great day. There we go. So, Sussex.
That's how they sold you for it. Anyway.
It's quite tricky going for Sussex, and it was for Hampshire as well. Really, that innings from Ben Brown, how important does that look now? We wondered if it might be a better innings than it would just look if you were casting your eye over a scorecard. 71 of 129. I actually think the 129 balls is just as significant because no one else has come near to facing that many. Daniel Hughes, as the next highest, faced 87 for his 21. That in itself, it's not just the runs, it's how many balls people have been able to survive for. Keith Barker begins another over, first ball left alone by Allsop. But Allsop's actually probably looked a little bit more comfortable scoring than almost anyone out there. It's been in phases though and in clumps. Very difficult against Abbott, but he did get a couple away.
I can help you with a bit of
I need
pre-knowledge of the Village final.
Good. I need a lot of help with many things.
And there'll be extra points if you can tell me where these teams come from without looking it up.
Okay.
Staley. And I haven't got a clue.
Barker in bowls, and that one is just defended out to the offside by Allsop, no run.
Staley against Foxton Granter.
Foxton Granter. That sounds like a posh southeast sort of place. Stanley sounds like it could be maybe further north. How am I doing?
Staley, did you say?
Staley.
Further north?
Yeah.
It's further north than here, yes. There's a shock.
Here comes Barker. A full delivery, and that's well placed in the end. Just played out in front of a point, squeezes through a gap. I'll just get a couple though.
In fact, I think I'm on fairly safe ground to say both teams are north of here.
Well, there aren't many places that are further south.
Well, unless there's a team playing on the seafront, they're all north.
Okay, that's true. So Staley.
Right, Staley, have a quick guess. I'm just looking it up now, so I know roughly where they are.
Okay, Staley. Staley.
Stayley.
Okay, that could be significant. Barker in bowls. This is just played up towards mid-on, no run. Staley. Let's take a county. Staley is in Dorset.
No, it's a long way away from there.
Okay, it's in what? Where's Norwich? East Anglia.
No, you want to go further up and left.
Up and left. Whoa. What about Warwickshire? My neck of the woods.
You're getting closer, but
Okay.
it's further north than that.
Staffordshire.
Further north.
Further north. Cumbria.
Right, I will let you know. It's hang on.
Here's Barker in. Full ball, and it's driven and it's taken out middle stump at the non-striker's end. That is what you call a straight drive. Luckily, Barker didn't get a finger on it, and everyone was safely in their crease. Simpson wasn't out of his crease, but that's as straight as a die. Completely knocked over the middle peg.
Well, I'm trying to pinpoint it, but the closest I can get at the moment is they qualified as the Cheshire and Clwyd
Cheshire.
group winners.
Okay, so it wasn't far. So Cheshire and Clwyd, well, that's Wales, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
North Wales. Yeah.
Yep. So that bit. All
Right, Foxton Granter.
Foxton Granter. That's further south for sure. Keith Barker is now coming around the wicket to Allsop, who just manages to plink that one through the leg side, goes through towards deep mid-wicket, and they will take a single. No, they came back for two. So 4 runs coming off Barker's over, and it's 89 for 5. Simpson on 13. Allsop on 26, and I'm saying it's more south.
Yeah, you're right there.
Right. It's not Sussex, though.
No.
Shall we say Oxfordshire?
You're not a million miles in terms of latitude, or whatever it's called. It's a little higher than that and a bit to the right.
Oxfordshire, so no, to the right.
Just a little higher, not much.
So Northamptonshire.
You're in the right ballpark, but just a fraction. I think you'd be slightly more right than that, actually.
Slightly more. Cambridgeshire.
Correct.
Oh, hey, this is making me sound like I have just half an idea where the different counties are.
Oh, you've done well getting it that quick, actually. Yeah, it's quite near Cambridge. It's just southwest of Cambridge.
So I thought, there you go.
Between Cambridge and, well, it's just Yeah, just southwest of Cambridge is easiest to say. Start of a new over from Fontaine, I should say, as Simpson pushes that out into the colours. No run. So there we are. That's the village final that Mel... Are you commentating or just reporting?
I'm going to sit in a suite and drink hopefully some nice wine or Prosecco.
Oh, so when you said you're invited, you literally are invited?
Yes.
Just to enjoy the day. And swell the crowd, obviously, as that's pushed out square on the offside, because I think that as nice as it is that they play at Lord's, and they're obviously very lucky, but the crowds obviously are small.
Well, it's looking forward to it. I've been told I need to go, so I am going, and I'm going to enjoy.
14 bowls on the back foot there. Simpson, that goes out to point.
It's very rare that I actually go to Lord's as a spectator. I think it will only be the second time I've been to Lord's as a spectator.
First time being?
It was a 100 game.
This year? Last year?
Last year.
Okay. 14, he brings Simpson forward. Obviously London Spirit.
Yes, I sat in the box with Stephen Fry.
Very nice.
Stephen Fry was there with his sister was sort of in charge of the box, and Claire Balding. I was very excited to chat to her.
Wow, you are a huge name dropper. That's swept away. What a good diving stop by Kyle Abbott. Just behind square on the leg side. Single to Simpson, takes him on to 14.90 for 5, Sussex.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how riffraff like me got invited, to be honest, but I did, and it was very, very nice. I've always been a fan of Claire Balding, so she's a terrific presenter and journalist. She's been great over the years. 14
to Allsop, who prods away off the front foot. He's on 26. Simpson 14.90 for 5. Sussex trail by 136 on the first innings.
And so the other thing I was going to mention, I only have a couple of minutes, but you were talking about being struck on the head earlier. And I've been talking to someone who was struck on the head and actually kind of defined their career, and it was Jimmy Adams.
The West Indian...
Former West Indies.
Left-hander, yeah.
Yeah, he was struck on the head, and it completely divided his career into two. After his first 12 tests, he had a higher average than anyone other than Bradman. It was something like 86 or something. And then after he was struck in the head, it had a massive effect on his career. And I actually had a really good chat with him about it last week, because he was the batting coach for Jersey. He's just for a temporary period this summer. Quite amazing seeing Jimmy Adams in Jersey as the batting coach. Keith Barker, first ball of his next over, is defended by Simpson out to the offside, no run.
Let me guess where you squeezed that interview in. Jersey. Had Ace of Tribe anything to do with it?
Well, actually, so that day, it was the rest day, and I was down in the foyer at 8:30 to chat to Jimmy Adams, and we talked for nearly 2 hours. It was fascinating. And then I went upstairs and wrote, came downstairs and met the Tribe brothers. Barker is in. That's left alone. Stayed and skidded through a bit low, that one. Simpson not interested. And I spent about an hour chatting to the Tribe brothers. And I went back up and I wrote some more. So it was not a rest day for me. No rest for the wicked.
Well, when we work together in 2 weeks' time at Trent Bridge in the 50-over final, Hampshire against Worcestershire, if you have somehow managed to connect those two counties and that final to Ace of Tribe, you'll have done really well.
All I'm saying is keep an eye. That's all. That's all. Barker in over the wicket. That is defended back to Barker, who has a little bit of fancy footwork. And just let someone... I love that. He does the fancy footwork and then he leaves it for someone else to pick up. Now, Adrian's pointing out another email from Chris Elsley. Mel, the Village Cup final is a great day. My club, Milton Hall from Staffordshire, won the competition in 2023, having beaten Staley from just outside Staley Bridge, Cheshire, in the semi-final. Pleased to see they've made it this year. As in comes Barker, and it's a bit of a play and a miss from Simpson, beats the outside edge. On the day, spectators were allowed onto the outfield between innings and at the end of the day. Enjoy. Always like that. I love seeing fans allowed. Thank you very much, Chris. See, I'm enjoying how engaged everyone is. I feel like we're a big group of friends watching this game together, talking smack and just hanging out, and it's great. Nothing like it. It's why I love doing a county championship. Barker over the wicket and Simpson just on his toes carving that one out in front of point, but no run, can't get past the ring.
Don't forget that John Philby, the Sussex chair, will be with us shortly. Well, he's scheduled to be with us shortly. Any questions for him? Adrian gives out his email, and he will be with us to talk about the members' evening last night, where they were discussing how the future looks.
By the way, I'm ducking off because Adrian has to do his update.
All right, okay. Thanks, Mel. The past winners of the Village Cup, Foxton Granter last year, Milford Hall has just been mentioned, 2023, Dumbleton, 2022. I think they got very far in this year's competition and just fell. Calmore Sports of Hampshire won it in 2021.
Right on cue, John arrives. Actually, my first visit, before you go, Kevin, to Lords in any sort of media capacity was to see the Village Cup finals. Aside from Hampshire reached the final, Sussex reached the final, and I went along and walked into the commentary box at Lords. First time ever in there. I thought, fantastic. So we just do this update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex and Surrey, and then John Philby, the Sussex chair, is going to join us on commentary. Bjorn Fortain is going to bowl from the C end of the ground, left arm over the wicket. He's in and bowls, and Simpson is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Yes, a recovery here from Sussex Allison. They're 91 for 5. John Simpson, the skipper, is on 15. Tom Alsop is on 26. A couple of wickets have fallen today. Sean Hunt for 1 and Daniel Hughes for 21. All of this in reply to the Hampshire total yesterday of 226. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey have lost a couple of wickets. Warwickshire have lost a couple of wickets this morning. They're 172 for 5 in reply to the Surrey total yesterday of 246 all out. As Fortain is in again, left arm over the wicket, in and bowls to John Simpson. Simpson, he's nicked that down the leg side, and the wicket has gone down, and Simpson can't believe it. It was almost a long hop down the leg side, and John Simpson looked to flick the ball away down to fine leg. All he succeeded in doing is nicking the ball through to Ben Brown, who took the catch, and Sussex are now 91 for 6. John Simpson on his way for 15, and if they could turn the clean feed off in the studio, that would be very much appreciated. Simpson is on his way, and John Philby is going to come and join us in commentary. Come and grab some headphones, John. Let's put those on. Let's hope you can hear me. There we go. Can you hear me? Can you hear yourself as well?
Yep.
Wonderful. There we are. So we're going out, which is great news. We just adjust John's headset here, make sure it's all working fine, which I think it is. That's all. It's okay. Does that feel quite comfortable? Yeah, that's okay. I'd like you to bring your microphone slightly near. It might need just to turn them around the other way, actually, John. That's just and that may work slightly. There we are. That's better. So there we are. John Philby, the Sussex chair, joins us here on commentary. And thank you, John. And I've already said to our listeners this morning, we've got listeners, not just Sussex fans, but cricket fans listening from Hampshire and indeed all around the country. So we do appreciate you coming and talking to us, because it's not every chair of cricket clubs who takes the time to come over and natter to us. So thank you very much for your time, John. As Jack Carson makes his way out for Sussex, promoted in the order this week. So there's lots of questions to ask you, and we'll try and do it in between balls, because we have to commentate on every ball, and that's not easy with Bjorn Fortain bowling. Sure. So we'll do the very best that we can as Carson makes his way out. But there's lots of questions that have come in, and we've been asking for questions for people this morning, primarily about the restructure that's planned for next season, as Jack Carson takes guard. You addressed a meeting, and I went to the meeting last night, of Sussex members about proposals for next year and the way that Sussex have decided they're going to vote. So I guess the first thing to do in between balls is for you to explain what Sussex will be voting for in favour of, and when that meeting is going to be, I guess, is my sort of opening question, as Jack Carson just takes guard. 3 balls remaining in the over. There's a slip and a short leg as 14 is in and bowls, and Carson is forward defensively, plays into the offside to short extra cover. There is no run. And I think we'll just wait to the end of this over before we give you a reply, because
Sure.
14 bowling left arm spin does rather rattle through his overs. Sussex here 91 for 6. 14 again comes off just 2 or 3 paces in and bowls, and that's clipped by Carson. That came off the pad, fielding at short fine leg, and there is no run. Also upon 26, Carson yet to score. Sussex have lost 3 wickets this morning. Hunt out without adding to his overnight score for a single. Daniel Hughes for 21 and John Simpson for 15 as 14 is in bowls. And Carson is forward beaten outside the off stump. Ben Brown whips off the bails, but Jack Carson's foot was firmly rooted. End of the over, 91 for 6. Over to you, John.
Where shall I start with?
Start with what the proposal that Sussex are going to vote in favour of.
Well, there's only one proposal at the moment. So the people that are responsible for developing the proposal are the Professional Game Committee. They have delegated responsibility from the board of the ECB for the creation of the fixture schedule, and they have been consulting with the chairs of the 18 first-class counties throughout for what seems like quite a long time now, certainly through the whole of this summer, to create and review the current men's domestic schedule. And the first step that was taken was to make some really good changes to the T20 Blast. And so next year the T20 Blast will be played in regional groups of 6.
Barker comes down the hill, bowls to Tom Alsop. Alsop defends into the offside, no run.
A regional group 6, which will significantly reduce the amount of travelling, and one of the features of the review has been to respond to the PCA, the Professional Cricket Association, request for a reduction in amount of cricket and time that players spend travelling to and from cricket. They want more time for preparation and skill development.
Barker's at the end of his run. Alsop waits, 2 slips go down, and Barker is in bright sunshine, bowls to Alsop, who again defends into the offside. No run.
And so the first part of that of responding to that request and getting a fixture schedule that works better for us is that, and we're really pleased about that. So this year the Blast is spread over 5 months. It finishes this Saturday. It started in the middle of May. Next year it will be over 6 weeks, and it'll be a proper T20 short form competition of the type familiar around the world, and not the rather elongated thing that we've had in the past here.
Barker again, back to his mark. Over the wicket, in and bowls. Alsop defends onto the leg side. There is no run.
So we think that's really positive. And then alongside that, there was a request from the PCA for a reduction in county championship cricket, it's right to say that the current schedule with 14 games, mainly bookending the season, it's not a great schedule, and therefore there was a strongly held view amongst all of us, including me, that we could do better. And we've spent the summer working out what looking better might look like.
Barker in again, bowls to Alsop. Alsop defends down the track, no run.
And there have been various schools of thought. Some people have wanted a reduction to 10 matches. Some have thought 12 is the right number. Some have thought we should stick at 14. Some have said Surrey, and others have clearly come out and said they believe in 14. Sussex don't think that 14 fits with the PCA request, and we actually think that there's a better way to do it, and I can talk about that now.
Barker in bowls, and Alsop drives to mid-off. There is no run.
So rather late in the day in this review, this 13 match schedule has been developed based on an idea that was developed by Tim Bostock and Phil Collins up at Durham, of what people are calling 12-6. So that's a 12-team first division and a 6-team second division. And their original model featured a playoff final, which wasn't very popular.
Barker In again, bowls, and also clips this firmly away through the leg side. Alior is in hot pursuit out towards the boundary edge. Is he going to get there? I think he will just overhaul the ball. Yes, he does, and also picks up a couple of runs. He goes to 28, and Sussex at the end over are 93 for 6.
And what we've done is modify that version to be a 13-match system where the two conferences of 6 in the first division, and they'll be evenly weighted so that not all of the best teams are in one of the conferences. That'll be based on previous year's results and performances. And in those conferences, each team will play each of the other teams in their conference home and away. That will give you 10 matches in each conference. And after those 10 matches, the division will be split into 2 super groups. One will be a group of 6 at the top, and the other will be a group of 6 at the bottom. The top teams in Conference A will then play the top 3 teams in Conference B for the final 3 fixtures, and that gives you 13.
14 is in and bowls. Forward comes Carson, plays to the offside, no run.
And we'll try and keep going while Fortune's bowling. But so that gives you 13 fixtures, and that has emerged as a proposal.
14 again. Slipping a short leg go down in and bowls. Carson is beaten outside the off stump, taken by Brown, no run.
And Mark McCafferty, the chair of the PGC, has written to all of the counties to say you've got a week to discuss this with people at your counties, which is what we did yesterday, which is what I'm doing now, and then there'll be a vote held next week.
14 is in bowls and down the leg side. Ben Brown is up as if Jack Carl's tickled that down the leg side, but umpire Long says not out.
So this consultation with members and supporters and players and coaches and other interested groups is going on this week, and then at some point next week there will be a vote. I don't think there'll be a meeting.
14 in bowls. Carson defends into the offside. There's a loud appeal as it hits the pad. There is no run. Is there a date set for that meeting, John?
No, there's not. It's a day next week. There'll be a paper sent out, and we'll get some time to consider our vote. Sussex Cricket we confirmed to the members last night. The board have discussed it.
14 is in again bowls. Carson squirts then on the onside, no run.
I've discussed it with Paul Farbrace at length, and also in a meeting with John Simpson last week, and everybody at Sussex Cricket is content that it will create a more exciting and interesting and jeopardy full county championship season. It's also a very good compromise between 14 and 12 or 10.
Final ball of the over. 14 comes in, bowls to Jack Carson, and Carson is forward. Ball goes down the offside of track, no run. End of the over, 93 for 6.
It's a very good compromise between that, and we believe that for those of us who love county cricket in the way that you and I do, Adrian, and everybody who's tuning into this live stream, that this safeguards the future of the county championship, and it should reduce people's fears that we're on a constant erosion route. This will be put in place for probably a period of 6 years at least. By that time the world of cricket will no doubt have changed again, and it will be necessary to review what's done then. But certainly for the foreseeable future, I think this sets up a really good county championship for members, supporters and followers of live streams around the world to enjoy. So Sussex are advocating it strongly. It is far from given that it will get sufficient support around the county. It's going to be very close. If the pollsters were onto the case, which some are, they would be predicting that it's going to be a really tight vote.
Keith Parker carrying on the Hampshire attack down the hill from the Cromwell Road. It bowls to Tom also, who clips it off the hip down to deep move. Wicket picks up a single, also goes to 29, Sussex to 94 for 6.
There are some counties that are sticking hard to a 14-match schedule. There are others who don't like aspects of the 12-6 schedule, and it is worth pointing out that with the 12, there will be 2 teams relegated each year, and 2 of the second division 6 will come up each year. The second division 6 is a little bit untidy with 13 matches to play between 6 teams. It means that there will be several teams will play 3 times in a season. But on balance, and certainly Sussex think that the reduced risk of being stuck in the second division for a long time, that having a 6 group a 6-team group has offsets any of that. And certainly, if you find yourself in the second division, any self-respecting cricket director,
Barker in, bowls to Carson, who defends into the offside, no run.
cricket director and chief executive can sit down and make a plan to get out of the second division, get into the first division and compete for the county championship. So that's what we like about that, especially as there has been some fear around the country that the bigger clubs and the host venues for the 100 would get all the money and they would start to dominate the first division of the county championship. This gives every opportunity for the remaining 11 counties to really play a big part in the county championship.
Barker in bowls, Carson's beaten outside the off stump through to Brown, no run.
And that's why Sussex are backing it, and that's why yesterday at the meeting that you were at, I don't know what your impression of it was, but we got pretty unanimous and full support from the members for that. It's going to be a tight thing, and we'll see. People will be able to follow this over the next couple of weeks and see how other counties are viewing it. But we're advocating it very strongly, and I'm really hoping that we'll be able to persuade enough other counties to go with this plan.
Barker in again, bowls to Carson, who's 4, plays down the offside of the track, no run. So just a couple of, lots of questions actually, John. Then some questions from some listeners. So first of all, questions to you: is this proposal for next season?
Yes.
And would that mean, therefore, there would be no relegation from Division 1 this season?
Probably, but that's to be decided. That I think I have heard some people suggest that 3 teams should be promoted from the second division and 1 relegated from the top division, but I don't think that will be what.
Barker in bowl.
That's not what I would be advocating. That some people are saying that one of the problems with this is that people never knew what they were playing for, and that would be the case if you tinkered with the rules in that way. Whereas if you just say no relegation, and the top 2 from the second division are coming up, then you've done nothing that is unfaithful to what was agreed at the start of the season. So I would suspect that it will be this year's first division plus the top 2, but that's not.
Barker in bowls. Carson looks to carve that one on the offside. Gets in a bit of a pickle. The ball just dribbles in front of him. No run.
That's a level of detail, Adrian, that isn't part of the current schedule, isn't part of the current proposal, and is also not part of the vote. So we'll see what happens on that.
Where you have the end of the over, I should say, 94 for 6 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent. Adrian Harms in conversation with the Sussex chair John Philby, talking about the schedule for next season. Where you have the two groups of 6 from the first division, John, you could have split it into 2 lots of 3 for the second round of matches. Would a side who finishes, say, in 4th place, therefore you can't then go for the county championship? Is that right? You'll be in the bottom 3, so you're in the relegation. So if you come 4th, but you can't then add up all your points and win the county championship.
That's right. That is right, and that's obviously fair.
In comes Fortain bowls to Allsop's forward down the pitch, no run.
Because if you finish 4th, you'll be playing the teams that finish 4th, 5th, and 6th in the
right.
other conference, and therefore there is a chance you could win all those games, and it wouldn't be fair for that to enable you to win the county championship. So the dividends will be split.
Fortain is in again, bowls, reverse swept by Tom Allsop. Good bit of fielding at backward point prevents a single, and there is no run. Right, so that clears that up. So at that stage of the season, 6 sides could win the county championship, 6 sides could potentially go down.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Just a change in the field here. Ben Round just juggling things around a little bit. 94 for 6. Carson yet to score. Tom Allsop is on 29. As in comes Fortain bowls, and Allsop back on his stumps, defends onto the onside. There is no run. So just coming back to the date, you think a date next week, and do you think that'll be definitive? Because people are wanting to know now, John, what's going to happen. Do you think that'll be, or will it be extended again, or don't you know?
No, I don't know.
Allsop just sweeps, and he's going to pick up 4 runs. Here is Tom Allsop with a reverse sweep. It's a looking shot. He goes to 33 in Sussex to 98 for 6.
So the intention is that there's a vote, and the vote will be a final vote, and either it will vote in favour of 13 matches, and at that point then the conversations will start about how the 13 matches are structured, or it will not vote in favour of 30 matches, and we'll be stuck with the status quo of 14. And the risk of that, and why I'm so optimistic that we will get a solution that involves the 13-match proposal. Is that all that will mean if we get stuck with 14 is that the debate will continue, because the players will not be happy at all. They will want a reduction. The clubs that believe that a reduction is appropriate will continue to want a reduction, and there will be a small number of both members who like 14 matches who will be happy briefly, and counties similarly, but the debate will not go away.
14 again, bowls to Allsop, plays into the offside. Think about a single, but it isn't there. Ben Brown comes herring out from behind the stumps and prevents that single being taken. And just to be clear, in order for the proposal to be passed, you would need 12 counties to vote in favour?
12, yeah.
Right, okay. And just wait for a minute, there's one more ball in this over to come. 98 for 6. Slip and a short leg go down. Fontaine is in again, bowls, and Allsop is stuck on the pad. The ball bounces in front of him, no run, and that is the end of the over. So that's the proposal. One other thing that came out of the meeting, well, lots of things that came out of the meeting. We've got the reduction in T20, but did I hear it correctly? There's going to be an increase in matches in the one-day cup under this proposal.
Yes. So if this proposal is adopted, then that will create some space to add 2 matches to the 50 over competition. One of the things that the counties such as Sussex very desperately need, is more cricket in August for our members and supporters and lovers of cricket in Sussex to enjoy, and an extra game to be played at Hove, Arundel or Horsham would be incredibly helpful. So that is another positive in this scheme.
Right. Keith Barker is going to come in from the Cromwell Road and down the hill, coming into bowl to the right-handed Jack Carson, who's yet to get off the mark. The ball but outside of the off stump taken by Brown, and there is no run. And this has taken, I mean, how much of your time has this taken, John, this whole process? I mean, it's also been going on for months.
I suspect my wife's probably listening. She would know that it's all consuming.
Yeah.
Whether it's conversations with other counties, or conversations with members, or conversations with media, or conversations with you, Adrian, conversations with the board, conversations with the cricket players, conversations with the coaches, it's all encompassing.
Barker in and bowls, and Carlson is going to get his first runs as he manages to get the one down towards third man. They've picked up one, they're thinking about coming back for a second, but they don't, and Jack Carson's on his way. Sussex go to 99 for 6. Jack Carson is on a single. So there were questions that came in, John, about this, and sort of some of them are directly linked to what this new structure is. Some of them aren't. So, and I'll try and find these emails and read them out in order for you. As Barker comes in down the hill and bowls, and Allsop drives only as far as backward point, and there is no run. In fact, this isn't directly linked to this, John, but I will ask you this anyway. Please could you ask John what plans are in place for fixtures at any of our wonderful outgrounds next season? Is that likely to change at all, John? I know it's a slightly different subject, but as we've got you here, that's a question that has been asked.
Well, we went to Arundel last year for a one-day game.
Yep.
If there is an increase from 4 to 5 home games, it's more likely.
Barker in, bowls, and Allsop is 4, plays back down the track, there is no run.
It's more likely that we'll play 2 of those games at outgrounds, and that could be 2 games at Arundel, or it could be a game at Arundel and a game at Horsham. But that's me getting well ahead of myself. First of all, there's not 5 agreed. Secondly, we haven't had any conversations with Arundel or Horsham about that. So the only other thing to say, Adrian, is that the day at Arundel was a spectacular success. It was a fantastic crowd. So many people had a brilliant day at the cricket. We will definitely be doing everything we can to get outground cricket out again next year.
In comes Barker, bowls, and ducking underneath that is Tom Allsop. That wasn't far over his head, actually, and it's gone through to Ben Brown, and there is no run. In terms of the counties who are in favour of keeping it to 14, you able to divulge who they are, John, or...?
I mean, it's pretty much been described in the press, but Surrey and Somerset have been the most vocal, and I think that Yorkshire are committed through, and Middlesex through a members' vote. I think those are the main 4 that are strongly committed. But it can all change, and it's all subject to conversations that are all going on now.
Barker is in bowls. On his toes as Allsop plays this to square leg, and there is no run. End of another over. Sussex on 99 for 6. Tom Allsop on 33. Jack Carson on 1. We've had 43 overs of the innings, and you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent. Adrian Harms in conversation with the Sussex chair, John Philby, in confirmation that Sussex are going with the proposal of 13 county championship matches for next season.
Yeah.
A couple of other points, and this was a point, I'll try and find the email, talking about, again, it's not directly linked to this, John, but about county championship cricket in general, and I know there's a lot going on, but is there any thought to a change in the rules? There's a lot of people have been in touch about the amount of points that are awarded for draws, John. Is that something that's up for discussion at some stage?
It will be up for discussion. I would expect that it is talked about. The schedule's taking priority at the moment, schedule and format taking priority, and then the rules will be talked about.
In bowls, Carson drives firmly to mid-off. So that's something that will be on the agenda. Is that, when you talk to chairs, John, around the country during the season, is that something that has been discussed, the amount of points for a draw?
It's really interesting. Many people respond to that by saying that the most important thing is the quality of pitches that are played on.
Interesting. In again, bowls. Carson is forward, played into the offside, no run.
And one of the things about reducing the amount of points for a draw is that it increases the likelihood of results pitches, but are not really good for the development of cricketers and not really good for cricket in this country. So it's not a given that the points...
In again, bowls. Carson swings that away onto the leg side. Has that gone all the way for 6? No, it has. It's gone away for 4 runs. Carson goes to 5 and Sussex to 103 for 6.
It's not a given that some people think that a reduction of the points for draw is a good idea. So that's to be discussed. And in my opinion, having discussed this a lot with particularly Paul Farbrace, is if you are going to reduce the points for a draw, then you need to have tighter controls about pitch quality.
And that message was from Stuart Noel. So thank you, Stuart, for that question. Phil Swift has been in touch. He says, Dear Adrian, I'm only interested in watching Sussex's county championship games. Could you ask Mr. Philby? Hang on a moment, as he comes. 14 again, bowls, and Carson plays this firmly down the offside of the track, and there is no run. If Sussex are successful in reducing the number of those games from 14 to 13, can he assure me there'll be a commensurate reduction in my membership subscription next year?
No, that's quite unlikely. We're not in a... We need to grow revenues, not shrink revenues.
Taken again, bowls, and Carson eases that one through. There's going to be a run out here. Well, actually, there isn't going to be a run out, and Sussex are going to pick up a single. But for a moment, there was a complete misunderstanding between Carson and Allsop. Carson playing it away through the offside. And at one stage, both batters were stranded in the middle of the pitch, but there was a misfield by James Fuller. And the net result of that is that Carson picks up a single. He goes to 6, and Sussex to 104 for 6.
With Sussex Cricket, it's just about to announce that there'll be a price freeze, so membership fees won't go up. But if there are 6 or 7 home championship games next year and an extra 50 over game, we would still think that's fantastic value for money.
Retain again over the wicket this time. Bowls to Allsop, who's defending. The ball goes through to Brown, then bounces to first slip. There is no run. End of the over. 104 for 6. Allsop 33. Carson 6. I guess with 13, one of the other questions that springs to mind, John, I guess there could therefore be 6 county championship matches here in a season. There could be 7.
Yes, that's right.
And that would depend presumably on where you finished in that group.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Couple of other questions not related specifically to the change. We've had a 10:30 start in this game, and there was an email that came from a Hampshire member through to Kevin James, and something we discussed in commentary yesterday, to say, are 10:30 starts in the championship across the season something that's up for debate?
It's not something that I've ever discussed with people, but it's a perfectly sensible suggestion. In my experience, the players arrive at the ground at about 8:30, between 8:30 and 9 o'clock, and there would be nothing to stop them playing cricket at 10:30.
Would you be in favour of that?
I'm not sure. I've spent the last 40 odd years watching cricket matches starting at 11 between April and August, and so I'd probably get confused if it moved up past 10. But I think it's a close thing. It's not a bad idea. I'm not sure what the major positives would be.
We've got Carl Abbott back into the attack, bowling to Jack Carlson, who defends down the offside. There is no wrong. But I think there's a feeling generally that half the day is gone by the time you get to 11 o'clock, and a 10:30 start, maybe that allows time for, if you do get weather interruptions, if you get bad light, that sort of thing, it just gives a little more time in the day.
Yeah, I'm definitely not against it. I know around the world cricket starts much earlier than 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
So some places in the world it starts at 9, 9:30, 10 o'clock. So yeah, it's not a bad thing for us to think about.
In comes... he's bowling! Kyle Abbott has bowled Jack Carlson. Carlson was forward. It's another wicket to Kyle Abbott, and this has been a tremendous display of quick bowling from Kyle Abbott. Bowling down the hill, Carlson is on his way. 4 wickets for Kyle Abbott, 4 for 28, and Sussex are 104 for 7. And Carlson is on his way. That's a good delivery. It's nipped back as well, John. We can see that on the replay.
Very good delivery. I mean, it was the perfect delivery, wasn't it? Hitting the top of off stump, nip back from outside, and very good ball.
Well, Kevin James was saying how much Kyle Abbott is enjoying his cricket at Hampshire this season, and that's a wonderful piece of bowling. 4 for 28, Sussex 104 for 7 here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Surrey. Another question for John from Ian, who says, is there any thought of possibly trying to win the One Day Cup next season? Lots of other counties play overseas players, and we treat it... Well, I'm only reading what Ian says here. I don't necessarily agree with what he's saying.
Read it.
He says, we treat it as a bit of a joke.
No, well, it's a fair question. The last sentence is nonsense, frankly. We don't treat it as a joke at all. We treat it as a very important part of the development of young cricketers. And Archie Lenham and Bertie Foreman and the other young players, Dan Ibrahim, who had the opportunity to play professional cricket as a result of that approach, benefits very, very strongly from that. We also take the view that spending scarce resources on overseas players for that competition, we seek to spend the money that we've got on overseas players on the 2 main competitions, the T20 and the County Championship. I don't think that'll change next year. In due course, it might change. It's not at all that we treat it as a joke. Far from it. We do treat it as a development opportunity for young players. And the feedback that we've had from supporters is that everybody really enjoyed that competition this year.
Aberdeen bowls to the new batter, who's Finn Hudson-Prentice, plays the first ball out into the covers, and there is no run. These other questions are very Sussexy, so I do apologise to our listeners, maybe from Hampshire or elsewhere, who perhaps are not, who won't be as invested as perhaps some of the people are. I've got a question about a new chief executive. Pete Fitzboyden is standing down from his position. Any news on an appointment, or has the position been advertised, John?
I'm doing this now, and at 2 o'clock I've got a meeting to talk about what process we're going to adopt to search for the new chief executive.
Abbott comes in, let go outside the off stump by Hudson-Prentice. There is no run.
And I think people can expect to see advertisements and announcements in the reasonably short term about that. But we'll scour the world and the cricketing world for the right person to succeed Pete, and we're very confident we'll find somebody great.
And Pete finishes his duties when, John?
In early November.
So you'd hope to have someone in place by then, or might you have to...
It's probably unlikely that we would do that. You'd have to find somebody that was immediately available, and most of the people that you might want are in jobs.
He comes up at bowl to Hudson-Prentice, who looks to flick this one away on the onside. He's struck on the pad. I got the feeling that was probably disappearing down the leg side. We'll probably see the replay in a couple of moments' time. It was a stifled appeal from Abbott. Sussex remained on 104 for 7, also upon 33. Hudson-Prentice yet to score. So that's pretty much those questions that I've had. John, what else can you tell us about what's going on around Sussex Cricket Club that you can tell me on air anyway?
Well, the best thing that happened was on Saturday evening here, when maybe the best cricket match of the season was played here.
In comes Abbott again, bowls to Hudson-Prentice down the leg side. Ben Brown gets a glove on it, but can't prevent a single being taken. Let's hope to see if that's a leg bite or whether it's come off the bat. must have come off the bat. So Hudson Prentice on his way with a single 105 for 7.
It was the Swanepoel Cup final, which is the 30 over cup for visually impaired cricketers, and it was between Sussex and London Metro, who have been two of the very best visually impaired cricket teams around for several years. And I was here on Saturday afternoon, and they played the most brilliant game of cricket. London Metro batted first, scored 177, and Sussex Sussex captain is called Dan Field, and he's one of the very best visually impaired cricketers in the country. He's played a lot for England. He's played in the Ashes. He's played in the World Cup. He was guiding Sussex safely home to victory, and then he got out with about 60 needed off 10 overs, and wickets kept falling, and it got down to the last over. Sussex needed 7 to win off 6 balls. Got down to the last ball, and Sussex needed 1 to win, and they sprinted through for the single and got the winning run, and it was just a glorious and brilliant event. And we're very proud in Sussex of the fact that we enable all cricketers to come and play here. And
Beyond 14 in bowls to Hudson Prentice, plays into the offside.
I think we were the first county to use our home professional venue as a venue for disability cricket. And this was another opportunity to do that, and it was absolutely joyous. So that's the best thing that's happened in Sussex cricket in recent weeks, without a doubt.
Wonderful. Hudson Prentice just waits. There's a slip and a short leg as Beyond 14 is going to come in again. Bowls, and Hudson Prentice defends down the offside of the track. We had an email in. Dear Adrian, thank you for the update from John. Please thank John for all his hard work. The proposal sounds a great idea. In John we trust.
Is that my brother writing him?
Yeah, I know. He comes 14 bowls. Hudson Prentice plays that into the offside. That's a genuine email.
No, I'm very grateful. I have had a number of comments like that over the last couple of days, and the support for this and the support for our approach, and clearly that this is all about protecting the county championship and making it better, not diminishing it in any sense.
Hudson Prentice uses his feet drills to short extra cover. There is no run.
And I think the fact that everybody knows that I watch every day of the county championship, so it's obvious that I care. It's obvious that I want it to be as good as it can be, and this, we think, is the best way to do that.
14 comes in and bowls. Hudson Prentice plays firmly into the covers, and there is a no run. And just to sort of wrap things up, because I know you're a busy man, John, and we're very grateful for your time. Is there will there be some sort of calls? You mentioned a few counties who are very much in favour of the 14. Do you think there'll be discussions maybe with some of those counties? In comes 14 bowls to Hudson Prentice, who defends. There is no run. End of the over, 105 for 7.
Yeah, I think those conversations have been ongoing. There was a meeting at Lord's a couple of weeks ago where everybody was there, and we talked very openly about that. And I'm sure that there have been individual conversations. Nick Pike, who's the outstanding chair of Hampshire cricket, is with us today, and him and I are talking about this. He wished me luck as I came over to do this, and we will be talking about the fixture schedule. Everybody is, all the members are, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and talk to the people that are watching the live stream and enjoying Sussex cricket. It's good to get absolute clarity of where we are at the moment. And let's just hope that next week's a good week and we get some resolutions.
Abbott comes in bowls to also let that go outside the off stump, taken by Brown, no run. And we'll let you go in a minute. John, just to say, because people listening to us may not know much about a chair of a cricket club, but this is all voluntary, isn't it? This is all your time. You're not getting paid for this.
No, that is right. It is a voluntary role. I've been coming here since 1971. I used to sit on the grass over there. And if you'd said to me that in 2025 I was sitting talking on live radio to Adrian Harms about the fixture schedule,
Aberdeen bowls let go by Allsop outside the off-stump, taken
I think
by Brown.
I'd have been quite amused by that, but I would have also thought, wow, that I'd be doing something that's worthwhile, and I think it really is worthwhile. It's a privilege to do this, and frankly, I love it. So there's no element in which I'm concerned whether I get paid to do it or not, really.
Well, I think that email sums things up. Thank John for all his hard work. The proposal sounds a great idea. In John we trust. So, and certainly I was at the meeting. I stood at the back yesterday evening as in comes Abbott around the wicket bowls to Alsop, who drives through the covers. He's just going to pick up a single, is Tom Alsop. He goes to 34, Sussex to 100. And 6 for 7. Mel and Kevin are in the box. I don't know whether you guys have got any questions you'd like to pose to John, or whether we've covered all the angles. Mel's going to ask separately when you leave. Yeah, there'll be more. There'll be more searching questions. I'm far too nice. I shouldn't be doing this job, really. I'm no Robin Day or whatever. But so we'll just wait for this over to finish as Abbott makes his way in down the hill and bowls to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who lets that go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. Anything else to talk about, John? Anything else on the horizon? Much? I know there's been a bit of discussion about floodlights here and various things. Is that anything new floodlights on the horizon?
I think new floodlights would be part of how we're going to invest some of the 100 money. These floodlights are getting on for 30 years old, and they're outdated technology. The floodlights' ability to replicate natural light are much better than they used to be.
In comes Abbott bowls. Hudson-Prentice defends into the offside, no run.
And the sooner we can get that done, probably the better. We've got a plan for the redevelopment of the ground, and probably this time next year there'll be a building project we'll start in the south-west corner of the ground, where we'll build a hospitality suite with a dining room for 280 people that we hope will be the best dining room in Brighton. And we Sussex Cricket, in order to sustain our future, needs to have a business model that's based on cricket and non-cricket activity.
Bowls. Oh, did he pad up there, Finn Hudson-Prentice, or did he get a little nick? I wasn't too sure which one it was, but either way, umpire White has decided it's not.
I thought he was about a foot outside off stump and it hit his pad.
And it's
yeah.
Yes, it was. End of the over, 106 for 7. And final question, and then I'll let you go because I know you've got guests waiting.
I'm quite happy to talk to Mel, by the way, on air, if that's helpful.
No, well, there we are. Would you like to talk now? Talking about the 100 money, is sort of the money arriving in the bank account at the moment, John?
No, it's held by the ECB and we have to apply to utilise it. So, it's not arriving in our bank account, but we are starting to formulate thoughts on it. And the investment in the new stand will be one of the things that we do.
In comes beyond 14 bowls to Tom Alsop, who's forward, plays it onto the onside, and there is no run. What, do you sort of apply for it, then it's drawn down?
Yeah, and it has to be spent on specific things.
Yeah.
Which include ground redevelopment to enable business growth, which include reserves and paying off debts and so on.
14 bowls to Tom Alsop, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. And just one final question, because I know that generally chairs have a certain amount of tenure that they're in for.
Yeah.
I think yours is coming up for. I don't know whether I'm going to ask the question. Can you stand again? What's happening there, John, or can't you say?
No, I can say.
Right, great. Comes to 14 over the wicket bowls. Alsop plays into the offside and picks up a single fielded by Orr. One more to Alsop. He's batting very nicely here. He goes to 35 against his former county, 107 for 7.
So what happened there is that at the annual general meeting this year, my tenure was finished, and the board recommended to the members that I was extended for a year as chair, and the members at the annual general meeting this year said, we don't want him to only do it for 1 year, we'd like him to do it for 3.
14 again bowls, and Hudson-Prentice plays that through backward point. Pick up a couple of runs down towards the players' balcony at the far end.
And then the board had to go away and consider whether that was possible. And next Monday there's a special general meeting at which it will be considered by the members whether we should extend my period as chair to April 2027. And if that's agreed, then that will be done.
Hudson-Prentice waits. 14 is on his way. Round the wicket bowls. Hudson-Prentice defends into the offside, and there is no run. So it would be extended, and you would go through to April
27. So it'll be another 2 cricket seasons.
Okay.
Actually, it'll be April 28, wouldn't it? It's 2 more cricket seasons
right
after this: the 26th season, 27th season.
14 again, bowls. Hudson Prentice is beaten outside the off stump. Ben Brown whips off the bails, but there is...
It's all a bit boring and convoluted, but the Sport England guidance and the ECB guidance says that you should only be on a board of any professional sports organisation, county cricket, for 9 years. My 9 years were up, which is why they had to get a 1 year extension. But the rules also say that if you're the chair at the time that's up, then you can extend to a maximum of 6 years as chair, because it's felt that 6 years as chair is a reasonable amount of time for somebody to come in, get to understand the job, understand the people, understand the relationships with the main stakeholders, and do the job. And therefore a 6 year period as chair is a sensible thing to go for. And that's the thinking, that rather than just finish after 4 years.
Can't have it in bowls to Allsop defence.
I can extend to 6, and that's what's going on.
Wonderful.
And then it's for others to decide, not me, whether that happens.
And that's happening on Monday.
There's a meeting next Monday to talk about it. Yeah.
Well, good luck, John. Can I just say thank you again, because we're very lucky that you come and talk to us. It's not every chair of county cricket clubs who are prepared to come and take questions, particularly live on the radio. So thank you, and I really appreciate your time. I'm going to let Mel loose on you now. She's probably got some very searching questions. But John, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Dave.
So that's John Philby, the Sussex chair. I'm delighted to welcome him to the commentary box today. And so you heard firsthand exactly what the proposal is for next season, and exactly the way that Sussex are going to vote as Tom Allsop picks up a single. Kevin's going to come back and join us, and I know Mel's going to do a journalistic bit with John and have a natter away, which I'm sure will be an article which will probably appear in the Cricketer or somewhere. I expect at some future date. Other cricketing magazines are, of course, available. As we have to say on the impartial BBC. 110 for 7. Hudson Prentice on 3. Allsop on 36. As in comes kind of racing down the hill. Bowls to Hudson Prentice, who plays this firmly into the offside. And there is no run. Kevin James back with us. Well, that's a lot clearer than I originally thought in terms of the way the structure is going to work. I understand it now. And big thanks to John for coming, having a natter and telling us all about it, whether you agree or disagree. And to say it's far from certain these proposals will go through anyway, Kevin.
Yeah, it's interesting taking out one or two bits in that, isn't it, really? And I still think it leaves questions unanswered.
Aberdeen bowls. Nice shot by Hudson Prentice. Clips that one away through mid-wicket. All got a hand to it. He took some of the pace off the ball, but I don't think he's going to prevent it going for 4 runs, and indeed he doesn't. And it's a nice shot by Hudson Prentice, who goes to 7. And Sussex to 114 for 7.
I mean, not unique to Sussex, but it just seems as though we're still not 100% clear as to whether there's relegation this year. And we're getting down to the final 2 matches of the season. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, John was saying, wasn't he, that the first thing is that they're going to, if this gets a grab, and I guess if the proposal doesn't go through, there will be, the status quo will remain, so 2 sides will go down. In comes Abbott bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays into the offside, no run. And clearly, from what John was saying, it's been all-consuming, hasn't it, for the whole summer. These negotiations have been going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all sort of heard little bits here and there during the summer, and the counties can't come to a general consensus, and that seems as though that might continue. But it still doesn't answer the question: is are we getting relegation or aren't we? And here we are in nearly the middle of September. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Abbott in bowls. Hudson Prentice drives firmly, only as far as backward point, and there is no run. So another Kyle Abbott goes by 15 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 35. Wonderful figures.
So here's one, and this is me probably just being me, really. Let's say, for instance, you are facing relegation, and several counties are, and you bring in an overseas player at your own expense, and it's cost you a lot of money to make sure you finish outside the bottom 2, and then this vote miraculously gets decided that there's no relegation. What do you do then? Do you claim back that money that you've spent trying to get out of relegation when actually there was never any relegation there in the first place? I mean, it just throws up all sorts of dilemmas and issues. Bizarre.
So, Over to you, Kev.
14. And down the wicket comes also.
I mean, I presume, as John was saying, that they can have this vote. So if the vote doesn't get carried, then there will be 2 up, 2 down. If the vote does get carried, then the next stage is that they'll decide. Well, that's what John was saying, wasn't it? They'll decide what they're going to do.
Turn away on the leg side. I think it was inside edge onto the pad more than anything. Also, will pick up a single, moves on to 37, 115. Or 7. Well, there's no, yeah.
And it's very difficult, for someone like John, who's got, the very best interests of the game at heart. It must have been like banging your head on a brick wall for all of this. Just trying to get people to agree the best way forward.
Yeah, but I think it's important to emphasise that all John is explaining there is the way Sussex will vote, isn't it? There's no. It doesn't mean that everybody else is going to vote it. It doesn't mean that there's enough people voting for that actually will get passed. A slight leading edge there as Hudson Prentice was looking to play that away on the onside. So it's no more than that, is it? It's just that they've obviously now Sussex are going to say, right, that's the way we're voting.
That's the way we're going to vote, yeah. So we wait to see what happens next week.
14 around the wicket to Hudson Prentice, who's on the back foot, bowled. Keeps a little though, it's scurried through. And if Hudson Prentice is honest, he probably should have come forward there. And he's out for 7, 115 for 8.
Yes, he was, wasn't he? Neither forward nor back, and I think he knows that, Finn Hudson Prentice, as he wanders off the field. He just sort of twirls his bat, throws it into the air. Well, it's been a good morning here for Hampshire. Kevin, they've picked up 5 wickets. The lead is 111, and this game is moving on apace. And that's, in terms of a result in the game, if the weather isn't as bad over the next 2 days as is forecast, whoever loses this game is going to come out with a very minimal return of points. And if relegation does come into play at the end of the season, whichever side that is has got a sort of an anxious couple of games to come.
Yeah, well, the rain may have a final say in this yet, but we're doing our best, aren't we, to try and get as much play in as possible before this rain forecast comes tomorrow. It just goes to show that with almost 2 innings completed now, that Ben Brown's innings of 71 is becoming even more important than we thought.
Yes. And
the fact that he was dropped, not a particularly hard chance behind the wicket on 18, is also becoming a little dear. And Tom Alsop's innings of 37 not out currently is very important. He needs to have support here to allow him to get a few more and get Sussex closer to that Hampshire first innings total of 226.
Well, I say this every time Ollie Robinson comes out to bat, that Ollie Robinson can bat. He's made a first-class 100. I know it was a long time ago, but he can bat. But his batting in recent years hasn't been his strength, I think is fair to say. And I just wonder here against the spinner whether Robinson might think that he's just going to go for a quick 20 or 30 here, because he'll be eyeing up this leg side boundary, and he certainly likes to hit the ball straight down the ground. So we'll see what happens here.
He's got a short leg in and a slip, and he's gone for the sweep shot straight away. He's gone LBW. Well, I think that was a premeditated shot.
Yep.
It just felt like he'd come in with the intention of sweeping, and the very first delivery, he swept across a straight ball. He's not given himself any chance there. He is plumb in front, and 14 is on a hat-trick.
Well, I said that, didn't I? He'll go one of 2 ways, and he likes that. There we are, swept across the line. He's out LBW, and Ollie Robinson's gone. And we will now not go to lunch at 12:30, because 9 wickets are down, and the final man is coming out, Jade Evanukhat. So Sussex have lost 6 wickets this morning, Kevin. And Hampshire very much in the ascendancy.
Yeah, well, we said it at the start, didn't we, really? Hampshire just had to bowl accurately and make sure that they were making the Sussex batters play every ball, because if they did that, then it was going to be particularly tough, and so it's proved. Not one Hampshire bowler has had an average spell, which might not just have helped things. They've all been on the money. They've all put pressure on the Sussex batters, and if you do that, then it is pretty difficult out there.
It certainly is. We were talking about Fidel Edwards a little bit earlier on, Kevin, and we'll get to this hat-trick in a minute. And Chris has been in touch, Chris Gape, and he says, pleased you brought up Fidel Edwards bowling down the hill. I was there that day, sitting in the corporate box area. Fidel was lightning fast. I'll never forget some of the bounces that flew past Luke Wright's head. I bet Luke hasn't forgotten either. All the best, said Chris. I mean, it was a staggeringly fast piece of bowling. Down, I don't think. Well, I'd have been standing at square leg facing it, because I reckon even you, Kev, who was a professional cricketer, would have probably not fancied that too much.
No, as we said at the time, Sussex were going through this sort of slight change and trying to make the wicket a little bouncier and a little quicker, and it wasn't quite panning out that way, so it was a little up and down, and the last thing you want to be doing is facing a bowler as quick as Fidel was, and especially coming down the wicket, which allowed him to perhaps bowl a little quicker than normal, and the fact that he was enjoying seeing the ball absolutely race past people's heads, which a lot of fast bowlers do like. I think that encouraged him even more. So it wasn't nice. I felt from one or two of the Sussex batters that day, I have to say, or that game.
Well, let's see if we can get a hat trick here. Over to you.
Well, here we go then. So there are 5 men around the bat. Unad Kat is the batter, charged with keeping Fortain out. Here we go, around the wicket, and he's forward. It's a perfect forward defensive shot, maybe something that Ollie Robinson might take note of. And he survives 115 for 9.
I just wonder here, Kevin, I mean, obviously this can't happen now, the follow-on can't happen, but I just wondered if it was a possibility with the rain around, do you think Hampshire would have been forced to follow on here if they'd had the chance to?
I think yes, probably, but obviously, we're not quite that close. I mean, Abbott's bowled 15, Barker's bowled 13. Theoretically, if we're to believe the weather, we're not going to get a lot of play tomorrow, so I think Hampshire probably would have put Sussex in again, and just said, look, you're probably going to have your feet up most of the day tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. But that can't happen because Sussex are 115 for 9, but they still trail by 111, which in this match
huge
is a lot of runs. So, Tom Alsop is facing, the field is widely spread. Ben Brown is directing operations, a little bit like a traffic warden out there at the moment as he sort of gets his troops. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fielders. 6 fielders on the boundary edge, 7 fielders on the boundary edge. As in comes Abbott racing in down the hill, bowls to Alsop, and Alsop is beaten, and Ben Brown is beaten as well, and the ball's going to run away for 4 runs. 4 byes. That's the second lot of 4 byes that Ben Brown has conceded. I have to say that was particularly difficult. It was spearing away down the leg side, and the Hampshire skipper diving away couldn't prevent it going for 4 runs.
Kept low as well.
It did.
Horrible bobble in front of him.
119 for 9. Tom Alsop on 37. Comfortably the highest scorer for Sussex in this innings. He surveys the field. 3 men on the rope on the onside. As Abbott comes tearing in, bowls to Alsop, and Alsop plays that into the offside. But he's obviously got faith in Anecdotes. They've taken one, they're going to look for 2, but if the throw goes to the right end, that's a good bit of work actually in the field, because Tom Alsop is like a hair between the sticks, and he was looking to come back for a second, but it was never there. And was that Toby Albert chasing across and has prevented a second run being taken. So it means that Kyle Abbott has now got 4 deliveries to bowl at the Sussex number 11, J. David Nugcat.
His first class average is 16, so he's not a total number 11, is he?
No.
Has 8 first class 50s.
Yeah, so he certainly knows how to hold a bat. 2 slips in place, and Abbott is on his way down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls, and Nugcat swings. The ball hits the pad, and Ben Brown tidies up behind the stumps, and there is no run. So lunch will be delayed for... is it 8 overs, Kevin? I always get very confused with all these rules because there's 9 wickets down. I think you could have up to 8 overs, so we could have quite a late lunch here today. And this game moving on apace. We've still got another 67 overs left in the day. And suddenly batting is not easy. Abbott in bowls, and Nugcat looks to clip this one on the leg side. Let's see if that came off the pad or whether it came off the bat. The umpire is not making any signals. That obviously came off a Nugcat's bat. So he's on his way in Sussex to 120 for 9.
Yeah, it's important Tom Alsop nurses this situation now. He's got to try and get as many runs out of this last wicket as they can. It's a big deficit, 105 on this pitch.
Yes, it is. As the field again spreads to allow Alsop the single. But with 4 wickets already in, bowls to Alsop. He tucks this one away on the leg side and picks up a single, which with just 1 ball to go in the over seems a very sensible thing to do. He goes to 39. Doesn't seem to have been affected, does he, by that blow that he took against for the Trent Rockets in the 100. A very nasty blow that he took with the ball going through his grill, or between the grill and the peak, and it was a very nasty injury indeed. But he's batted really well here today, Tom Alsop. Without him, Sussex would be in even more of a mess. As Abbott is back to his mark at the far end of the ground, runs towards us, bowls, and look at this steadfastly forward, punches to mid-off. Keith Barker is trying to encourage J. Devon Nugcat to take the single, but he won't do so. The over finishes, and Sussex are 122 for 9, trailing by 104.
I got an email here earlier from Mike Martin. Obviously, we've had John Philby on, so I haven't been able to read a couple out. He says, I've been wrestling with the Hampshire's team for the 50-over final. That's a week on Saturday after Hampshire have been in the T20 finals day. Yes, they're in 2 finals this year. Ever since,
right?
Yeah, have I not mentioned that yet? Ever since we made it through, says Mike, with the injury to Joe Weatherly, I assume he won't be ready. Sadly, no, he won't. He's out for the rest of the season. So with Ali Orr and Nick Gubbins opening and Middleton at 3, we need a number 4. And Toby Albert showed in the T20 that he has the power. I would say very much that might be our top 4. Scott Curry has also earned a place with his fantastic performance in the semis versus Yorkshire. Agree with that. Should be a great game. Just hoping we don't make history by winning the double and getting relegated. Well, as you just heard in the last hour, that nothing's been decided, so nobody knows at the moment. Which is incredible to think that we are into the third last round of fixtures and nobody knows if there's relegation or not. I mean, how crazy is that? Here's Fortain, bowls to Alsop, who's forward. The field is scattered, encouraging Alsop to take a single. Doesn't take it, although it goes back to the bowler. So the score remains at 122 for 9. And Sussex trail by 104. 6 wickets have fallen this morning, 42 for 3. Sussex resumed as Fortain's in and bowls. Alsop works out with a bit of commentary in between. He says, Hampshire doing okay, they certainly are. He says, Lloyd's and Curry night on Friday. Bournemouth Evening Cricket League still survives. Remember speaking?
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Alison. Not a great morning for Sussex. Sorry, Kevin just interrupted the commentary there. Sussex 122 for 9. Would you believe they've lost 6 wickets this morning? Very much indebted to Tom Alsop, who has made 39 not out. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey have been working their way slowly through the Warwickshire batting order this morning. They're 206 for 8 Warwickshire. That in reply to the Surrey total of 246. As Alsop swings that ball away on the leg side, and he is gone, and the final wicket goes down. So apologies, Tom Alsop on his way for 39. Sussex are 122 all out, trailing by 104. Another wicket for Bjorn Fortain. My apologies to Kevin James, having to interrupt his commentary there, as they came to us for the update from BBC Radio Sussex. But what a morning for Hampshire, Kevin. Terrific stuff.
Yeah, 7 wickets and less than 100 runs added. I think I'll make it about 80 runs added off a quick calculation off the top of my head. Also going for the big hit. Getting caught in the deep. And yeah, it's a
80.
deficit. Yeah. And also being caught by Nick Gubbins out there. That's a rare position for Nick Gubbins to field out at deep mid-wicket. I had to hesitate to see who caught that one. But yeah, we'll have lunch. And when we come back out, Sussex have got a job on here. But if they bowl as well as Hampshire have done this morning, then Hampshire will find it equally as difficult.
Just a word on the Sussex batting. I mean, Hampshire have bowled really well here. I thought Kyle Abbott has been fantastic. your thoughts on the Sussex batting performance? I mean, is it just a difficult wicket to bat on, or do you think there's been one or two poor shots?
Well, it's probably a little bit of both, but that often happens when you've got a difficult wicket, because one or two batters will go out there and say, well, I'm not hanging around for, a 50 ball 10 or as such, so there'll be different batters that will approach their innings in different ways. What's right and what's wrong. If you are playing positively and it comes off, then all of a sudden people say, well, perhaps that's the way to play. But I think gutsing it out is also difficult. Ben Brown did it yesterday and got 71, but other players tried and it didn't work. And one or two of the Sussex players have done that as well, tried to guts it out. But there's always been a ball there that's going to take a wicket. But there was no let up. If it wasn't Abbott, it was Barker, and if it wasn't Barker, it was Fortain, because there's a little bit of spin there. So as a batter, how do you play on this wicket? You've got to work out. The worst thing to do is come out and not have a plan. If you have a plan and it doesn't work, well, that's unlucky on you. But I think it's fairly safe to say, after what we saw yesterday, and we thought 250 was about par, maybe 220 is par, maybe above. I'm not sure 122 is right, but I'm sure Sussex will do a lot better second time around. But they are under the cosh here, no doubt.
Shows what a good knock it was from Ben Brown yesterday. That 71 has really been almost the difference between the two sides, really. So we're going to have a break. We're going to have a cup of tea and a sandwich, and be back with you at about 1:10 for the afternoon session. Thanks for listening. Thanks for all your emails. Thank you again to John Philby for coming up and telling us about the restructure, or the proposed restructure of the county championship. And Mel will be back with us as well with more tales of hotel accommodation, etc. But thanks for listening. We'll speak to you a bit later.
Welcome back to the county ground here in Hove, where the lunch break is coming to an end. And the two umpires, Nigel Long and Rob White, are out there enthusiastically as ever, waiting for the two batters. And the two batters on this occasion will come from Hampshire, because Sussex have already been bowled out this morning. They resumed on 42 for 3, and they were bowled out for 122. Yes, they only added 80 this morning for their last 7 wickets. 4 for Kyle Abbott, 4 for 38. Bjorn Fortuyn, the South African left-arm spinner, brought over at short notice, playing in this game and playing at T20 Finals Day. He picked up 4 for 30, and he was on a hat-trick. Only Tom Alsop, formerly of Hampshire, put up any resistance. He was the last man out for 39. It means that Hampshire have a lead of 104. Your commentary team this afternoon is still Adrian Harms, but he's having an extended lunch break because it was a particularly big sandwich that came out of that package. Did you notice, Mel? That takes more than a lunchtime to eat that one. It's myself, Kevin James, and Melinda Fowle that will take you through this first period of play.
I had a normal size sandwich.
Well, you would do, because you're sensible. But Adrian's eyes lit up when he saw the biggest sandwich, the biggest roll on the draining board in the kitchen, and he had to pick it up.
Yours isn't small.
No, it isn't. But I said I won't eat all mine. I will be professional and start this session. Whereas Adrian said, no, I'm determined to finish off mine.
Well, you better get all your lunches in while you can, because this game is moving at a rather rapid pace, shall we say. Heavens above that we're now back here with Orr facing Robinson, where we were yesterday morning, and Robinson is in. First ball's just clipped up to mid-on. No run. Yes, it's definitely been one where the ball has dominated, and it didn't get any easier this morning. I was wondering if it might sort of flatten out a little bit day 2, but it's just that the seam movement that's been on offer. There's been plenty in it for the spinners as well. And only Ben Brown has been able to offer a lot of resistance. Here's Robinson once more, and this again is just clipped away nicely through mid-wicket. They will take a single. That gets them off the mark, or off the mark. The left-hand, right-hand combination. There's a flurry of movement as the fielders run from one side to the other.
Now, Mel, obviously, whilst we were eating our lunch and trying to get it all in before the start of play in the afternoon session, we were chatting loads as well. I didn't notice what sort of roller was put on the pitch during that lunch break. I'm just wondering if it was a heavy roller, and I must admit, I don't know. Then that may have some sort of effect. If it wasn't, and it was just the light roller, then I think we'll expect more of the same.
Yeah, that's a very good question. 4 slips in for Middleton, about to face his first ball from Robinson, who bowls and just angles it in. It goes through to the keeper outside the off stump. What Robinson was able to do so well yesterday was get that nip backer absolutely ferociously coming back in, combined with some really awkward bounce as well. I don't think any of the bowlers haven't actually exploited the conditions. When you think of Robinson, when you think of Hunt, when you think of Abbott, in comes Robinson. This one is just thumped out into the offside. They'll scamper through for a very well run single, so that gets Middleton off the mark. And everyone changes again. The left-hand, right-hand combination at work. Or the left-hander now taking his guard. They've got a slightly different field for Orr. They've got 3 slips in for him, but they've also got a leg slip. They've got a short leg as well. If that is Carter in there again at short leg, he took a terrific catch yesterday. Robinson in again. It's a foolish delivery. And Orr just gets behind that and pushes it up to mid-off. No run.
Well, a lead of over 200 here, 220, 230.
That's going to be tough, isn't it?
Tricky, isn't it?
Very, very tough. So it is, and that Ben Brown innings, he was dropped on 18 as well. So that was really important that he kept going after that. Just waiting for an awkward short ball as Robinson is around the wicket, angling in, and shoulders, arms. There was a bit of excitement. It passed over the stumps. Just have another look and see how closely. It's that nip back up. He bowled that so well yesterday, did Ollie Robinson. The decent ball, again, just a little bit too short to really threaten the stumps. After the first over, it is 2 for 1.
Yeah, generally that
2 for none. Didn't say 2 for 1. 2 for none.
Generally, that sort of professional length that bowlers bowl has been a length that, even if it's darted around, it's generally gone over the stumps, isn't it? It just needs to be a few inches fuller. But of course, a lot of bowlers wouldn't want to bowl too much fuller because you run the risk of being driven. So you're asking, especially with a new ball, I think you're generally going to see it going over the top of the stumps, which is maybe why there's been some close calls for LBW that the umpires have said no. As the good ball gets a little bit older, it doesn't bounce quite so much. Here's Unad Cat, left arm over, bowls, and that's a leading edge from Middleton as that squeezes out to point. So we're on the live picture feed via the Sussex Cricket website. We're also on the BBC Sport website and app. Smart speakers as well. What you say is, most smart speakers, you say, ask BBC Sounds to play Sussex versus Hampshire. And that should come out of your smart speaker. So several ways that you can watch and listen. As Unad Cat comes in again up the hill. Bowls, forward is Middleton.
I've got some exciting news for you.
More exciting news, Mel.
I always do, don't I?
You do, you come up with the goods.
I went down and I met Ginger Nutty Kaz.
Ah, yes.
I did see her at lunchtime. She was down there. She asked me to sign a book and a shirt.
The Travis Head shirt that she was wearing?
No, and that is Travis Head's shirt. She got it in an auction. So it's like a sweatshirt, well, sort of muscle tank, isn't it?
And a cat in, 3 slips weight as Middleton bowled. Oh, and that stump has rocketed out of the ground. Off stump, knocked out. And Middleton goes for 1. And Hampshire have lost their first wicket in this second innings. They are 2 for 1.
Doesn't get any easier, does it? And as I said, all the bowlers have been exploiting these conditions. And, Mad Cat has angled the ball in and it's just gone straight through. Just a little bit of movement. Not a lot, but I think he's also maybe done him for pace a bit there as well. It's just clattered into the stumps. So that is the first wicket to fall, and I suspect we might see a few more in this session.
Wow, so that is the 8th wicket that's fallen, and we've only just started the afternoon session.
Well, we had 13 yesterday, and we thought that was pretty good going. Heavens above.
Wow. Yes, more about your friend.
Oh, Ginger Nutty Kaz. Yeah, so she had an Australian shirt, and the back of it, it's like, had all sorts of people sign it, for Steve Smith, everyone who's come and played here. She's a mad Sussex fan. And on the front, she had the signature of Amanda Jade Wellington, Australian leg spinner, and she asked me to sign it, and I felt a bit bad. I said, I think I'm devaluing your shirt a little bit here, but you know.
On the contrary.
I'm down with that. So yes, I feel very honoured to be asked.
That is nice, actually. I hope you signed above Amanda Jade Wellington and not below.
I would say that, no. Amanda Jade Wellington, I will describe it after this ball.
Nick Gubbins to face Unad Cat, left armour to left-hander, swings away, left alone.
So if you're looking at the front of the shirt, I would say, or if you're wearing the shirt, Amanda Jade Wellington is just above the right breast, and I sign just above the left breast.
Oh, right. So on the same level as Amanda. So you're on the same level as AJW. That's about right.
I'm so not.
I mean, you are to journalism what AJW is to cricket.
No.
What?
No. Not enough spin.
Oh, Gubbins leaves that one alone, and what's it come off? Has it come off his elbow onto the stumps, or has it the ball off the glove through to gully? whatever, he's walking off. And that was a wicked delivery that seemed to just take off from short of a length. Gubbins tried to get out of the way and couldn't do it. Did here as Udakat comes in then and bowls. Oh, that's wide outside the off stump. Oh, that's.
And that has stayed really low. That's almost reached Simpson on the second. Pictures back now.
James Coles was the catcher, by the way. So yes, it's. I guess it came off the glove, didn't it?
Yeah, it's come off the glove.
Wow, that's got Sussex's tails up. It's got the crowd going, and all of a sudden, what's not been a great morning for Sussex with the bat, it's just changed the mood on the ground.
Well, it has, hasn't it? Maybe they fancy if they can run through them. Will it get easier to bat at any point? First ball of Robinson's new over is left alone outside the off stump. Just Ali Orr now back at the striker's end. Still got the 3 slips, a leg slip and the short leg. Again, that's the sign of just how Robinson has been able to get it seaming both ways. Now, we've just seen a replay, have we? I might get one after this ball as well. In comes Robinson, left alone again outside the off stump. Here we go. Right. It's a replay of the moment after the wicket's fallen. The guy's doing a terrific job, though. Here we go. We've got it. So he just leapt up. And I think actually it hasn't come off his glove. I think it's come off the face of his bat as he's tried to pull it out of the way. Wow.
Just nipped back on him and bounced.
Viciously. And he was pulling his bat out, and I think it's run off the face. In comes Robinson. Next ball is just circumspectly pushed into the onside, picked up by mid-on. No run. The fact that they've got the leg slip here and the short leg in, but they've got the 3 slips in, and also got a point there, just shows that they know Robinson can get that good bounce, and he's seaming it both ways, so there's every chance that the regulation slips are going to come into it, or that short leg at any moment. Robinson in again around the wicket. It's a big stride forward in defence from Orr. Goes back to Robinson, who picks it up himself.
You're seeing it again, and
you see what I mean?
Handle the bat.
I think it's hit the bat as he's tried to pull the bat out of the way.
What a start. What a start for Sussex.
Sheesh, what a start, all right.
So today, 9 wickets have... I reckon today, 9 wickets have fallen for 82.
Wow. Robinson in. Again, it's left alone by Orr as he raises his arms on high. And just with Robinson bowling just that fraction short of the ball, just, if I guess Orr is feeling that he can leave that. It's if Robinson does go any fuller at any point, or gets the ball to skid through and stay low, those stumps might come into play. It's hairy stuff here at Hove. It's Robinson bowls, and that's a full ball, and that has, it's squirted to first slip, and a little misfield by Tom Alsop means it's going to run away for 4. So not convincing, but it's runs on the board, and that he has got that, hasn't he? That just jagged away. I think it's jagged away and taken the edge. Let's have a look at this. What's that done, Kevin?
Yeah, off the outside bottom part of the bat.
It is just off the bottom. Wasn't sure if it had, bounced and
bounced in front of slip. Yeah. Yeah, it might have been a bit of movement as well there. Maybe Ali Orr slightly down the wrong line because it was angling in. But look, something happened virtually every ball here.
It is, and look who's back.
Undercat bowls left alone outside the off stump by Albert. Well, so 110 run lead at the moment looks pretty decent, but Sussex are on a roll here.
Well, Undercat's got figures of 2 for none.
The very observant Ralph Brooker, who's in France,
Hello, Ralph.
Cricket. Yes, he's a regular email. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says an ex-Sussex player top scored for Hampshire and an ex-Hampshire player top scored for Sussex.
Oh, wow. I like it. Symmetry.
That's a headline, isn't it? Albert's forward took a quick signal out into the covers. Every run needs to be taken here. Quite crucial. Hampshire move on to 7-4-2. Yes. Ben Brown top scoring for Hampshire. And Tom Alsop top scoring for Sussex. 39 in the Sussex innings was the top scorer. 71 in the Hampshire innings was the top scorer, which will give you an idea of how difficult this pitch has been.
And Ben Brown, I mentioned he was dropped on 18. An unusual one that was too.
Wasn't it? When a cat up the hill bowls, or just pushes that away up towards mid-on, where Ollie Robinson fields. Your mate is not in their position to our right in the ground.
No, she might have gone for lunch, I reckon. But yeah, that was an unusual one because...
You're going to sneeze, no problem.
Sorry, I was looking for the button. Apologies. Because he was distracted by...
A live sneeze on air.
Oh dear, I couldn't get to the button in time.
And the cat in again, and Elior pushes forwards. A little bit of shape on that one.
Yeah, we had a break in play because when he was dropped on 18, he was distracted by the sun shining off the handrail in the stand kind of to our left, which is something. And so we had this break in play while the ground staff ran across with covers to basically cover up the handrail. Most unusual.
Yeah, speaking to him last night, he actually said that he wished he'd done it a few balls ago because there was something that was, in the corner of his eye that was bothering him. And he said he was lucky to get through that. And then, of course, once that happened, having been dropped, as Wicket bouncer harmlessly through to John Simpson, he said he wished he'd done it a few balls before because he knew there was a bit of a problem. And then, of course, the drop catch meant he had to take action.
Well, it's like that, isn't it? If someone's shining something in your eye. So it's like that at Edgbaston. There's a point in the afternoon when you're looking out where the sun reflects off some of the windows of the buildings opposite, and it's all, you just can't stop seeing it, and it leaves spots on your eyes when you close them afterwards. I can understand that would be distracting.
8 for 2, around the wicket under Cat. Albert plays and misses, or does he play inside the line? Take your pick.
I reckon he's played inside the line. I'm going to give that one.
Yep.
I'm feeling generous. Well, we'll take another look.
He's had to play at that.
Okay. I was being too generous.
Adrian wants to do something.
He wants to do his update.
He's finished his rather a large role.
I'm going to hop out and let him update the world.
So, Ollie Cat completes his second over. Ollie Robinson with 2 overs behind him, none for 6. And Adrian's missed it all. Adrian's missed all the action in those first 4 overs. Sussex rampant here as Robinson's around the wicket. You better take over, actually, Adrian.
Bowls to Ali Orr, who plays. I was watching actually from next door, so I saw that was a brute of a ball that got Gubbins. Seemed to get up off a length. I mean, I was just sitting here chatting to someone. I said, the way this is going, it could almost be over today.
Well, looking at the weather forecast, it's if we're going to get a result, it's probably ideal that we do. But I'm not sure that would look good in terms of 2-day finish.
Just the umpires sort of on their radios when Gubbins was out. So I don't know what that was about. In comes Robinson around the wicket, bowls to Orr. Now, is that a chance? Is that a chance? If that's come off the bat, then he's spilled that. No, it's a bye. Yes, thanks very much indeed, Alison. Well, wickets are plenty here at Hove today because Sussex bowled out for just 122. They lost 7 wickets this morning for just 80 runs. Tom Alsop top scoring with 39. So the arrears on first innings is 104, but Hampshire in their second innings are already 9 for 2. 2 wickets for the Indian Jaydev and Nudkat. So 9 wickets have gone down in the match. The lead here for Hampshire is now 113. Meanwhile, at the Oval, plenty of wickets as well this morning. Warwickshire now 219 for 9. That in reply to the Surrey total yesterday of 246. Right. Hopefully they'll cut the live feed. I'm going to pull my headset out so we can actually hear myself. 4 slips. Toby Albert waits, he's on 1. Andy Orr at the other end on 6. Former Sussex player, of course, as comes Robinson now in bright sunshine. Bowls, and Albert lets that go outside the off stump, no run.
I was saying to Mel, I didn't notice over the lunch break whether there was a heavy or a light roller put on. My guess is that there wasn't a heavy roller, but that's only a guess.
Yeah. Well, you'd have thought that might take some of the sting out of the pitch if that was the case.
Yeah, maybe not initially, but yeah, at some point today. Robinson
wheels around. And those 4 slips go down. Robinson is in. Bowls. Well, that presumably didn't miss the off stump by very much, judging by the reaction of all and sundry with hands on heads. We'll probably see a repeat of it. Here we go.
That's one of his in-duckers, that one. Yeah, look at that.
Crumbs.
Didn't bounce either.
No, it didn't. Batting is not easy. It's true to say. That's gone a long way, hasn't it? That has gone miles.
But he does bowl both balls,
yeah, he does.
Ollie Robinson, which makes it very tricky out there, especially against him.
Robinson again. Cromwell Road end, in and bowls, and the defends into the offside, and there is no run. So into Robinson's over, just a leg by. The run coming off it, maiden over for Robinson. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6. Hampshire in their second innings are 9 for 2. I just wonder sometimes in this sort of game, Kevin, whether you get someone who comes in who says, right, do you know what, I'm just going to put bat to ball here because a 30 or 40 could be invaluable in a low-scoring game.
I agree with you.
It's difficult.
It is difficult, and it's down to each individual player to walk out there and play as they see fit. I mean, you obviously don't want to be reckless, but I think at the moment there's a lot to be said about being positive. But I don't think it's even easy doing that. Or works that away to mid-on. Start of a new over from Uddercat. I think there's a little bit of variable bounce out there. There's certainly a bit of movement. I'm not sure, and of course the slow nature of the pitch at times as well. Ben Brown again saying it was a little too paced out there. I'm not sure it's even that easy about being too positive. We'll wait and see what each individual player decides how they are going to play. Unfortunately for Fletcher Middleton and Nick Gubbins, their game is over as regards batting. We never really got to look to see how they might go about things. 4 slips and a short leg for the left-hander Ollie Orr. It's forward.
I'm not sure there's an awful lot that Nick Gubbins could have done about that, to be honest.
No. He was leaving it, but you wouldn't expect the ball to be nipping back like that and bouncing. So yeah, he's a little unlucky. Fletcher Middleton looked like he got a decent ball. Off stump cartwheeling out of the ground.
Yes, that was quite spectacular.
Yeah, water the old holes with the stumps going. Always get that effect, don't you? It's an old groundsman's trick, that one. Or groundsperson's trick, I should say, as that's pushed into the ground and fielded at short leg. Umpire is just having a look briefly.
Front foot.
Yeah. Only briefly though. See there, he's okay. That ball there just nipped back a bit on Elliot. See the umpire there just looking closely at that front line. 6 from 17. Only cat in, bowls. Or clips that away on the leg side. Might be 2 here. Indeed it is. 11 for 2. Few clouds go overhead.
It almost feels, Kevin, like every run is valuable here.
Well, at the moment
Doesn't
it
it?
does, yeah. I mean, you have these little periods of play, don't you? I mean, it's a low-scoring game anyway, so yes, as a general rule of thumb, every run is important. But I think even this one, because Sussex wanted early wickets, they've got the early wickets very, very early indeed, and you know their tails are up. And I think as a batter, you just want to pick up the singles just to. As forward is Alior, nice and tight, that one. Yeah, you want to pick up the odd single, really, just to, obviously just to keep the scoreboard ticking along, but also just feel as though you're not bogged down by the situation.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah.
Which is very easy to do with this tricky nature of the pitch. New ball, any sort of little kinks in the pitch in terms of being a little bit up and down is always accentuated by a hard ball. So you've got to battle through it. Length ball, it's high on the bat, goes out to point. Good over from Udukat. 2 for 4 from his 3 overs. Great start from him. And Hampshire 11 for 2, lead by 115.
And listen to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Kevin James, Mel Farrell, your commentary team here at Hove. You still feel that Hampshire are very much in the driving seat here, but I guess from a Sussex point of view, if they could run through Hampshire here and I don't know, to score 170, 180 to win, it just feels like that sort of a game.
See the Hampshire dressing room there to the right.
Yeah, sitting on the balcony. Someone coming running down the steps with a towel or something to come on in a moment. As in comes Ollie Robinson, running him down the hill, bowls, and forward comes Albert, plays to mid on no run. I think there's something being brought out for J. Devon Newcat. Someone on 12th man duties running around the boundary edge. Or whether you can say, Kevin, if the weather wasn't going to intervene in this, there'd definitely be a result in this game.
100% it'd be tomorrow, wouldn't it?
It'd be very, very surprising if this went to 4 days. Just looking at some of the other games involving sides in that relegation zone. Durham out for 333 this morning. Essex 78 for 1 in reply. So not so many wickets in that one as Robinson is in. Bowls, but pulls successfully for 4 runs.
Good shot.
Good shot, was a good shot. 2 short from Ollie Robinson, and Albert wasn't going to miss out on that. Good shot, he goes to 5 and Hampshire to 15 for 2.
Yeah, he got him out with a short ball in the first innings, didn't he? Tried to pull it and somehow got off the back of the bat and caught in the slips.
Yes, he was, yeah. A positive shot from Toby Albert. As Ari Cavalos is running around the boundary edge now in his green top. He's on 12th man duties. As Robinson is on his way, sun out brightly. Down the hill, bowls, and he's at it again, pulls, and Cat is down on the fine leg boundary, makes a good stop. There's a good bit of fielding away to our left-hand side and gets a good round of applause. He needed to be smartish there because he was chatting away to the 12th men who are down there with, I'm not sure whether it's another jumper or a towel or something, but he had to move smartly to make sure he fielded that. Now he's got to run all the way across to fine leg for the left-handed Alior.
Yeah, another good pull shot there from Toby Albert, though.
Was
clearly Ollie Robinson feeling that having got him out with a short ball in the first innings, he's going to do the same in the second.
That looks like Dan Ibrahim down Rose, who's also on 12th man duty. He's taking a drink, I think, for J. Devon Newcat as Robinson is in again. Bowls. And, I thought he'd nudged that behind. Good delivery by Robinson. Probing away outside of Oars off stump. Ball goes through to Simpson. There is no run. Down at Taunton, more play today. Somerset 249 for 4 against Yorkshire. James Drew out for 54. Tom Abel on 51.
Rue didn't add to his overnight total.
No. So Yorkshire needing the points at the wrong end of the table as well. A tough time down at Taunton as Robinson is in again. Bowls, and it all clips this on the leg side. There's going to be at least a couple of runs. It might even be 4 for Ali, or it is 4 runs. It's nicely timed by Orr. There's no one at square leg, and the ball just sped away across this beautiful looking outfield for 4 runs. Nicely timed by Orr. Just
very leg stump. Well, it was outside leg.
Yeah, clipped it away. Orr goes into double figures. He goes to 12, and Hampshire to 20 for 2.
Yeah, you can just feel, even in the first innings, Ollie Robinson just sort of feeling his way back a little bit, isn't it, really? He's a little bit more accurate than what we've seen. He's still bowling well, he's still getting help, and he picked up 2 wickets in the first innings, and he still looks dangerous here, but I've seen him bowl better, and I think, he's clearly not quite...
No.
He's not quite up to 100% yet.
No, I would agree. He comes around the wicket, bowls, or is forward, plays into the offside, no run. I mean, there's the occasional delivery when he looks like he's something like full pace, but I would say most of the time he's not bowling flat out. Nonetheless, that's the end of another Robinson over. He has bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 15. In that first innings he bowled 14 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 41. Well, that size of crowd today, Kevin, about the same as yesterday, do you think, roughly? Not
far off.
Yeah, quite a lot enjoying the deck chairs at the far end of the ground.
The members' pavilion there, and
yeah,
pleasant way. Enjoy today, because this is probably the last of the sun in this game.
No, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. It's just a question of whether there's going to be enough time in between the showers over the next couple of days to get a result. Much as when we've still got 59 overs left today. I mean, there's a lot of time in a match where we've already had 22 wickets in just over 4 sessions.
Yeah. So undercut around the wicket to the right-handed Toby Albert. He's forward to a good length ball. Yeah, Hampshire this morning. So there was 22 overs bowled coming into this morning, and just under 52 overs bowled in total in the Sussex innings. So Hampshire basically picked up 7 wickets in 30 overs. Yeah. Sussex added 80. So we've got almost twice as many as that to come. It's turned away square on the leg side. So we're going to get. There's going to be a lot. Well, there should be a lot more wickets fall today if the day carries on the way it started. You could be seeing Sussex bat at some point.
Yeah.
Later.
Ralph Brooker's been in touch. He's listening in France, and he says, "Hi, Kev, Adrian, and Mel. An ex-Sussex player top scored for Hampshire.
Yep.
An ex-Hampshire player top scored for Sussex."
I think he sent that to both of us.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. He's covering his bases.
He is.
He's Ralph, yeah. He wants to make sure it's read out. Undercat. Forward is Albert. Works that up to mid-on. Robinson Fields. So we're into the 8th over here. The lead is 124. Who would have thought with 226 Hampshire would have had a lead of over 100 on the first innings?
Yeah.
And by golly, they needed it after losing those 2 early wickets. They do need it. Robertson and Udakat having a chat. Plenty of encouragement coming from the slip area. As Udakat comes in again. Bowls off the back foot. Albert strokes that out to just in front of point, but there is no run.
Interesting game down at New Road, Kevin, with Worcestershire by 182, but not to in heavy pursuit of Surrey at the top of the table, 133 for 5. So still trailing by 49 runs. Worcestershire looked almost doomed to relegation, but I guess if they won that game, they're giving themselves an outside chance. Sussex are the visitors to New Road for the last game of the season. It could be interesting.
I suppose, yeah, Somerset and 4th are probably about the only ones that can say they should be all right.
Yeah.
Everybody else below that, work to do. Outside the off stump and left alone. He's over the wicket this time to Albert.
Yeah, I mean, if Worcester were to win their game, say with 20 points, something like that, would get them to 100, and they'd still be in trouble, really. They've got 89, so they'd be to 109. Yeah, they'd probably need to win their final 2 games, I think. I'm not sure who they're playing. They're certainly playing Sussex. I think they might have to play... Let's have a look who they've got in the last couple of rounds. They've got to go to Durham, so that's a bit of a tasty one, isn't it? And then the final game against Sussex.
Man being pushed out to deep square leg. Again, thinking that they can get Toby Albert out with the short delivery. And the cat bowls, that's a length ball, and that's nicely guided through gully along the ground, and the ball should be picked up just inside the rope. Yeah, it is, by James Coles, and Albert picks up 3, and that over concludes with Hampshire 23 for 2 in their second innings, with Toby Albert on 9 and Ali Orr on 12.
And in terms of partnerships in the match, I mean, this is only a partnership of 21, but it feels quite significant. It's just been that sort of a game. Is Ollie Robson going to carry on? I've got a feeling that Sean Hunt is coming into the attack, which sort of bears out our point really about Robinson not really looking 100% here. He's, I've seen Ollie bowl, 8, 9, 10 overs on the spin, and you need him to in a situation like this. But he's out of the attack, and it is going to be Sean Hunt who's going to come into the Sussex attack. Left arm seamer bowling down the hill. All his figures in the first innings: 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 43. Whenever Robinson is out of the attack, I'd imagine as a batsman, you're probably thinking, what's not dissing Sean Hunt by any manner of means. In comes Hunt, bowls. But lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run. But he's got that in his locker, Robinson, hasn't he? The ability to suddenly whip 2 or 3 out very quickly.
Oh, he's a skillful bowler. He can bowl the ball in, he can shake the ball away, and does it consistently. And you can see his wrists moving around. He's a great bowler to watch. He's got a lovely action. But he's just giving the batters the odd let-off ball, which in this game is not ideal.
3 slips go down. Hunt is in, bowls, clipped away by Albert through square leg. More runs here for Hampshire. There's going to be at least a couple as Hudson Prentice chases back towards the Spenkarma Pavilion, gets in the throw. 2 more though to Toby Albert, who goes to 11. 25 for 2 Hampshire. Add to that 104 and you get the Hampshire lead. Effectively 129 for 2. When you put it like that, that makes Hampshire sound like they're in a very strong position in this game.
Yeah, but it's not enough of a lead that if a couple of batters get in, and I say by getting in, I think 40 is getting in this game.
Here comes Hunt again. Oh, Albert, good judgment. Lets that pass by, taken waist high by John Simpson, and there is no run. No, you're right. That's exactly the case.
If I was a batter in this game and I picked up a couple of 40s or even a 40 and a 30, I'd come away from here thinking that's a job well done. That seriously is a good job.
3 slips in place. Alsop, Coles and Tom Haynes. Ollie Carter at point. Jack Carson at cover. Daniel Hughes mid-off. Ollie Robinson standing at mid-on as in comes Sean Hunt. Left arm over the wicket, in and bowls, and forward comes Toby Albert. Plays to mid-off, fielded by Hughes, and there is no run.
The trick here for Sussex as well is that, if they're not taking wickets, is to make sure that run rate isn't very high. Hampshire in their first innings scored at just over 3 and over and getting 226. Sussex down at just over 2 and a quarter and over. And Hampshire are around 3 and over now, so really you could say again in the context of this game, Hampshire just scoring a little too quickly. Hunt
in, bowls. Albert again punches the ball to mid-off, fielded by Hughes, and again there is no run.
Got to try and keep the pressure on, even if you're not taking a wicket for a few overs. It will come, but what you don't want is a side scoring at just over 3 and over whilst you're waiting for the next wicket to fall, because that that can prove the difference.
Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch. Thank you for everybody for your questions for John Philby earlier on today. As Hunt makes his way in again from the Cromwell Road end, bowls, and again Albert defends down the offside. So nice and tidy from Sean Hunt, just conceding a couple of runs in the over. Hampshire are 25 for 2, Orr is on 12, Albert on 11, and that's a recovery because at one stage Hampshire were 2 for 2.
It was, yeah. In danger of being a few more than that as well. Sussex were rampant in those first few overs. Crowd got into it,
Yep, they did.
players into it.
Yeah.
It's all about now just trying to calm everything down from a Hampshire point of view. Just pick off your singles when you can, and just get those bowlers, get a few overs in their legs, and then wait for the next challenge, which will be the spinners that can turn the ball as well. So it's relentless.
And we were talking about this yesterday, weren't we? The Sussex lads saying throughout the season what's been the difference this year in Division 1 of the County Championship, and it is exactly as you said, it's just relentless. You don't look around and think, actually, we might be able to score some runs from the other end here or whatever. There's always someone coming, making life difficult.
So looking around the field and think, oh, I can't wait for that guy to come on and bowl.
Totally.
Because I've got a bit of a chance here.
Yeah.
Not quite like that. Cat up the hill again, bowling to Alior. 3 slips for always playing a missing outside the off stump. Bit of shape on that one. Don't get too brave out there. Just watching that again, and it just straightens. Alior playing away from his body there.
You're just looking at Durham's fixture, so they're home next week to Worcestershire. That's a game they'll feel they'll definitely need to win. And then the final game of the season for Durham is, it could be a cracker at Headingley against Yorkshire.
Oh.
So they're all going to take points off of each other over the next couple of weeks.
Cat in again. Bowls. Alior defends. Pushes that up to Daniel Hughes at mid-off.
And you talk about Daniel Hughes. I mean, that was a very un-Daniel Hughes-like innings, wasn't it? Was it 80 odd balls for his 21 that he made. Very circumspect, particularly last night.
Well, he faced a lot of Abbott.
Yes, he did.
There wasn't too much to hit.
No, there wasn't. I probably did well to survive.
Well, I was going to say, I think he'd be happy. You always try and look for some positives. He's probably saying, well, at least I lasted that long. He's under the cat again. Bowls, or right in behind that one, determined to make sure he shows the face of the bat to that one as it goes up to Robinson at mid-on. I wonder how he'll play in the second innings, Hughes, because you're right, he's more positive than that normally, but he seemed to face a lot of Kyle Abbott. It just felt that. And Kyle Abbott, not just today, but generally, when the pitch is offering a bit of help, I'm not sure he would be your chosen bowler to be facing.
No, definitely not.
There'd be a few others around the circuit you'd think, well, okay, I'll fancy my chances a bit more against this guy, but not Kyle Abbott. Here's under cat. Bowls, nice shape on that one, good leave.
Yeah, he's just teasing Alior, isn't he, with this delivery outside of the old stump.
Skillful.
But or as with Bear, just have another look at those footmarks. And the umpire didn't make a move to have a look, did he, Rob White? But only kept scratching away.
Played in the IPL, didn't he? Sunrisers Hyderabad under the cat.
Yeah.
Hasn't played any international cricket. Well, his last Test match was back in July 23 against the West Indies. Also played in the one-day international series that year against the same opposition. Short mid-wicket as well now for Alior. He eases that away square on the leg side, runs the first one quickly, looking for 2.
Ooh,
Will take 2 as well.
Yeah. Well run, actually.
It's almost he knows. Just by running that first one quickly, it's like he knows. Just eke out another run here if I can.
Yeah. I just sort of hesitated there because certainly in his time at Sussex, that wasn't one of his strong points, running between the wickets, Alior. But he's very quick between the wickets, and I just wondered then, because the fielder down at long leg had almost got to the ball but in the end it was well judged. He ran that first single very quickly.
27 for 2. The lead is 131 with plenty of overs left in today. We've got 56 to do after this. Still plenty of cricket to come before that rain comes tomorrow. And we all sit around and look for things to do.
You say it probably won't rain after we've been
That's right.
portents of doom.
in behind that good length ball, end of the over, Unad Cat, 5 overs, 2 for 9. Hampshire 27 for 2, lead by 131. Yes, I'm sort of thinking, I can get that done, I'll get that done. And in the end, you get to a point where you turn up and you think, well, I actually do hope it rains because I've got all this planned.
You're listening to Live Cricket on the BBC, Live Cricket from Hove, where we've got bits of blue sky and some cotton wall clouds, but the great thing is we've got cricket, and the forecast for the rest of the day is good. Hampshire 27 for 2. Adrian Harms, Kevin James, Mel Farrell back with us in 5 minutes or so. Your commentary team had an email in from Dubai. Rather nice place to be on a day like today.
James Vince?
No. It's from Charlie Norris. Just break off for a minute as Sean Hunt comes in from the Cromwell Road end into bowl to Toby Albert, who clips that one down to fine leg for 4 runs. He's just erring towards the leg stump there, and that was a bit of a gimme really for Toby Albert, who just helped the ball on its way down to fine leg for a boundary. And Hampshire 31 for 2, and in the context of the game, a partnership of 29, they're all very useful runs. Add 104 to that, and that's the lead. 135 for 2 effectively are Hampshire. So Charlie says, I'm following along from Dubai as always and enjoying all 3 of you on comms today. Makes being stuck inside due to the heat enjoyable. I wonder, you have to let us know, Charlie, what the heat is in Dubai. What do you reckon, 40 degrees today?
Yeah, I imagine so. It's pretty much like that every day there, isn't it?
Wanted to get your thoughts on Sussex's signing so far ahead of next season. Do you feel they need some more Division 1 experience to come on board, providing we stay up, relegation or restructuring dependent? In comes Hunt bowls and Albert is forward, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. It's that sort of time of year, isn't it, when you say, oh, there we are, Kevin's just showing me 40 degrees.
Spot on.
Expected high 43.
There you are, it's like you're there. So you saying
that's warm, isn't it? Yeah, new signings for the new season, and whether Sussex needs some more experience. Because they have signed Ollie Price from Gloucester for the new season, and for next season I should say. In comes Hunt, bowls, and forward comes Albert, plays down the offside of the track, there is no run. And I forget the Goodman from Gloucestershire as well.
Yeah, Don Goodman.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a good bowler, that guy.
So a couple of signings. But it's that sort of time of year, isn't it, when you start to see people are moving around. I saw, who was it scored the runs for Somerset the other day in the T20?
Sean Dixon.
Yeah, he's gone to Glamorgan for next season. Oh, that's Mel's favourite cricketer.
Are you married to Ace of Tribe or something?
I'm beginning
or
to wonder.
Are you planning to?
Hunt in bowls, and that's a good delivery, and it just beats the outside edge of Albert's bat through to John Simpson, who takes it waist high, and there is no run.
You'd be embarrassing being the Glamorgan commentator. It'd be like he's the only one playing.
That didn't miss the off stump or the outside edge by very much. Total remains 31 for 2.
If you were based in Jersey and your Glamorgan commentator, Mel, that would be your ultimate, wouldn't it? That would be your life sewn up.
Hunt again bowls, and Albert rather feels he missed out there. It was wide outside the off stump, and he's carved that straight to Jack Carson in the covers, and he threw his head back as if to say a yard either side, and that would have been 4 runs. But it wasn't to be. Any sort of news on Hampshire? Any signings for the new season, or
not that I know of?
All a closely guarded secret.
Yeah, if there is, I'm not privy to that. I mean, why should I be? But
Hunt in again and bowls. Takes one hand off the bat there. Does Toby Albert? And unless he keeps the ball out, it's the end of another over. Yeah. 31 for 2, 14 to all, 15 to Albert. Kev's going to take a break. And 2 Hotels is coming back in to join us. Yeah, that's Kevin's nickname, by the way. It's nothing to do with me. I'm just picking up where Kevin James left off. 31 for 2. All on 14. Albert on 15. The lead 135 for Hampshire. And there's something of a recovery at one stage. 2 for 2 in their second innings. And it's going to be a change of bowling, and Ollie Robinson, we thought it was slightly odd he'd only bowled those 4 overs in that spell from the Cromwell Road end. He's now coming from the sea end, and for those of you who don't know the ground, it means he's going to be bowling up the hill here at Hove. Thanks. For a good afternoon. Welcome to listeners on Sports Extra 2 as Ollie Robinson makes his way up from the sea end of the ground to bowl to the left-handed Ali Orr plays this to backward point, and there is no run. Hampshire 31 for 2 in their second innings, leading by 135. That after they bowled Sussex out this morning for just 122. Sussex adding 80 runs this morning. Tom Alsop aside, a very dismal looking Sussex scorecard. Tom Alsop making 39, he was the last man out. Sean Abbott taking 4 for 38. And Byron Fortune taking 4 for 34. In comes Robinson around the wicket, bowls to Orr, who's defensively forward, plays onto the onside. There is no run. I'm Adrian Harms, Mel Farrell next to me, and good recovery of this from Hampshire, because when you're 2 for 2 you think, well, we're going to get rolled over here, but these two have certainly got their heads down.
Yeah, I'm just going to start by saying I thought I could rely on you. I expect that kind of stuff from Kevin. But you've let me down.
It's catching, you see.
Well, yeah, just it is a good recovery. Let's get on to the cricket, shall we? Yes, good recovery indeed. When you thought what might happen.
Robinson in bowls to Orr, the former Sussex man, who clips firmly to mid-wicket, fielded by Carson, and there is no run. But it's the sort of game, Mel, where sort of every run almost feels like 2 runs. I mean, we've had Hampshire bowled out for 226, Sussex bowled out for 122, now 31 for 2, so 22 wickets in the match, and we're only, we're not even halfway through day 2. We've still got 54 overs left today.
It's moving quickly, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know, I was actually talking to your mate at lunch.
Oh, have I got a mate? In comes Robinson in bright sunshine, bowls to Orr, who always gets a leading edge to that. The ball ends up at backward point, not at all where he intended, and there is no run.
No, I went outside to grab a coffee, and I was talking to, it was Sam on the gate.
Oh, Sam Wheeler, yeah.
Sam, who's been here for 24 years, about to reach 25. Except when I walked in, I didn't call him Sam. I got it wrong, and I called him Pat.
Okay.
It's like 3-letter name with an A in the middle.
What did he say?
It's Sam. It's not.
Robinson in again, bowls. So knocks out his off stump. There we are. Ollie Robinson, a change of ends has done the trick. And Ollie Robinson removes Ali Orr. His off stump is knocked out of the ground. It's a 3rd wicket in the match for Ollie Robinson. A 3rd wicket has gone down for Hampshire. Ollie Orr is on his way for 14. Hampshire 31 for 3. We've still got 54 overs left in this match, which is moving on a pace. And Robinson immediate rewards for coming up the hill. Not an end he traditionally bowls from, but he's absolutely cleaned up Ali Orr with that delivery. Orr is gone.
It's an absolute peach. He's coming over the wicket, angling the ball across, and it's just pitched on the off stump and straightened. And not for the first time today, we've seen the stump cartwheeling, and the batter just left there, not quite knowing what was going wrong. Probably pitched on about middle and off, but just use the angle and the way that ball is straight and coming back to knock out the off stump. My goodness, what a delivery. We've seen a lot of those. There's one thing to have helpful conditions, but the bowlers have exploited them very well, and it's just really difficult. As we see Ben Brown coming out, he was the only one who offered some real steadfast resistance. The game's top scorer was 71. Only one to face more than 100 balls as well. They desperately need another showing like that from their captain.
Well, interesting, Kevin spoke to Ben after the game yesterday, and Ben was saying how nervous he was walking out to bat here yesterday in front of, he's still a massively popular figure down here at Hove. He left the club under difficult circumstances, is probably the best way of putting it, and a lot of people were very, very sorry to see Ben Brown leave Sussex. And he said how nervous he was coming up to bat yesterday. His family were here watching, and but he sized up the conditions. I thought he read the wicket really well yesterday, Ben, didn't he? Picked up the 1s and the 2s, but he all feel they need a few more here.
It was also, as he as he is generally very quick between the wickets.
He is.
So those speedy singles are worth their weight in gold here.
Robinson in, bowls to Ben Brown down the leg side, taken by Simpson. There is no run. We were saying yesterday the amount of times that Ben Brown would have kept deliveries to Ollie Robinson. Anyway, that one's down the leg side. Not a great way to finish the over, but Robinson has done his job. He's cleaned up Ali Orr, who's out for 14. 31 for 3 here on 5 Sports Extra. Adrian Holmes, Mel Farrell, Kevin James, your commentary team as the sun momentarily disappears. 23 wickets we've had in this game, Mel, in 4.5 sessions.
Quick game's a good game, is what they say. But this brings me back to Sam on the gate,
yes.
Whose name is not Pat. He was saying it was reminding him of the old days of uncovered wickets, just the way that the ball was dominating. As next over begins, and first ball just turned into the leg side, and it's Hunt back bowling. Hunt, who I thought, do you know what? I thought Hunt was actually the pick of the bowlers in the first session yesterday. Just gave away absolutely nothing. And he came back after lunch and just didn't quite use the conditions as well. He changed from coming over the wicket, wasn't working for him, back to around the wicket. That worked a lot better. But he was really good. He's got 3 slips in for Albert. It's in around the wicket. It's just punched up to mid-off, no run.
Thank you to Gary Knight, who picked me up on a mistake by me. I said Ollie Price had signed for Sussex, and of course it isn't. It's Tom Price who signed for Sussex for next season. So thank you, Gary. Hope you're. I'm not sure for the ground today, Gary, or whether you're listening from home. But thank you. Yes, Tom Price is joining from Gloucestershire for next season. Be interesting to see where he fits in to this Sussex side.
Got 3 slips in, but there's a big gap between second and third at the moment. Next ball left alone outside the off stump.
Don't think that was far away, actually.
I
Mel.
don't think it was.
See the replay in a couple of moments' time. Comes down, does a bit of gardening. So who else you talking to? We talked to Sam Wheeler, who's
yes.
The face of Sussex, really, when everybody comes through the gate. And extraordinary memory Sam's got, because he seems to remember everybody's name when they come down here.
Yeah, well, I got a lovely greeting this morning.
Good.
Sussex has done a very good job on me, I have to say.
Good.
In winning me over. Doesn't take much, to be fair, as Hunt is in, bowled. That it does nip back in, but is still comfortably left, just a little bit short again. So it's safely over the stumps. Always looks, when you look back at the replay, it looks much closer because the cameras are up a bit higher, so it just makes it look like it was closer, but I think that was much more comfortably left by Albert. Yes, so I did, and I went and saw, now I have to remember, Kaz, who got me to sign the shirt and the book.
I'm not sure if she's still there.
She's not there at the moment. I mean, she might be just getting out of the sun. It was quite warm outside when I wandered out there, which was lovely. Hunt runs in, bowls. That was attempted to drive into the covers, and that's just shanked back into mid-wicket. Just every ball is a real event here at the moment. You feel like anything could happen at any moment. Got 6 saving a single really on the outside with the 3 slips, and then 3 others spread around the ring. Got a mid-wicket. It's got a fine leg, and just checking, making sure no one's hiding anywhere else. In he comes again, Hunt, and once more Albert leaves that one outside the off stump. So a maiden over for Hunt, and after 13 overs it is 31 for 6 Hampshire in their second innings.
Elsewhere around the country, at Chelmsford, Essex now 99 for 2 in reply to Durham's 333. Raining down at Taunton. It's been a game that's been interrupted by the weather yesterday and again today now. Somerset 266 for 4, so Yorkshire with 1 bowling bonus point. I mean, even at this early stage with rain around the next 2 days, that's kind of got draw written all over it, hasn't it? And Yorkshire may feel, actually, if you could escape from Taunton with 10 or 11 points, that's maybe not the worst result for Yorkshire. As in comes Robinson, bowls to Ben Brown. That gets a bit low and Brown plays it carefully to mid-on, and there is no run. At the Oval, Warwickshire just been bowled out for 248. They lead Surrey by 2 runs on first innings. 4 wickets there for Tom Laws, who I was reading bowled very quickly last night. 3 for Gus Atkinson, 2 for Dan Worrell. So that game very much in the balance. And at Worcestershire making 182, Notts now 168 for 5, so something of recovery from Notts. Robinson in, bowls to Brown, who drives handsomely away through point. I don't think he's got all of that, but he's going to get to boundary, is he? No, that's a very good bit of fielding by Finn Hudson-Prentice. Chasing back hard, and he's prevented the boundary, but Brown nonetheless picks up 3 runs. And Hampshire go to 34 for 3, a lead of 138.
Maybe some of those nerves that were there from that first innings coming back, because he came through right through from the under-12s, didn't he, Ben Brown?
Yeah, I mean, he's absolutely Sussex through and through, you know. I mean, he was incredibly proud when he was made captain of the club as well, but made captain in a difficult time for the club. Robinson in bowls, and stout defence by Albert, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Yeah, it was a time when Sussex were going through a transformation. Jason Gillespie had gone, Ian Salisbury took over alongside James Kirtley, and Sussex wanted to blood a lot of younger players. So that was the era when the Carsons, the Coles, the Clarks, the Ibrahims all came into the side. And there was a lot of inexperience, and they were getting beaten a lot as well, Mel. In comes Robinson. Bowls. Albert clips onto the onside. There is no run. It was during that period when Ben also lost the gloves to Ollie Carter, and that was almost the beginning of the end, really. You know, Ben always felt that there was some talk that they wanted Ben to bat at number 3, and they saw that as his future. And Ben was, no, I'm a wicket keeper. That's what I want to do. And he's moved along the coast to Hampshire, and is obviously captain of the club and having a good game here. Robinson in again, bowls. Albert drives down the ground. Good tumbling save by Daniel Hughes just in front of us at mid-on. There is no run. Total remains on 34. That made a horrible sound, that, didn't it? As if it didn't really come on sort of like a clunk.
Well,
not a sweet sound at all.
Well, the consistent issue for batters has been timing the ball. We've seen it seam really prodigiously. We've seen some wicked bounce at time. That ball to Smith Gubbins was an absolute brute.
Robinson in again, bowls, and forward comes Albert. Defensively, there is no run. So just the 3 runs off of the over. So nice and tight from Sussex. 34 for 3. The lead is 138. Albert is on 15. Brown is on 3.
And what we did notice in that yesterday, that first day, was that as the ball became softer, it really started to just stop in the pitch, and we were seeing batters get through their shots a little bit early as well at times. And so the general consistent theme across the game has been one where timing is just so hard. There have been very few shots where you'd say they were a full-blooded middle of the bat.
I agree. Yeah.
4. We have seen some go all the way, but there are very few that have just come off the bat sweetly and cleanly. First ball of Hunt's over is just defended by Brown, gets right behind it. You can hear the oohs and the ahs, and he's feeling that if they put as much pressure as they can vocally on the batters, and bowlers can do the rest. Some people out there with ice creams, and I've got to say, this is the one city in England that always makes me feel like having an ice cream.
Oh, right, okay.
I've resisted so far as Hunt is in, bowls, again defended by Brown into mid-wicket, no run. Just some places make you feel like that, right?
Well, the place always used to make me feel like having ice cream was at Worcester, funnily enough, because, back in the day, there used to be an ice cream van that turned up to every day, and it would park on the far side of the pitch, and Dave Bradley, the Worcester commentator, who's such a lovely man, Bradders, the ice cream van would come in and he would put on his bells, and with that, the ice cream man would come over with a couple of cones. Oh, it was really good.
As Hunt is in, bowls and swishes the bat through that one, and it just meekly rolls out into the covers. So again, it's that question of timing. Might have been a bit too close to the body to really cut, but
I think it's a great example, isn't it, of a pitch where the ball's not really coming on. Ben Brown normally would have slammed that away, but he just didn't come onto the bat. Just to say, Notts have lost another wicket down at Worcester. They're now 173 for 6. Lyndon James out for 35.
Hunt, he's got a really rumbling run up and he bowls and it's pushed into cover point. Throw comes into the non-striker's end, but as always, Ben Brown is through the single very, very quickly. So it's not even there, just turning over the strike. Just turning over the strike has not been easy. And that is partly because they're just not being able to hit through the line of the ball, generating any power. Still got 2 slips in. You've got a backward point, cover point, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and want it backward square leg as Hunt is in. And there was thoughts of taking a single as the ball dribbled out towards point. They thought better of it. The fielder at I would say backward square leg is sort of halfway between deep backward square leg and square leg.
Yes.
He's sort of 3/4 of the way in.
Yeah, Finn Hudson-Prentice there. That is an unusual position.
Yeah, just not quite here nor there, but there's also a fine leg in place as well. It's the only fielder who's on the rope. There's Hunt. He's in, bowls. Again,
Kept
it just
low.
Did keep low, that one. It's treacherous stuff, but he manages to keep it out also. Oh, that kept low.
Did keep low, didn't it? Yeah, he did very well to keep
I said
that out.
also, but I actually, of course, I meant Albert. The A and the L got me. It's a bit like Pat and Sam. Yeah, that was... And they've just had a little mid-pitch conference, Brown and Albert, maybe just discussing that ball. And there have been a few that have skidded through. So if you add on the seam, sometimes the ball's stopping in the pitch, sometimes skidding through low, the idea that it might be a little bit too paced. Did you see what kind of roller that they used in between the innings, Adrian?
We didn't. Kevin was asking that as well. I didn't notice. As in comes Robinson, bowls, and Brown punches that into the offside. Very quick to take the single is Ben Brown. This is almost a carbon copy of the way he played in the first innings, isn't it? Picking up the 1s and the 2s.
Yeah.
But every run counts is clearly a very obvious statement to make. But I just said to Kevin earlier that every run almost feels like 2, really.
Yeah, it does. And I think just seeing his experience and realising that as well.
Emailing from Bob Pook in Hastings. Hello, Bob. You're a regular contributor. Thank you for getting in touch.
Hello, Bob. My dad's name was Bob.
Right. Okay. Well, Bob is in Hastings. As in comes Robinson, clipped away by Albert only as far as mid-wicket. There is no run. Who didn't agree with much of what Joe Philby had to say a little earlier on. He thinks that the number of championship games, a reduction is not acceptable. In fact, he says he thinks an increase should be campaigned for. He said, of course, the Players' Union would like a reduction, less work for the same pay, as would most people in most jobs, is the point that Bob is making. I silly hope the county sees sense and vote against the proposed structure, says Bob in Hastings. Well, we shall find out, Bob. In comes Robinson, bowls and played into the offside. There is no run. I thought the case that John Philby put, though, about the feeling they have to do something because there is a feeling amongst the so-called smaller counties, that the big 100 counties, the test match playing counties, if something isn't agreed for a period of time, that eventually those counties will get more of a say and more of the money, and the smaller counties get even more marginalised. I thought that was quite an interesting argument to make. Robinson in again, bowls clipped away down towards fine leg. That's going to away for 4 runs. That's not a great delivery by Ollie Robinson, who's irritated with himself, and Toby Albert just tickles that one around the corner, just erring in towards leg stump.
Yeah, it's the first time he's really allowed the pressure to be released.
It is, yeah, it goes to 19.
There haven't been a lot of freebies, but important that Albert actually made the most of that. Anytime there is a stray ball like that, you feel that the batters just have to make the most of it. Because they don't come around all the time. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if you spoke to a lot of the players, if it necessarily is the number of games, but the nature of the scheduling
and the travel. Yeah.
I think that's a huge part of it.
Robinson in, bowls. Albert is forward to ball of good length, plays it down the offside, no run. I agree, and there was a couple of games last year. Sussex had a game. Where were they playing? I mean, certainly last year there was a game. We went from Somerset on a Friday night up to here to a Saturday afternoon start in the T20. I mean, it was bonkers, really. Oh yes, it was Gloucester this season. We played at Gloucester, and then we were back here for a T20 the following night as well. And it was a big game as well against Surrey that ultimately Sussex lost and went out the competition. But yeah, that sort of travel's that's not great. Robinson in. Bowls. Albert lets it and go outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson. There is no run. 40 for 3. Albert on 19. Brown is on 5. Kevin James back with this in about 6 or 7 minutes. I've got an update to do at 2:30. Then Kevin will come and join Mel Farrell. And actually, I mean, people will say, well, they're on luxury coaches. What's the problem? But often this travelling after T20 games, and I don't know if you find it, Mel, when you're travelling around the country, but you're travelling from place to place after a T20. By the time you get out the ground, it's 10:30. The motorway closures are a nightmare. And so a journey that should take you a couple of hours can take you 4 or 5 hours sometimes.
And I don't know that they were always in luxury coaches either.
Well, certainly we're not.
No.
We're trudging. But it's... And then to play... And also...
I think you're compromising the product.
Yeah, well, certainly. Absolutely. So does it mean the game the next day that you just don't get such a good game of cricket? And I think there's a big argument for that.
It's Hunt now on his way in around the wicket to Brown, who just defends that back past the bowler up to mid-off, no run.
On the subject of Sean Hunt, Ralph in France says, Hampshire fan here, is Sean Hunt on the England radar? 23, big strong lad, looks to have a bit. Well, he's had a difficult season, is the truth, Ralph. He was injured in the second game of the season, took 9 wickets against Somerset, won the game for Sussex really. But picked up a nasty injury, and he's only on his way back.
He's running in now, and the next ball is punched through the covers. Now that is a full-blooded drive, one of the few well-timed that we've seen today off the bat of Ben Brown. It goes all the way for 4. So he's picking up where he left off. In this case, well, it was a bit of a half volley. And as I mentioned before, when you get those, you've got to take them on this pitch.
You certainly have. So to answer your question, Ralph, I'm not sure he's really on the England radar. I think he just needs to get some overs under his belt and get some wickets in hand. But he's a good prospect for Sussex. Came from Surrey 3 or 4 years ago.
He's in now, bowls. And that's an interesting little pull shot in the end from Brown. He played that yesterday. The ball didn't really get up. And he's just sort of... I don't almost know how to say it. It's like he just whips his hands through quite flat around waist high. Yeah. Manages to get just a single.
No, that's absolutely. He plays it. He sort of pivots on one leg, doesn't he?
Yeah, but it's quite a low pull shot.
It is.
It's sort of almost around his waist or his hips. In comes Hunt again, and that is another fuller delivery that's driven by Albert but can't pierce the field. not as much timing as Ben Brown has been able to get. But you know what? Albert has faced 48 balls for his 19 runs, and it's facing the 48 balls that you think is quite impressive. The longer you can stay out there, I don't think you're ever really in on this pitch.
No, and Ben said that. He felt it all, you always felt
Hunt bowls, and that one's left alone outside the off stump by Albert. Stayed quite low again.
It almost feels like the next ball's got your name on it. But Ben said that yesterday. But he's batted as well as anybody.
Well, he has.
Well, better than anyone.
He's batted better than anyone else has on this, and he was given a life on 18 when we had the very unusual situation of the sun reflecting off the handrail in the stand. Yeah, I've enjoyed watching Hunt bowl. It's the way he rumbles in. It's in once more, and the attempted pull by Albert doesn't go very far, no further than mid-wicket. And so 5 runs coming from the over, that lovely cover drive by Brown, the most impressive, and after 17 overs, Hampshire are 45 for 3, leading by 149 overall. And even that's a pretty decent lead, you would have to say. And one thing we were talking about, the roller situation. I'm pretty sure that Sussex will be getting the heaviest roller that has ever been seen. In fact, they'll get as many large ground staff as they can sitting on it as well, just to give it some extra weight. I'll go out there and sit on it if they like, after having a sandwich for lunch.
Ollie Robinson is running away from us up the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls to Ben Brown, who drives, and that's 4 more. Too much width from Robinson, and Brown very quickly onto that, cracks the ball away through cover point for 4 runs, and runs are starting to come a bit too quickly here from a Sussex point of view. Ben Brown goes to 14, and the Hampshire total to 49 for 3.
Yeah, I think he must take some confidence from the fact that he was able to stay out there for so long in the first innings and score some runs as well, because he still looks very positive. Other batters have looked a bit tentative on this pitch and almost a bit spooked by seeing what the ball's doing, but he's remained very positive.
And actually it's forced John Simpson into a move where he's had to protect that offside boundary. He's moved Finn Hudson-Prentice out to deep backward point, as in comes Robinson again, bowls to Brown, and Brown is forward and plays that into the offside, fielded at cover, and there is no run. Update time almost here, then I'll hand over to Kevin James, who'll join you, Mel. So just the 2 slips in place now. Hudson-Prentice down at that deep backward point position. There's a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg, and a fine leg way down in the distance. Glorious afternoon now, sun is out. Just a gentle breeze. You can see the flags blowing on the clock tower scoreboard away to our right-hand side as Robinson is in. Bowls to Brown, who guides that nicely down towards third man. He'll be looking for 2 here, will Ben Brown, and decides not to. I think that's a really good bit of fielding, actually, by Finn Hudson-Prentice. That was really good cricket all round, because it was a lovely shot by Ben Brown. He ran the first really quickly, but he looked up and he saw it was Hudson-Prentice closing in on the ball, and a brilliant throw right over the top of the stumps. Very good cricket all round. The result of which is the 50 is up for Hampshire, 50 for 3.
Hi Edwin, I've just put you on the desk.
Thank you to our colleagues down in Tunbridge Wells. The next update is on its way. As in comes Robinson bowls and ducks underneath that does Toby Albert, and there is no run. 50 for 3. Brown on 15, Albert on 19, and something of recovery here from Kent, who were 2 for 2, lest we not forget. But effectively, 154 for 3. Who's that warming up on the boundary edge? Is it Jack Carson? Might be going to see some spin, we shall see. But for the time being, it's Robinson. Running away from us. In and bowl short, pulled away by Albert. Straight to Jack Carson, who fields in front of the clock tower scoreboard. 1 more to the total. Albert goes to 20, and the total to 51 for 3. Ollie Robinson wants another change in the field. I think he wants. Yeah, he wants Jack Carson. No, he's moving Tom Haynes more to square leg from mid wicket. So one or two Sussex bowlers warming up now. I can see J. Devanukat's warming up as well at mid off. Robinson in his 8th over, figures of 1 for 29, runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Ben Brown short, and Brown thought about pulling that the last minute, decided not to. The ball rattles through into the gloves of John Simpson, and there is no run. End of the over, 51 for 3. We've got various helmets being bought out, which I think is going to signal, Mel, that we're going to get some spin. And I think we are going to see Jack Carson coming into the Sussex attack from the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
We decided yesterday, I had a chat with Jack, that I might be his good luck charm.
Okay.
Because we were talking about first time I saw him bowl was at Edgbaston at the start of the year.
Yes.
He said, "Oh yeah, I actually bowled pretty well there." He obviously bowled well yesterday,
Yes,
so
he did.
maybe he thought I might bring him some good luck.
Well, nice lad though, isn't he? He came over at a very young age from Northern Ireland. It's pretty brave to come over on your own into a new setting, new school, etc. But he's a very, very competitive cricketer, Jack Carson, and promoted in the batting order in this game to 7. He's already made his maiden first class 100, and he's going to get a bowl from the Cromwell Road end. Do you mind if I do this over, Mel, just in case they come to me for this update? And then I will make way for Kevin. So, helmets have been bought out. One of them is in possession of Ollie Carter, who's fielding at short leg.
Took a terrific catch yesterday.
That was a really good short leg catch, wasn't it?
One arm flung over his head, caught it. It was well behind him.
It was. So, Carson in bright sunshine. Hampshire 51 for 3. Coming into bowl to the right-handed Toby Albert. He's in and bowls, and Albert just stretches forward and plays the ball down the offside of the track. Jack Carson fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Because we did see some real assistance for the spinners yesterday as well. The ball did turn.
Now Sussex have got a substitute fielder on, who's Daniel Ibrahim, so someone is off the field for Sussex. Have to see who that is. In comes Carson. Bowls, reverse swept by Toby Albert. There's a loud appeal. The ball actually ends up at short fine leg, fielded by J. Devanukat, but
I think that was headed outside the off. So no, it was turning back in. I reckon the impact is outside off. But that really did jag back in.
Carson in again, bowls, and Albert is forward, plays to James Coles, who's comes running across from mid wicket to field. A diving, tumbling stop prevents a single being taken. Can't see Tom Alsop out on the field. I know Tom Alsop's fielding in front of the Clock Tower scoreboard. Here we go for our update. Carson in bowls. Yes, and something of a recovery here, Adam, for Hampshire, who at one stage in their second innings were 2 for 2. They're now 51 for 3. The former Sussex skipper Ben Brown going along very nicely on 15. So the lead here for Hampshire now is 155 after Sussex were rather skittled out this morning for 122. Tom Alsop top scoring with 39. At the Oval, Surrey batting in their second innings are 15 without loss. Leading Warwickshire now by 13 runs. Warwickshire bowled out for 248 earlier on today. And down at Canterbury, good day for Kent so far. Lancashire 193 for 7. That in reply to the Kent total yesterday of 293 all out. So that's the update done, during which I missed that instant. So did the ball hit Ollie Carter on the helmet? Yes, it did. Flush on the helmet as well. And really, Toby Albert there was more concerned with how Ollie Carter was more than anything else. But that was a nasty blow. That was a full-blooded blow. And it's hit Carter on the helmet. And we're going to have a break in play while all the concussion protocols are undertaken. So a good time for me to hand over. Mel's going to take over with Kevin James.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Yes, the medical staff now just running onto the field just to check on Ollie Carter. He's taken off his helmet. I'll go through the various questions and checks that are now very much part of the game. So we've got to understand a little bit more the effects of concussion, and they're signalling for a new helmet. It did strike him very heavily. I'm just inspecting it at the moment. But yes, as mentioned, he's bent his head into it, and it's just got him flush on it. And I mean, bless Albert. Ben Brown had come down for the single, and Albert just ran straight to Ollie Carter with his hand out of concern. Suddenly saw Ben Brown down at his end and realised he had to go and get himself to the other end. But obviously some genuine concern there.
We haven't had a wicket for about 35 minutes, Mel.
Oh, what's going on?
Game's gone quiet. Fortunately, gone quiet from a Hampshire point of view.
Well, it's a heck of a recovery, isn't it? Because all of a sudden you were thinking, what's going on? We'll be finished by tea?
Well, it would be the way we were going. So, yes, a bit of a lengthy break, because that was a pretty hard smack on the helmet. Fortunately on the helmet.
Well, he dropped his head forward, and then the ball just got him right on the noggin.
So
It's
loud
seagulls.
There's a loud one near us, isn't there,
There's
really?
a very loud
Yeah.
seagull near us. Or more than one, I think.
Clearly not happy with something. Maybe he's not happy with, or she, not happy with the way the game's going from a Sussex point of view in the last half hour. Crying out, shouting to the players, another wicket, in seagull speak. So, yeah, still getting some treatment. Still squealing away.
It's
Amazing.
very, very loud.
Isn't it? One of those outside your bedroom window.
I did.
Did you?
I did this morning.
Did you? Did you have quite
But
a few?
I had one, a seagull, but I kind of liked it. It was nice waking up to the...
Was it? There's not too many in
Just,
Birmingham,
yeah.
is there?
No, there are gulls of some description.
they're
don't
land
think
gulls or
there's-
something,
Yes,
yeah.
it's not seagulls. I was at a game in Taunton earlier this year, and we were assured they weren't seagulls, but they were gulls.
Yeah.
And I've never seen so many. They interrupted play. There were, honestly, there must have been a couple of hundred of them. They were everywhere, and they were settling on the outfield. They were flying low in front of the batters as well, and it was quite bizarre. They all wanted to field. It's actually hard when you were looking down to spot where the fielders were because of all
many.
these white gulls dotted around.
Wow.
In and amongst the whites of the players. Okay, so medical staff are leaving the field, and I think that's Ollie Carter going off with them. Is it? No, he's still in there. No, someone's going off though. Next ball, swished away, and they will take a single. But yeah, Ollie Carter definitely still out there, but I can see someone going up the steps. Can't quite make out who it is from this distance, and I don't have binoculars. So someone's gone off, and 19 overs now being bowled. Sussex 54 for 3, leading by 158.
Yeah, I do think we've got a substitute fielder under the helmet, actually.
Just so it had Ollie Carter on the back. It had Carter on the back of his shirt.
Oh, did it? Oh, okay, tell a lie.
That's what I thought. I thought he must have gone off, but I'm pretty sure that's him there.
Okay. You could be right.
I very rarely am. I wouldn't trust me if I were you. Wait, oh, it's Ibrahim. No, it's a sub-fielder who was
Yeah, so
going
yeah,
off.
you're right. He's
Right.
Ollie Carter under the helmet still. Very
There you go.
brave of him to do that.
Thank you to our camera crew. They've been right on the money,
They've been
haven't
very
they?
good, actually. I must admit.
I love that they actually listen to you. No one
Yeah.
else does.
Well, I was going to say that. No, they've been very, very good. And it's going to be James Coles with his left arm spin from the C end. And that's turned away quietly on the onside by Toby Alberts. And he moves on to 22, 55 for 3. The Hampshire lead is 159. And the game has quietened down since the wicket of Alior just after 2 o'clock at 31 for 3. And here we are at a 20 to 3. Still 3 down, which in the context of not just the top of the Hampshire innings, but in the context of the Sussex innings this morning, is a long time. Wrapped on the pad there, Ben Brown. It's going down the leg side, though.
Well, what's been the highest partnership of the game so far? There was a 4th wicket Hampshire partnership that was, from memory, was the...
I don't think we've had a 50-plus partnership. That's saying that off the top of my head. Sweep shot there from Ben Brown, goes down towards deep square leg. Played a lot of those shots in the first innings. 56 for 3 now. Here we are, partnerships. Thank you very much. See, look, the guys are right on the ball.
Oh, look at this.
237.
Oh, they're going through them all. There we go. 31-run partnership was the highest. Yeah, we're up to...
So we haven't had a 40. We haven't had a 40-run.
So that was
partnership.
the first innings. There were 3 37-run partnerships. And that's as high as we've got. Thank you again, crew. That is...
Wouldn't you just like if they travelled around with you?
In my
when you're
pocket. I could pull them out of my pocket.
Yeah.
They'd have to be very small.
Sweep shot, Toby Alberts, good fielding, or no, it's gone through the hands actually of the fielder at backward of square, and it's gone for 4 runs. Tom Alsop there diving to his right. 64 for 3. Yes, the graphics guys, the camera guys, they'll be magnificent down here.
It'd be difficult to fit them all in my pocket. I mean, I'm wearing cargo pants, so I have got quite a few pockets, and they are roomy. But yeah, they've done a brilliant job, and we appreciate your work, guys.
Certainly do. 60 for 3, leaders 164. Cole's in again, flights that one now, but tries to cut that away, misses. A little bit risky a shot there. Albert there on the back foot, giving himself some room, and just turned a bit, didn't it?
It's turn.
Albert's forward and plays it into the ground. End of Coles' first over in this second innings. He's gone for 6. Hampshire's lead is 164. Albert has 26 and Brown has 18, and this partnership is worth 29, so it's one of the better ones.
Yeah. So 37 is
37 to beat.
Is the partnership to beat. That's says it all really about how difficult it has been. It's actually a little bit warmer today than I think it was yesterday.
Do you think so?
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I went outside, and at lunch it actually did feel quite warm. But maybe that's because my memory of yesterday is the most recent memory was the evening, and it did cool down a touch, I must say.
It's a bit breezy on the seafront last night, wasn't it?
It was lovely. Really nice light. But I had to go inside and I had to write. And I was writing while I had my dinner in the Peruvian restaurant.
Yes. Are you into Peruvian food?
I am now.
Are you?
It was lovely.
Tell me, obviously the dish you had last night was Peruvian, so what was that dish? What's a typical Peruvian dish then?
Wow, I will tell you. But Jack Carson is bowling over the wicket, flights this one, and the attempted sweep only goes about a couple of metres into the leg side from Brown. I had ceviche.
Oh right, yes, yeah, I remember you saying that actually.
Yeah, but I'll tell you a bit more about it because it was special. So, in once more over the wicket, again flights the ball. This time Brown gets the sweep a little cleaner and gets a single for it. Takes them to 61 for 3. So it was like the catch of the day, though. It was the fish of the day. It was in little cubes. There was a little bit of calamari. There was a mussel in there, a couple of prawns. So all cured in this sort of lemon, as that next ball really is tossed up. And it's met on the full by Albert, who just pushes it out into mid-wicket, no run. But it was kind of in a stock, and I think so. The stock was lemon, which cures the fish. So it's not cooked; it's the lemon juice cooks it. As Carson in, flatter ball, goes for the sweep, reverse sweep, and it actually makes very good contact, and that's 4 runs to Albert. It's not the first time he's attempted to play that. That time it came off. That will help. Takes Albert on to 30. It's one of the highest scores we've seen. That was really well executed, that reverse sweep. He just trusted himself.
Plays a lot of that in T20.
Yeah. But it was not just lemon juice. It was almost like a stock. But it was just so tasty. It was really lovely. It had lime and it had a few different herbs in it. So it was a very, very lovely meal.
Now, if it was a typical Peruvian restaurant and you were looking through the menu, which I'm sure you did, and you took it all in, did it offer lomo saltado?
No, I don't remember that. As Carson he's bowled another one of those flighty balls and it's just thumped up to sort of a deepish mid-on. Just take the one run. Don't remember that. They had empanadas.
Oh, right.
As you might imagine. They had a lot of different kinds of those sort of ceviche dishes. Catherine once more goes the reverse and there's the appeal, not given. So Brown trying to take a leaf out of Albert's book but unable to execute. Again, I think that impact would have been outside the off stump.
Yeah, way outside.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. Hampshire now 66 for 3, leading by 170. So then there seemed to be a lot of dishes that were some kind of meat, fish or chicken in sort of special spices and lime and all that sort of thing that came with hand cut chips and rice.
Okay.
So I didn't go for those.
No. Was ají de gallina on the menu?
Are you just looking things up on the internet now?
No, I'm just giving you my range of cookery knowledge from around the world. Reverse sweep there from Toby Albert, start of a new over from James Coles. I'm just giving you the benefit of my Peruvian cuisine knowledge.
Look, I did have some. I wasn't going to tell you, but it was a very light meal. The ceviche
Good.
fish.
Albert on the back foot, quick single, good running. 67 for 3.
So they talked me into a dessert, which I shouldn't have. It's very naughty.
All right.
It was only small. It was basically an espresso cup. But the espresso cup was like filled with it was almost not quite like a mousse, but it was 85% dark Peruvian chocolate.
Right.
That had kind of been whipped, and it was almost gold. It was almost like they put gold leaf on top. So it was only very small, just in a little espresso cup. But I spent about half an hour savouring every tiny morsel.
Sweep shot there, Ben Brown. In the air, bounces short. Half deep square leg, 68 for 3.
So yeah, that was my little treat. He was
Sounds very
really
nice. You're
good.
doing a very good job of selling it. Was there polo a la brasa on the menu?
Are you doing the A to Z of Peruvian
No, I'm just
dishes?
wondering how
It might have
extensive
been.
the menu
Yeah,
was.
I think that might have been on there.
You can remember. So what was
Yeah.
that made up of?
Oh, wasn't that the chicken with the rice and the hand-cut chips?
You didn't take any notice of the
I
menu
did.
at all.
I'm going to look at
Let's
that.
push that square on the offside. Rocotto Relino.
Oh my! Hang on a second. Okay, we're up there. There they are. Okay, I found them. Hang on.
Albert to face 32. He's on currently. It's quicker ball. Well, he's sweeping that one. He's wrapped in front, and James Coles has got him. Quicker ball. I think Coles is working on the fact that there's a good chance that Toby Albert is looking to sweep. Fired it in a bit quicker, and Albert might have thought he might have just got outside the line of off. I think when the ball hit him, he was just about in line with the stumps. It's good bowling from Coles, 68 for 4, Hampshire.
Well, it had been a bit too long since we'd had a wicket. It done really well with the reverse sweep, and in the end, going conventionally was actually Albert's undoing. He'd done so well to stay out there, scoring 32. Yet again, the wicket falls. Coles was effective in the first innings with his left arm spin. He's effective in his second innings as well.
Now, what were we saying about the highest partnerships in the game?
37. It's been done 3 times, I think.
And what was that partnership?
37.
Isn't that uncanny?
That is so weird, isn't it?
Yeah. There was a programme called Uncanny as well. I think that should make that
Yeah.
list of features.
I can tell you what they had on there, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, it's at the empanadas. So
Are you looking at their menu now?
Yeah, I had the ceviche carretilla.
Listen to you.
There you go. Fish of the day with coriander, onion, sweet potato, tiger milk, and mixed fried seafood. It's not actually tiger milk, the milk from tiger. They don't go and milk a tiger.
No, that'd be a bit silly, really.
It's like a stock, I think, that has...
There's not too many people who have done that and actually lived to tell the tale.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Here, tiger, tiger, tiger.
Yeah.
Here, tiger, tiger, tiger.
I think you're doing a great job of selling that restaurant, because I'll be honest with you, from what you're saying, that would almost make me go there.
So what I had...
When you checked out
Yeah.
and you're long gone, I might actually go.
I might not need the room tomorrow night. It's the way this game is going. So the dessert was the Chocolate de la Selva, which was 85% Peruvian dark chocolate, pisco, vanilla, and mango.
That does sound nice.
And I've got to tell you, it was good. But it was just small, in an espresso cup. Don't think I was there hoeing on it. It was really good.
New batter is the 22-year-old Tom Prest. He's facing Coles, so 68 for 4. That lead is 172 currently.
Can we get a partnership above 37?
37, that is a dangerous number.
It is, isn't it?
If you're still out there in the middle and that partnership is 37, watch out.
Well, I've got something for you.
Coles flights that one. Prest drives off the mark straight away.
Now, I'm not one for superstitions, but you know the unlucky number for Australians, it's not the 111, the Nelson, it's 87, because it is 13 runs short of a century. Well, 37 is 13 runs short of a half century.
Brilliant. Brilliant, Mel.
Just came to me. Didn't even have to reach for it.
Unbelievable.
Oh, well, boy, though, look at that scoreboard. That scorecard. Not easy. How many wickets do you think we're going to see fall today? How many have we had so far?
We've had 11.
We had
7 in the Sussex innings, 4 now.
Yeah, 13 yesterday.
Yeah.
I think we're going to beat yesterday's tally.
Well, it'd be unbelievable to think that we've got another 44 overs and not a wicket would be taken. I think that would be foolhardy to put money on that. But this... Well, as I was saying, I mean, really for the sake of the game and with rain forecast from tomorrow onwards, then it is ideal that we get through the first 2 days quite quickly. Maybe a little too quickly for some, especially the batters.
Who knows? I might get to on day 4, maybe I can revisit Brighton Pavilion. Could actually happen. The way this is going, but then there's a bit. Tomorrow looked a bit iffy when I checked it. It looked sort of a bit 40% chance, 50% chance, but you just don't. But when it's 40, it could be anything. So it's an Adcat back for another spell, and the first one is threatening the outside edge, just pushing the ball across the right-handed Prest.
Just went straight on a bit, really, didn't it? Nothing.
Yeah, it just went straight on. Yeah, but this is what's made it so hard for the batters, isn't it? It's just not being able to quite trust which way the ball's going, and also being able to trust the bounce. If anything, it is what we were talking about before, where occasionally the batters, particularly with the bowlers, particularly with the new ball, have been reluctant to go too full, and they maybe just missed out on some wicket-taking opportunities, which sounds ridiculous in a game like this. And Adcat in again. This is more comfortably left outside the off stump. So he's just pushing the ball across Prest at the moment. No real sign of any major seam movement.
Yeah, just to put the meat on the bone with these partnerships, in the Hampshire first innings there was 3 partnerships of 37. Albert and Brown for the 4th wicket, for the 6th wicket Brown and Fortain, and for the 7th Brown and Fuller. In the Sussex first innings, the highest partnership was 31 between Alsop and Simpson. That was for the 7th wicket, I think.
Next ball, there's an edge, and has that been dropped? I think it has. Well, first and second slip both went for that outside edge, and there's a few hands being slammed onto the ground. Thick edge. Well, the keeper actually went out. It's actually gone down from the keeper. The keeper's dived in front of first slip. So Simpson, he's gone for that, and he's got one hand to it, and the ball's just come through.
Yeah, did it carry? It's
I thought
a tough one. Do you think it did?
I think it did, because I saw them pounding the ground. It looked like it did first viewing. We'll have another look. In comes Cat. That ball's just defended up to mid-off.
Tom Press feels, probably feel recently he hasn't had a lot of luck. Maybe there's one there. So just watching this again.
I mean, it's a near thing. If he'd taken it, it would have been a screamer. But I think that's a drop. Are you agreeing?
Jury's out. Jury's out for me.
Okay. I might be being harsh. It's not crystal clear. But he's dived right in front of first slip, and I think second slip was thinking of going for it as well. So Cat is in. That's driven, and it's come off the outside edge in the air, but through the gap between the slips and backward point. It's a chase on, and it's a good one too. Good bit of tag teaming effort out there on the boundary rope. Prevents the 4 runs. I'll take a couple.
False shot. Someone's aiming there, was he?
No, he was not aiming there at all.
Yeah, I think Tom Press deserves a little bit of luck. He's not had the season he would have liked to kick on, and sometimes the luck doesn't go your way. Maybe here it might just.
I think the only way you score runs on this pitch is if you have a bit of luck, to be honest. And Ben Brown did have a little bit yesterday, and do you know what? They're just bringing in a 4th slip now. Just seeing that previous edge, and just moved out to gully. So 3 slips and a gully, and they've just sent a fielder down to deep backward point, and another one sort of square leg ball bowled, and it's driven straight up mid off with a little bit of work to do to cut that off, and they'll get a single. So an eventful over there at the end of it. Hampshire are 72 for 4, leading by 176, which is looking like an extremely good lead, it must be said. Just having another look at that. Oh, look, it's a bit hard to say. It's almost like the ball goes into a shadow just as it reaches his hand. It would have been a terrific grab.
So yeah, the top partnership in the Sussex first innings, 31 for the 6 between Simpson and Allsop, and in the Hampshire second innings, that 37 between Albert and Brown. So yeah, we've had 1 half century in this game and no half century partnerships, as Prest is off the back foot, cuts Coles into the covers, and Prest moves on to 5, 73 for 4. One thing Tom Prest will do is he will score his runs a little quicker than some of the others, so for the length of time that he's out there, he will keep that scoreboard ticking along. But you've got to be careful as a batter out there. Your technique is being tested all the time. Sweep shot there from Brown.
It's get the single there, isn't it? And the thing is, it's not just their technique that's being tested, it's their concentration, because you just can't let it slip for a fraction of a second, can you?
Certainly not. Coles with 1 for 11 into his 3rd over. Bowling up the hill, quicker ball, Prest is off the back foot, finds the gap in the covers. Yes, as I say, he will keep that scoreboard ticking along. 6 he moves on to, 75 for 4. The lead is 179, and from what we've seen, Mel, what would Sussex start thinking about? What total would they start thinking about where they're going, challenging? I think you think about that one. Sweep shot again from Brown. Playing that shot quite nicely at the moment.
I'm going to be honest with you, I think it's challenging right now. What is it, 180? Yeah, I'd call that challenging. And I mean, it just goes to show that 226 first innings total by Hampshire looks better and better, doesn't it?
Yeah, and both sides thought that was probably at least 25 or 30 under par. So, yeah, interesting ones. That's driven out towards extra cover.
As I said, offering to get the heavy roller out, undoubtedly, before they go into bat again. and they'll get every member who's here to come and sit on it just to make sure it's extra heavy and try and get everything they can to flatten.
Field scattering for Tom Preston, he's bowled. Cole celebrates once more. His second wicket in just his third over, and Tom Prest, who was just trying to manoeuvre that ball out on the offside in the gap. Maybe that was part of the ploy, and that ball has just sneaked in through bat and pad, I suspect. And Prest goes for 6, and it is 76 for 5. And at the moment, who wouldn't bet against a finish tonight?
That has actually turned away. It's pitched in, it's angled it in towards middle, and that has just turned to beat the outside edge.
But Prest has just opened the face of the bat there a little, isn't he? Just to work it out into the covers, which it may still have been too good a ball. But even so, Cole's straight into the wicket. 76 for 5, my word. So that is the 12th wicket that's fallen today.
So we're certainly on track to beat yesterday's target of 13. Heavens above. I mean, hold on to your hats because it's moving at lightning pace. Still 42 overs remaining in the day, so we're still a little way away from tea as well. Can they dig in till tea? That's the other question, Hampshire.
Well, the other thing I will just throw out there, just as a talking point, is that when these two teams met at the Utilita Bowl, the game was all over just before lunch on day 3, and the pitch was reported. Now, let's be honest, if we keep going on at the current rate, this game is going to finish before lunch tomorrow. I'm just putting it out there in the interest of fairness.
Oh. I'm sorry, there's suddenly a pot in between us and there seems to be a big stick in it that you're stirring. Well, it's treacherous, isn't it? I'm one who prefers the ball dominating bat if there's going to be an error slightly one way. First ball of Anecdotes over. It's just turned around the corner to fine leg. They take a single, takes Brown to 33 and Hampshire to 77 for 5. I do prefer, if it's going to err one way, I'd much rather err towards the bowling dominating slightly. But yeah, when you look at the ways they are falling, perhaps it has gone a little bit too far, perhaps. Others better positioned to judge or have more of an idea, of course. Zinad Cat in again, and that's a full ball, and it's just chopped straight down in front of Fortain, who practices his defensive technique a few more times. He knows he's going to need it.
I was just checking on who the match referee was.
Yes.
At the game at the Utilita. It's a different match referee today.
But I'm sure there's consistency across the board.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. It's done plenty. As you know, Cat is in again. There's the shout. It was a full delivery. Just speared that one in, but umpire is not interested. There's just not been a ball and over a moment where any batter has looked comfortable.
Certainly not. Take the runs while he can.
Well, that's why I was saying if there's a bad ball, you have to capitalise on it. Brown is still out there. It's Fortain on strike though, and next ball is clipped away off the toes, and they come through for a single. Fielded at wide mid-on. And they takes a score to 78 for 5. So that lead of 182, I tell you what, if they get that lead above 200, I think they're in a very good position.
I want to see on the email saying you should do the right thing and cancel your room tonight, Mel.
What? Who said that?
Ralph Brooker.
Ralph,
No, he said he was half joking about your accommodation for the night.
I'm after all I went through to get that room, I tell you, I'm making use of all 3 nights in Adcat. He's in around the wicket, and that's a wild swish by Brown that doesn't make any connection. Maybe he's decided it's worthwhile. Just at some point he might, the whole idea of, well, we're not going to be hanging around for long, so I may as well try and push the lead up above 100 quickly more than anything. So it wouldn't surprise me to see if he decided to take that route at some point. As it is, he's still out there. He's on 23 off 26, which is actually quite remarkable that he scored at that rate. And Adcat in once more. This time he's a bit more circumspect and just defends that one out into the covers. 2 singles coming off the over, 78 for 5, and the lead now 182. 41 overs remaining in the day, and I've just had the throat slashing gesture from Kevin. I think that means he wants to get rid of me. I'll see you all later.
That's not true. Would love you to be on all day, Mel. It means I'll get more time off if you're. So, what a game. What a day's cricket. Entertaining, full of action yesterday, and we've had our fair share of the same today, and the promise of a lot more to come. Still 9 overs until tea. Welcome back, Adrian Harms.
Thanks, Kevin. James Coles has picked up a couple of wickets. Interesting hearing you and Mel's discussion about when does this become out of reach for Sussex. I suppose from a Sussex point of view, I'm sort of hoping and thinking, well, if someone could get in and play a big innings, you never quite know, as Coles is in bowls to Fortain, who played that to mid. I know he's a good fielder, is Ollie Robinson, and that wasn't far away, It's a good bit of fielding. He was onto that very quickly, Robinson, got the throw away. I don't know if we're going to see a replay of that. Nonetheless, he's singles taken. The total goes to 79 for 5.
It's only Mel that gets the replays when she asks.
Is that right? Yeah, I don't get them. See, I've got no influence here whatsoever.
They know what you're like.
Persona non grata. I mean, Coles left arm around the wicket into bowl to Ben Brown, who sweeps again and picks up. Well, so again, there's a little bit of indecision. The throw comes into the non-striker's end. Ben Brown was safely home. He goes to 24. He's honing in on 100 runs for the match, is Ben Brown, which puts him way above anybody else. And another captain's innings. The lead is 184. Coles in again. Bowls and Forte down the leg side. Take away, and he's gone. And the 3rd wicket for James Coles. We've seen this throughout this game. The wickets have just fallen in clusters, and there's another one gone. Forte has gone for 2. And Hampshire here 80 for 6. The lead is just 184, and James Coles' figures is in his 4th over. Has taken 3 for 15.
Good job we didn't come on any earlier.
Yeah.
Well, Sussex will be batting for a second time right now. The Hampshire innings started at 10 past 1, maybe just after actually, because we crept a couple of minutes into the lunch break. Here's the dismissal again, if you're watching on the picture feed. Yeah, it's a catch down the leg side. Yeah. Similar to Simpson.
Yeah.
In the Sussex innings.
It's a disappointing way to get out, that, isn't it?
Good catch.
Yeah.
Yes, the Hampshire innings starting at just after 10 past 1, and here we are at 10 past 3. 80 for 6.
Well, with another 40 overs to be bowled tonight, the way wickets have fallen in this game, I think it would be surprising probably if Sussex weren't batting again tonight. And it's already a lot of runs, but as I say, you just need someone to come in and play a big innings if that's possible on this pitch.
Well, we've been saying that for
we have. Yeah, it needs someone to play a Brown type innings. So James Fuller comes in, and I think we said yesterday that James Fuller always seems to score runs against Sussex. What did he do in the first innings? 18.
Cole's got him.
Yeah, well, they would be 18 very useful runs, wouldn't they?
Yeah, anything now. If Hampshire can push that lead over 200, I do feel, and I said this right at the start of play this morning, that if Hampshire bowl the way they can, then Sussex would find it very difficult, and they did. And I think it'll be the same in the second innings If Hampshire just bowl the way they did in the first innings, 200 is a lot to get.
So, the new man in is James Fuller. A slip and a short leg, bright sunshine as Coles is in. Bowls, and Fuller's hit on the pad, there's a loud appeal. Coles thinks he's got his man. Sussex think they've got their man every time the ball hits the pad at the moment. Just see that again. You need to be playing slightly across the line there, James Fuller. Here we are going to get a replay. That's missing leg stump, isn't it?
Just, yeah. Got him LBW in the first innings.
I just wonder whether James Fuller is the sort of player who might think, do you know what, I might chance my arm here.
Well, I hope he does.
Coles in, bowls. Fuller drives firmly down the ground. As far as Sean Hunt, there is no run. There's this relatively short boundary on the leg side. He's just eyeing that up, James Fuller. And interestingly enough, now this is interesting because now the field is scattering because they want to give James Fuller the single. See what he does. Coles in again, bowls, and he's struck on the pad. Oh, and now there could be a run out. The throw comes in. Bails are whipped off, and he's not out. Well, extraordinary piece of action. The ball was played out onto the offside. There was a loud appeal. John Simpson raced after the ball, threw the ball in from cover point where he ended up. The Bails are whipped off, but Fuller had got himself home. Let's just see this again. They set off for a single. Ben Brown sent him back. Throw comes in. And the bell, well, it's impossible to tell from here. It was Ollie Carter who got himself in a good position behind the stumps, but Fuller had obviously got himself back. And now they're in deep conversation with the skipper. 80 for 6 at the end of that over. The lead is 184, and we've still got 40 overs of cricket left today.
Well, first of all, it looked like an inside edge onto the pad, but that was a good bit of fielding. My word. Fuller had to really scramble back as quickly as possible. Okay, he's got a lovely brown mark on his shirt. That's
the last thing memento wanted, yeah. Yeah.
So we've got Unakat to continue down the hill, left arm round the wicket. Brown just works that into the onside. He's a real steadying influence in this game, Ben Brown.
Yes, he is.
81 for 6. The only one that's really batted with any calmness, and I guess for the main part looks assured, but when I spoke to him last night, he said he felt anything but at least he gives that air of calmness.
Yeah, 96 runs in the match he's made.
Incredible.
In a game of, how many runs have we had so far in the match? 226, 122, what's that? 246. About 320 runs, and Ben Brown's made 100 of them.
It's funny how it goes sometimes, isn't it? How one person can sort of stand above others. Here's Thundercat bowls, and that's worked into the gap through mid-wicket. Nicely timed by James Fuller. It won't go all the way. He should pick up 3.
Yes.
He will. 3 for Fuller takes him off the mark. And 3 valuable runs for Hampshire at the moment, the way things are going.
I just feel like double runs, don't they? Every run feels like 2.
Well, I have to say, before this game, and when we're coming down here, I mean, this wicket does have a reputation of being quite hard work, doesn't it, to bowl sides out? But
well, I think since
it's quite been like that.
Yeah, since Paul Farbrace has been here, they have left more grass on the pitches here because he likes to bring the slip cordon into play.
Yeah, and he's quite right, because the bounce here sometimes is non-existent, isn't it? Bottom edge, through keeper first slip, 4 runs. Attempted cut shot there from Ben Brown. No danger of it being caught, it just wasn't going where he aimed it.
Well, they're all vital runs, aren't they? It's another 7 runs. They retrieve the ball. There we are. I think they found it just down below us.
No, I think Paul Farbrace is right. It's made for a more exciting game, but it's just that this is just going. It's going rapidly too. It's going too quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the first game of the season up at Edgbaston was a horrible game. It was a flat deck, and even the people from Warwickshire, Mel was at that game. The people at Warwickshire were saying, "Well, this will be a draw almost at lunch on the first day." And you don't want a game of cricket like that, do you? That's not going to attract people back to county cricket.
But off the back of 4 rounds of Kookaburra balls, this is just completely off the scale.
The game up at Durham wasn't a great game either. That was
we had 4. But I missed the game at Worcester. It sounded like it got exciting towards the end, but the 3 ones previous to that were dull. Cut away into the vacant area on the offside with all the fielders virtually back on the rope, allowing Brown to take a single. He moves on to 30. 89 for 6. The lead now for Hampshire's 193.
Does James Fuller really warrant fielders going back like that? I mean,
I think it's purely because he's a new batter.
yeah.
Yeah, you're right. He can bat. We know he can bat. You mentioned it earlier. He does score runs here. Has
Got
done.
a strange stance, isn't he?
He's very open. He seems to have got more open in the last however long, really.
Well, they call that a two-eyed stance. They used to call
It's
it.
like a Peter Willie, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, that left foot of his is pointing out towards mid-wicket. Drives, doesn't time it as it goes up to mid-off.
I mean, the true thing here in this game is that whoever loses this game, on the assumption we get a result, is only going to take 3 points from this game, and that will be a real anxious look over the shoulder at how the other games are going. I mean, Yorkshire are going to pick up points at Taunton because that game looks odds on for a draw, even at this stage, because they're only still in the first innings. And with weather around, the game at Chelmsford looks like that could be a draw, so you could well find Durham and Yorkshire picking up points for the draw and closing the gap on both of these two sides.
Undercat to Fuller. Fuller drives again, doesn't time it. They'll take a single. Oh, well, they were going to. And I think Fuller, right at the last minute, realised that mid-off perhaps wasn't as far back as he thought, and Ben Brown, I think, was happy to just stay at the non-striker's end. He'll be ready to face the first delivery of the next one. Hampshire 89 for 6, lead by 193.
I mean, the other side who are in potentially in trouble as well at the bottom are Essex. Now, they go to Warwickshire for their next game. Then the final game, they're at home to Somerset. I just think Essex I just think they're too good. Having said that, Jordan Cox has now been called up by England, hasn't he? So they're missing a really, the innings of the season for me was when Jordan Cox got his 100 down here. So missing him's a blow for Essex. So that, this could go all the way to the wire.
With no relegation, or maybe some relegation.
Yeah. I mean that is the bonkers thing. James Cole's coming into bowl to Ben Brown. He's in and bowls, and Brown. Oh, the ball is in the air. Is he going to be caught? He is caught, and Ben Brown is on his way. Tom Haynes takes the catch. James Coles picks up his 4th wicket. Ben Brown looking to scoop the ball over fine leg. The ball is spooned in the air, and Tom Haynes very smartly round from slip to catch the ball just in front of square leg. Coles' figures extraordinary. 4 for 15 in 4 overs and 1 ball. Let's just see this again. Yeah, it's he's always played that into the scoop the ball away. Here he comes racing around, and the catch is taken. Haynes takes the catch. Ben Brown is on his way for 30. So what was that, 91 run? 101 matches, is that right? 101 runs in the match, yes, that's right, from Ben Brown. But the 7th wicket goes down. We've still got 38 overs to be bowled tonight. And we did say, could this game all be all but done this evening? We shall see.
Well, that's clever bowling again from James Coles. He's varied his pace here, which on a wicket where there's a bit of help for the spinners, he probably doesn't need to, but he knows that Ben Brown is looking to sweep him, and he's really just held that one back, and he's given it a bit of air, and Ben Brown's got underneath that. It's really clever bowling. And Coles, 4 for 15. What a time to come on in a low-scoring game and have figures such as those.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's on course for his best figures of the season. 5 for 108 they are currently. I think if he gets one more wicket, he'll smash that out of the park.
Yes, he will. Well, he bowled very well in the. When I was looking at the 100, he bowled very economically in the 100, but he's enjoying bowling up the slope here at Hove. Now, what's Keith Barker going to do here? Because we mentioned earlier on about someone coming in and crashing a quick 20 or 30. Is this what the situation demands?
Probably.
Dan Ibrahim has come all the way out here. Sussex still got someone off the field. I can't work out who it is. Coles is in again. Bowls to Barker, who flicks this onto the onside, fielded by a very alert Daniel Hughes in at mid-wicket, and there is no run. 89 for 7 here at Hove in the sunshine as Coles is in again. Bowls that short, and Barker turns that around the corner, but only as far as a Nudcat, who's in very quickly from short fine leg to field. There is no run.
Well, maybe there's a clue in Barker's first innings. He was not out 14 off 14, 1-4 and 1-6.
Yeah. 3 men guarding that leg side boundary. Is that where he's going to aim? Coles again, bowls and forward comes. Barker plays it onto the onside. Again, there is no run. 89 for 7, the lead 193. Coles again, bowls. Barker is. I think he didn't play a shot at that, and I'm sure the umpire's going to signal that as being no shot. The ball's raced away to the boundary, and indeed it is signalled as a dead ball. No shot from Keith Barker.
So we've had around 53 overs, give or take the odd ball.
Today,
yep. And there's been 15 wickets taken.
Wow. Yeah, 27 wickets in 5 sessions. And we've still got 6 overs to go until tea. And tea might be delayed, actually, if any more wickets fall. Coles was halfway into bowl, but Tom Haynes wasn't back in his position at slip as a light aircraft makes its way somewhere above the ground, and Coles is in. Bowls to Barker, who with a flick of the wrists plays that to mid-wicket. Footed by Daniel Hughes. It's the end of it over, and very fine figures from James Coles. 5 overs, 1 maiden. He's taken 4 for 15. And Hampshire, who were at one stage, where were they, Kevin? They were 68 for 3 at one stage. Are now 89 for 7.
Leader 193, that looks millions at the moment. Get that over 200 from the Hampshire point of view. I think they'll probably still feel that that's a lot. There's our friends at the museum there on the live picture feed there, Adrian. You were giving them a plug yesterday.
Yes, they were. They're over there selling, and in fact they've we'll ask another question actually from the Sussex Cricket Museum quiz. They do a quiz every home game with questions about the away side, and they're all over there with their books and their photographs. If you've never been to the Sussex Cricket Museum, go and have a look. We had a lovely cake from Margaret yesterday. If you're listening, Margaret, and she probably is over in the museum today, it was lovely. There's 1 piece left. So we'll be fighting over that at tea time. I reckon James Fuller might have a go here.
Carson from the far end then, for this forward. So what's the question then, Adrian?
Let's find a good good Hampshire question for you, Kevin.
It was a Hampshire question yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, they're all Hampshire questions.
Oh, they are.
Yeah.
Clearly there's not a good one on there because you haven't found one yet. 89 for 7. Carson with his off-spin from that Cromwell Road end. Down the wicket comes Fuller, just eases it out on the leg side, no run.
OK, Hampshire's championship success in 1973 made them the first recipients of what? Hampshire's championship success in 1973 made them the first recipients of what?
Oh, I think I know that.
OK. Well, we'll put it out there for half an hour or so.
Carson. Oh, it's into the hands and out again of short leg, mind you. That's a reaction one that, to be fair, Ollie Carter wouldn't have been expected to take, but it was eased straight into him, as you'll see, pushed.
Well, it went very quickly, didn't it?
It is. Hit him in the stomach somewhere. It'd be very unusual for him to hold on to that one. Carson in again, and Fuller's just quietly playing that one. Can I write it down and see if I'm right? Oh, you don't know the answer, do you?
I'll have to send a text to the curator to find out, because they generally don't give us the answers until the last day. No, but write it down, and I will send Keith a text and see if he can give me the answer to question 7 on his sheet.
Carson sweeping is Fuller. 2 men out there for exactly that shot. Fuller moves on to 4. 90 for 7. It's been hard going the last half an hour or so here for Hampshire. Good spell for Sussex, they needed it. Don't want to be chasing too many here. So if I write it down...
you write it down.
Well, it won't actually mean anything, will it, to you? You'll just go, OK.
Oh, OK. I have no idea. But I'm sure many of your Hampshire listeners...
I don't want to give it away, but I think I saw something that suggests that I think I know it. Let me write it down the end of this over. For your eyes only,
OK.
Brings Barker on strike. Carson around the wicket. Reverse sweep there from Barker, and it goes past the diving fielder. That would be 4 runs. And Hampshire move on to 94 for 7, and that lead close to 200 now. It's 198.
Yes, the end of Jack Carson's over, who has bowled 3 overs and hasn't taken a wicket for 14, eluding a diving Daniel Ibrahim, who's on the field now. Ibrahim has just gone off, and Ollie Robinson has just come back on. Kevin's written it down. Okay, that's an interesting answer. We shall see. If you're Hampshire's champion success in 1973 made them the first recipients of what? So let us know. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or your address, Kev, again is
Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Incomes at Coles and bowls to Fuller, who looks to pull that on the. He's hit Ollie Carter. He's in the wars here, Ollie Carter, and he's gone down. He's rolling around on the floor. Let's just see if we can see it. I think I hit him on the foot. He's a brave lad, is Ollie Carter, because he's been hit on the helmet. We're just going to see this again. James Cole's around the wicket, bowls to James Fuller. I think it hit him on the leg. Full blow on the leg, and we're going to have another break in play here. Does that hit him on the knee? It looked like a pretty painful blow. Well, he's standing up, he's Carter. And 10 out of 10, because he's not flinched in that position. James Fuller is just saying to me, "You okay?" And he's wincing. That's painful. Ollie Carter, who spends his winters out in Australia, the last couple of winters, playing for Newcastle in New South Wales. And I'm sure he's going to be doing the same again this winter. In fact, he's hobbling around there now. In fact, he's moved his position. I wonder if he's gone to more of a leg slip. So he's out the firing line for the time being as Coles is in again. Bowls. And is that another catch down the leg side? Taken by John Simpson. Umpire White is unmoved. Total remains 94 for 7. Lead 198. That looked like it came off the pad. Coles again. Around the wicket, bowls, swung away onto the leg side, and all runs gratefully received here from Hampshire. And what that for does is take the lead past the 200 mark. 202 for 7, effectively, Hampshire. I just think here with Fuller and Barker at the crease, this could very quickly become 220, 230.
These two do have the ability to take the game away a little bit, if indeed it's not already away a little bit from Sussex. Actually, the answer I thought it was. I've just looked it up. It maybe not.
Okay. And already with that blow, John Simpson's had to change his field. He's got 2 men out on the leg side to protect that leg side boundary. Cole's in again. Fuller is forward to a ball of good length, plays it down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Coles fields off his own bowling. And he's very quickly back to his mark. He's already coming in around the wicket, up the hill, bowls, and Fuller nicks this one. If there'd been a second slip, it'd have been gone, but it's going to race away towards the boundary edge. Is it going to go for 4? It's trickling towards the boundary, and it just rolls over the rope ahead of Ollie Carter. So 2 boundaries in the over from James Fuller. That wasn't where he intended it to go at all, nonetheless. Big, thick outside edge, and it's run away down, up the hill. Down, up the hill. For a boundary.
We know what you mean.
Yeah, Fuller goes to 12 and the lead to 206. And another change in the field. That leg slip has come out now. They've got 3 saving 1 in the covers and a sweeper on the cover boundary. Coles in, bowls to Fuller, who sweeps firmly and fielded by Carter, who was at backward square leg. And there is no run to finish the over. James Cole, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 23. Hampshire 102 for 7 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent. Welcome to our coverage from a sunny Hove. We're just approaching tea on the second day. We've had 27 wickets in the match, and Hampshire leading by 206, having bowled Sussex out this morning for 122. Tom Alsop top scoring with 39. Wonderful display by Abbott, 4 for 38. Kyle Abbott, and Bjorn Fortain taking 4 for 30. James Coles in reply has taken 4 for Sussex, but this lead 206 may not seem that many in terms of perhaps a game of cricket at any other time of the season, but on this track that's going to take some getting.
Yeah, it's worth a lot more. Carlson round the wicket to Barker. Barker just nudges that away on the leg side. 103 for 7 now. That lead 207. We are just under 4 overs away from the tea break. And we'll have 32 overs to complete the day, and pretty close to complete the match, I should think.
Yeah, they're on again at Taunton, so the rain has moved away. Somerset 278 for 4 against Yorkshire, but well into the second day.
Have he texted you back with an answer to that question?
No, he hasn't.
So he's trying to drag it out, isn't he?
Yeah.
Carson trying to get those two men out on the sweep right. Away to our left as he comes in over the wicket to Fuller. Fuller does sweep along the ground, goes out to deep square leg. Fuller moves on to 13, 104 for 7. That lead is up to 208 now.
Incredible, really. We've only had 30 overs in this. We're in the 31st over of the innings.
Oh, how I missed the Kookaburra ball. Only for proper cricket, eh? Just think we'd be... I've always said I missed the Kookaburra ball. Just think, if we'd had a Kookaburra ball here in this game, we'd probably be about halfway through the first innings right now. Praying for it to rain tomorrow. Whereas actually we're hoping it doesn't rain. Down the wicket, Barker drives hard up to mid-on, picks the fielder out.
I think he's showing his attention here, Keith Barker. He's looking at that leg side boundary. Oh, do you mind if I take over just while we do this update? Carson in the sunshine from the Cromwell Road end, round the wicket bowls, and Barker just nudges this around to fine leg. Sean Hunt picks up fields, throws at the stumps, knocks the middle stump out, but Fuller was safely home. There's another single to Barker, who goes to 6, and the total to 105 for 7. The lead now 209. Good bit of fielding by Sean Hunt, but he was James Fuller was clearly home, and it brings Fuller back on to strike. 13 off of 18 balls. He's got a slip and a short leg to keep him company. There's Carson. 3 wickets to his name yesterday. In and bowls, and Fuller plays that back in the air. I think he got caught in two minds there, what shot to play there, James Fuller, and he's played it straight back down the track to Jack Carson, but it fell about a yard short. Yes, thanks, Adam. Approaching tea on the second day, and we've already had 27 wickets in the match, would you believe? Hampshire in their second innings are 105 for 7. They lead by 209. James Coles has taken 4 wickets for Sussex in this innings. Earlier on in the day, Sussex bowled out for just 122. Tom Alsop top scoring with 39. At the Oval, Surrey are faring a lot better second time around. They're 59 without loss, leading Warwickshire by 57. And at Canterbury in the second division of the County Championship, I'll just bring up that score for you, Adam. I haven't got that at the moment, so I'll bring that to you at 4:30. But here, Keith Barker just hit the ball straight down the ground. That's going to be a big 6. So it's 4 more as Hampshire go to 109 for 7, and Keith Barker goes on to 10. That serves me right for having the first division scores up on my phone, doesn't it?
Which game did you miss out?
Kent.
Lancashire 241 for 8, trail Lancashire by 52.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Coles in again. Barker looks to reverse sweep, doesn't do so. Taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. I don't know why I didn't do it in my app. That's a bit strange, wasn't it?
All matches live on the BBC Sport website and app.
Yeah, trailing by 52. Coles over the wicket bowls, and Barker with a flick of the wrists plays that through mid-wicket and picks up a single. He goes to 11, total to 109 for 7.
And all games via most smart speakers.
Indeed.
For instance, for this one, ask BBC Sounds to play Sussex versus Hampshire.
Boom boom. Coles in the bowls to Fuller, who sweeps. The ball hits a combination of bat and pad and dribbles around the leg side, and there is no run. What have we got? Another 2 overs after this until tea.
I'm not sure I want this game to stop, really.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
Coles bowls, and Fuller cuts this one away, and that's a very good stop. I think Tom Haynes has got a hand to that, at first slip. Prevented it going for at least a couple of runs down to the third man boundary. End of the over, 110 for 7. Barker on 11, Fuller on 13. The ground staff are poised at the far end of the ground, not because it's going to rain, but because they're going to come out with their brushes and their bits and pieces for the tee interval. The lead is 214.
And their red tractor.
And their red tractor, yeah.
It's good job my grandson isn't here. He'd be running out there.
Would he?
If he saw that red tractor running
tractor
around, he'd be out there. Yeah. Yes, it didn't seem that long ago where I was praying for the tea break. Now I'm thinking, can't we just play through tea and just keep going? That lead for Hampshire now, 214, 110 for 7 as Carson starts a new over. Around the wicket to Barker, plays that out into the covers. Gets a single, moves on to 12, 111 for 7. These two now have put on 22. It doesn't sound a lot, but it's worth a few more. As we've often said throughout the season. We'd probably say it more today than I think yesterday. We were still working things out, but really today has confirmed what we were thinking, what we were saying yesterday, that this pitch is tricky and you really don't want to be chasing too many in the second innings. Is 215 too many at the moment? We'll find out. Quicker ball, Fuller's forward. Two experienced men out there in the middle for Hampshire. If anybody in the lower middle order can do something, these two will, to try and sway the game a little bit further in Hampshire's favour. If there was a wasp calculation now, I didn't really think it would show. Nice sweep shot there from James Fuller, and that's hit well. With two men out there, he's managed to find the gap, and that's gone for 4.
I don't think that's a great bit of fielding, if I'm being honest. Let's just see that again. I'm not sure.
Tough. I think he was going quite quickly.
Yes, it was actually, and it was also going down the slope. That doesn't make it easy here at home.
219, which means Sussex at the moment would need 220 to win. What do you think a wasp calculation would be in for each of these sides?
Interesting, isn't it? I mean, the way the game has gone, you'd have to say Hampshire are still heavy favourites to win. But I still think you just need someone. Can someone come and play the innings of the match and win it? Could a John Simpson, for example, come out and smack the ball all around the ground? Is that possible?
I'm going to go 80-20 at the moment. Sweep shot Fuller, it goes a little finer. Goes to Sean Hunt. So 80-20 is what you're thinking?
No, I think that's probably about right.
I wouldn't have Sussex more than 20.
But these two are just sort of steering Hampshire into a even better position.
Fuller off the inside edge onto his boot. Ball works its way out square on the leg side.
Interestingly, Kevin, I mean, they've been very positive, haven't they? What have they added? It's not a huge amount, but in the context of the match, they've added 26 for this wicket in pretty quick time. Not that the time is that relevant.
Carson takes his time with this next delivery. Flighted, and Fuller's quietly playing forward. 5 overs for Carson, none for 22. We got 1 over until tea. Hampshire 115 for 7, lead by 219.
If you just joined us, welcome to our live cricket coverage here on the BBC, live from the county ground at Hove, which is bathed in sunshine. A few cotton wool clouds around, a bit of a breeze, and a lovely afternoon to be watching cricket. And as Kevin says, just 1 over to go till tea, then another 32 overs after tea. Kevin James, Mel Farrell and myself, Adrian Harms, your commentary team here at Hove, as Keith Barker takes strike for the final over before the break, to be bowled by James Coles. Over the wicket bowls, and Barker plays on the bounce to Ollie Carter, who feels smartly at short leg. He's going to have a few bruises, Ollie Carter, this evening. Like hit on the knee in the last over. He's already been clonked on the helmet as well, but he's still staying in position, so well done to him. In comes Coles again, and Barker defends down the onside. There is no run. Playing for tea, Kevin, do you think these two experienced heads, or do you think if the ball's there to be hit, it's the sort of game where you think, much I can't afford to miss out? Coles in again, bowls, Barker solidly forward, plays onto the onside, and again there is no run. Coles, Barker back on his stumps and defends. Again it's Cartrew Fields, and again there is no run. Slip and a short leg, the close fielders. Coles in again, more pitched up delivery, and Barker is just very solidly forward, plays it away onto the offside. So here we are, last ball before tea. 115 for 7, Barker on 12, Fuller on 17. The lead for Hampshire is 219 as Coles is in, bowls, and Barker whips that one away on the leg side, backward of square on the leg side. He picks up a single to take him to tea on 13, and Hampshire 116 for 7, leading by 220 in another fascinating session of cricket. I don't know where to start really. I mean, let's start with Hampshire, 2 for 2, and you begin to think, are they going to get rolled over for 60 or 70? Good recovery, Toby Albert making 32, Ben Brown making 30, but then James Coles coming on and picking up those 4 wickets, threatening to turn the game on its head again, but this still looks a pretty substantial Hampshire lead at tea.
Yeah, I think it was a crucial spell from Coles. Those 4 wickets, Albert pressed Fortain and especially Brown. 37-run partnership for the 4th, the highest of the innings so far, and 37 seems to be the... Can't get past 37 in the total with the partnerships. That again may prove crucial. Ben Brown's 30 again might prove crucial. 32 from Toby Albert there, that's important, but still a few runs out there I think with Fuller and Barker there. Sussex need to wrap this innings up as quickly as possible. 27 they've put on unbroken, Fuller and Keith Barker. But already for me, if Hampshire again do what they did this morning, Sussex are going to find it very, very difficult to get near 200.
They are. Very briefly going through the other scores in the First Division. Essex 196 for 3 in reply to Durham's 333. They're at tea there at Chelmsford. Down at Taunton they are playing against Somerset 288 for 4 against Yorkshire. At the Oval, Surrey 61 without loss, leading Warwickshire by 59. And down at New Road, Worcestershire in their second innings are 5 without loss, trailing Nottinghamshire by 20 runs. Good news, they're letting the spectators out onto the outfield, which I love to see. People wandering around, stretching their legs in the tea interval. We're going to have a cup of tea and a bit of cake, if there is some available, and Kevin Mell, and I'll be back with you in about 15 minutes' time. Mel's going to do the first. I think Mel's going to do the first half hour. Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove, where the players are back out for this evening session. I hope we're still going out around the ground. Yes, we are. Some waves from the Spenkama Pavilion, so all is well. The sun has momentarily disappeared from view. Hampshire resumed on 116 for 7. The lead is 220. And it's going to be Jade Evanugcat who's going to be coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end to bowl the first over after tea, coming into bowl to Keith Barker. He's in and bowls, and Barker takes one hand off the bat and steers that down to fine leg and picks up a single fielded by Sean Hunt. Barker goes to 14, the total to 117 for 7. And the lead goes up by 1 to 221. Highest score in the match so far, 226. That was Hampshire's first innings score. Ben Brown top scorer with 71 and contributing with 30 in the second innings as well. The Hampshire skipper has certainly played his part. But from Sussex's point of view, this is all about taking these 3 wickets as quickly as possible. It looks a daunting target. Nugcat in, bowls to Fuller down the leg side. Good take by John Simpson away to his left-hand side, and then throws the ball back to the slip cordon towards James Coles, who drops the ball, but it
drops his hat.
And drops his hat as well.
He's got very floppy hair.
Yes,
I always notice hair.
He always wears his sun hat, does James Coles. So
he needs to keep that hair out of his eyes.
Well, I'm sure he's going to be on the plane to Australia come November with the England Lions. James Coles standing at second slip next to Tom Alsoppers, and Nugcat comes in around the wicket, in and bowls, and Fuller drives sweetly. That's a lovely shot. That's the goodest shot we've seen all day, Mel. That was beautifully played, slightly over pitch, and Fuller just caressed the ball through extra cover for 4 runs. Lovely shot.
Well, I made the observation earlier when Ben Brown played a full-blooded drive that we'd hardly seen any of those. Certainly none that were timed very well. And that was even sweeter, because you really didn't have to put too much power behind that. It was just timing, and timing has been the difficulty for you'd have to say every batter in this match.
Nugcat in again, bowls to Fuller, who just steers that away through the covers, picks up a single fielded by Tom Haynes, who has to run to his left from cover to field. 1 more to the total.
Well, I know that was just a little steer for a single, but that was also really well timed, because he just waited a fraction longer to be able to get that square enough of the fielder who was in the covers to be able to get that run. So Fuller playing some nice little shots here at the moment.
And just thinking back to yesterday morning when Sussex won the toss and decided to ask Hampshire to bat first, it means that John Simpson wasn't worried about batting last on this wicket. So I wonder whether Sussex think, well, this is going to get a bit easier. We shall see.
Good luck.
In comes a Nugcat, bowls, and Barker drives without timing to mid-off, fielded by Robinson. There is no run. Having been a lovely sunny day, I'm just looking away to the west where the weather is coming from, and there's some sort of heavy cloud drifting towards Hove. The forecast was for it to stay dry throughout the day, but that does look a little threatening. And the wind seems to have dropped away almost completely. Look at the flags on the clock tower scoreboard. Oh, they're just...
One's just
rustling a little bit in the breeze.
One's just kind of decided to get moving a little bit, but not much.
Nugcat in and bowls, and Barker drives into the offside, and there's a misfield, which is a rarity from Ollie Carter. Now, the throw came in from Ollie Robinson. It hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Keith Barker was obviously home because he's not been given out. But now the run is scored, so 7 off that opening over after the tea break, and all runs gratefully received as far as Hampshire are concerned. Let's just see this again. Barker played it into the offside. There was a misfield. Barker was rather dawdling towards the non-strikers, and the throw came in from Ollie Robinson. He was way in, wasn't he?
Well, he did. Do you know what? He was, I must say, it was a bit of a lazy trumble down the other end, and he just realised it, and he reached out, just shoved his bat down right at the very last
Here comes
moment.
The throw. The throw knocked out the middle stump as well.
It's not the first time we've seen a stump out of the ground today.
Anyway, 123 for 7 at the end of the over, and the lead 227.
We're going to see Coles continue. He's been terrific so far. Figures of 4 for 29 off his 8 overs. He's coming over the wicket to the left-handed Barker, who skips down the track, just clips this away down towards deep square leg. They'll get another single. He's not one for sliding his back, Keith Barker. Just again, he's just reached out and plonked it down. Might want to just be a little bit wary of that. Now we have the right-handed Fuller again, so lots of moving about between balls with his right and left-hand combination. First ball is full, just defended by Fuller. Been impressed with James Fuller so far. Anytime a batter gets past 20, you feel like they've done well.
There you do, definitely.
Coles around the wicket. It's full and swept firmly out towards deep square leg. And just get the single though, because there's 2 fielders out protecting the leg side boundary. So Coles, what about any other players you expect to go to Australia in that Lions tour?
Well, I think the one who would be an outside possibility would be Jack Carson, but I have the feeling that he won't go.
Over the wicket, dragged down that ball and darted in, and well, Keith Barker, that's gone down the leg side. It was lucky he wasn't either bowled around his legs or stumped.
How did that miss?
Not by much. Not by much at all. Very nearly bowled around his legs. Coles, another flatter delivery that Barker just turns around the corner. There's a fielder just on the circle. Just at short fine leg. Yeah, that didn't miss by an awful long way, and Barker had come a long way across his stumps as well. Short leg in comes Coles. That squirted off the outside edge of Barker's bat. There's a little bit of vacant territory behind point, so they get through for another single, but it all feels a little bit hairy at the end of Coles' first over after tea. 126 for 7. The lead now 230, which I don't know about you, Adrian, but I feel like that is a big lead, even though we are only just after tea on day 2.
Well, it's certainly going to take some getting from Sussex, but Sussex just need to hope that someone can get in. Someone like a Daniel Hughes can play a beginnings at the top of the order. He's due a score in the Championship, is Hughes, so Sussex just need to hope that can happen. But they need to pick up these 3 wickets quickly as Jade Evan-Nugcat is running in from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Keith Barker, who's picked up. That's a good catch. Really good catch by James Coles at second slip. He's such a good cricketer, because that went quickly to second slip, and he's plucked that pretty much off the grass. Let's see that again. That's a really good catch. Yeah. He's a very fine cricketer, and he's a good all-round cricketer, and I'm sure he's going to be on that plane in November.
Well, he didn't take a wicket in the preceding over. He almost had Keith Barker bowled around his legs, but maybe he helped in discomforting him enough so that he just tried to open his face a little bit and guide that one, but instead got a thick edge. It was a low catch close to the ground, well taken by Coles. And you mentioned them needing to take the remaining wickets quite quickly. Well, that's 1 out of 3, and you wouldn't bet against them taking the final 2 in pretty quick succession.
Now, that partnership was worth, you're never going to guess this.
Not 37.
It is. This is really getting spooky, isn't it?
So that's the 5th. That's the 5th 37-run partnership in this match.
It's quite extraordinary, isn't it?
And it is 13 runs short of 50. The unlucky number. Hey. You may mock me, but you can't argue with 5 37-run partnerships.
I think the lads need to put the partnership up on the board to make sure that we're not kidding. But we reckon that. Here we go. Here they go. They are listening. There we are. 37. You see, 37.
That's really weird. They've all been Hampshire ones as well.
That's the 5th.
The 5th 37-run partnership for Hampshire.
There we go.
Unbelievable.
So the new man in is Kyle Abbott, who bowled beautifully today, didn't he? Picking up those 4 wickets for 38. He's going to face J. Devon Cat, who's running in from the Cromwell Road end. The sun is back with us. He bowls, and a bit of lift from short of a length, and Abbott's right up on his toes and steers that into the offside. And there is no run, but a nasty lifting delivery.
It was similar to the one that he bowled to Gubbins, actually, that got Gubbins out. That was a nasty brute of a delivery that reared up off a length, and Gubbins was trying to pull his bat out of the way, but was lucky not to fall to that most recent delivery.
Cat in again, bowls, and up on his toes again is Abbott, and again steers that into the offside, fielded by Jack Carson at backward point. There is no run. So yes, I think I said I'd like to see Jack Carson go on the Lions tour. I just feel that there's other options around they quite like, don't they? Like Farhan Ahmed at Notts, and his brother, of course, at Leicestershire. But he can't be far away. Jack
Farhan
Carson.
Ahmed, you imagine, might be pushing for higher honours than the Lions.
No, I would take him. Cat is in, bowls, and Abbott works this onto the onside, fielded there by Ollie Carter, and there is no run.
I actually asked him if what he might be doing over the winter. Yeah, if you
Jack.
Jack. What? And obviously he would love to go with the Lions if he could, and he has played club cricket in Adelaide before over the winter or the Australian summer. But he said he might just actually try and spend the time in the gym and really working on things here. Just make the most of that off season to work on a few things at home, which would be interesting.
And Cat around the wicket, bowls to Abbott, who's forward a little uncertainly, it has to be said. Nonetheless, he keeps that out, and Cat feels of his own bowling, and there is no run.
He wants to be positive, Kyle Abbott. You can see that, but as he goes and does a bit of gardening, I think that little bit of extra kick off the deck that Cat is getting, it's just meaning that he's ultimately trying to get on top of the bounce.
Poor old Ollie Carter's been thrown the helmet again and told to get in at short leg, having hit on the helmet, hit on the knee. But
he looks like a tough nugget.
He is, isn't he?
Cricketer,
He is, yep.
That won't worry him.
He's back in position as Cat is in again. Bowls to Abbott, who's forward, plays onto the onside. There is no run. That's a wicket maiden from J. Devon Cat, who's bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, taken 3 for 30 at the end of the over. 126 for 8 are Hampshire. James Fuller on 23. Kyle Abbott is yet to score the lead, 230. In the other games, a century for Dean Elgar for Essex. Essex 229 for 3, trailing Durham by 104. Matt Critchley, 50 not out for Essex. Good cricketer, Matt Critchley, formerly of Derbyshire. And Taunton, Somerset 308 for 5 against Yorkshire. Tom Abel, 73 not out. And James Coles is going to carry on from this sea end.
Comes around the wicket to Fuller, who just plays that straight back to Coles. Fields off his own bowling. Doesn't have a short leg in for Fuller, just the slip. In close, bowls again, a full delivery, swept nicely, straight down to the fielder at deep backward point. So they've got 2 out there at deep backward point, and then another at deep mid wicket, protecting that leg side boundary. But now there's all change with Abbott on strike, and an awful lot of discussion about the field at the moment.
I think Kev was saying that didn't Kyle Abbott have a terrific strike rate this season when he gets a chance to bat, and I just wonder with his shortish leg side boundary whether he might be having a little glance towards that edge.
I've been waiting for someone to have a dip.
Yeah,
because it just feels like you're going to get out sooner rather than later. Here's Coles, just drags his length back slightly, and it's pushed out into short extra cover. So no run on offer there. The sun's actually just starting to come out again. As Coles is in once more. Off the back foot, defends into extra cover again. But still not off the strike. Off the strike, still not off the mark even. He's faced 7 balls so far. He now faces his 8th, and he tosses that one up Coles, and it does give Abbott the opportunity to get off the mark by just driving that one down towards long on. So he's off the mark, he's on 1. Brings Fuller back on to strike. He's currently on 24, so you give him full marks for getting into the 20s, because it has not been easy for anyone today or yesterday. And will we get to tomorrow? That is the burning question. How many overs remaining today?
Well, we've still got 28 after this one, but we would lose 2 for a
Yes.
break-in inning, so I would be surprised if we're not.
Well, we're going to be back tomorrow then. Here's Coles. He darts that one
Shot.
in, and it is driven beautifully. It's only going to get a single though, because it's straight out to the fielder at deep extra cover. As a plane goes by, very noisy one. We're under a flight path or something at the moment.
Sunrise aircraft, here we go.
Oh boy, deafening. And at the end of the over, it's 129 for 8. Oh, there it is. You can see it now. It's just flying away from us over towards the Cromwell Road end. Nice and low. There we are. If you're watching on the live stream, you can see it now. Just for any plane spotters who are out there. Something that fascinated me the first time that I came to this country was discovering that plane spotting and train spotting was actually a thing.
Oh, right. Is it not in Australia?
Well, I think there are people who like watching, but not to the same degree.
J.W. Lucat is coming in from the Cromwell Road end. Left arm around the wicket, down the hill. Comes into bowl to the right-handed James Fuller, who's forward on the front foot and punches that ball to mid off, and there is no run. If you're joining us for the first time today, very good afternoon. Welcome to live cricket on the BBC. You may be watching the Sussex live stream. It's been an all-action day. Sussex bowled out for just 122 today. Began the day 42 for 3, but then lost their last 7 wickets for just 80 runs. Tom Alsop top scoring with 39, 4 wickets for Kyle Abbott, and 4 wickets for Bjorn Fontaine as well. Hampshire in their second innings, 129 for 8. At one stage they were 2 for 2.
Goodness gracious me, that was a heck of a start, wasn't it?
The lead now 233, and Nudcat in, bowls to Fuller, who squirts that one out through backward point, and there is no run. There was 1 run, I apologise. Total goes to 130 for 8. Fuller goes to 26. The other games in the first division, Surrey 83 without loss, now leading Warwickshire by 81 at the Oval. Rory Burns 49 not out. He made a half century in the first innings. And down at New Road, Worcestershire have lost a wicket in their second innings. They're 27 for 1, leading Nottinghamshire by just 2 runs. Notts in hot pursuit of Surrey at the top of the county championship. Worcester in relegation trouble. In comes a Nudcat, bowls to Abbott, who thumps that down the ground, and that's going to go for 4 runs. There was nothing wrong with that at all. Well, Kevin James did think that that's the sort of thing that Kyle Abbott can do, and he's just stood up and just belted that straight down the ground, threw mid off for 4. Nothing wrong with that at all.
No, it was just a really nice
shot.
punch with decent timing as well.
Oh, and a gentleman down, you're seeing on the big screen, is sitting there with his 2 dogs, watching at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. My dog would have been chasing the ball if that had happened. 134 for 8.
I think we might see Kyle Abbott play a few more shots here.
Well, yeah, I mean, the lead is 238. And these two have been very positive. In comes the Nudcat, bowls, and he's at it again. He's lofted that one over. He's going to get caught. There he is, caught by Finn Hudson-Prentice at deep backward square. And Abbott is on his way for 5. The 9th wicket goes down, 134 for 9. Abbott's little cameo is over. He's gone for 5. We've had 29 wickets go down in the match as we go into the 6th session of the day.
16 today. We're up to 16.
Yeah.
13 yesterday, 16 today. Quite astonishing stuff. And it's not going to remain at 16. Of that, I am certain.
And another wicket for J. Devon-Nudcat, who's now picked up 4 wickets in the innings, as has James Cole. So a Nudcat 4 in the first innings, 2 in the second innings, so 6 so far. So he's had a good game, the Indian on his return to Sussex. But it's really all about how Sussex are going to bat in this second innings. But that's 238 or 239 is going to take some getting.
It is. And I think they're going to be out there fairly soon, and that's no disrespect to Eddie Jack, who's making his way out to the middle now. And I have to say, he didn't get, did he, the opportunity to bowl Eddie Jack in the first innings. I was just thinking I didn't miss it, because I was quite keen to see him bowl, because I saw him bowl in the Under-19s World Cup, which was 18 months ago, held in South Africa. Saw him up in Kimberley. Was just really impressed. He looked older than quite a few of the players in that Under-19s World Cup, because he is a strapping lad, isn't he? Just even looking at him out there, big, tall, broad shoulders.
Well, J. Devon-Nudcat is looking for a fifer here, and he had Eddie Jack LBW in the first innings. He's racing in from the Cromwell Road and bowls. That's down the leg side. He's annoyed with himself. He's a Nudcat taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. Interesting field. Well, they've changed it now, because there were 2 slips. There was a silly mid-off and a short extra cover as well, but now the field has spread slightly. They're quite keen to let Jack have the single here. John Simpson is... It's one of the problems when you've got a wicket keeper as a skipper, isn't it? He's trying to direct matters and talk to his bowler at the same time, and Nudcat wants his field changed. And they've brought Jack Carson now in. He had gone from short extra cover to cover, and now he's in at leg slip. As Nudcat is back to his mark, the sun has momentarily disappeared as Nudcat is in. Bowls to Jack, who lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by John Simpson. There is no run. End of the over, the end of the 39th over of this Hampshire innings. 134 for 9. Jack yet to score. Fuller on 26. J. Devon-Nudcat, very impressive figures. 11 overs, 2 maidens. He's taken 4 for 35. But the most important statistic of them all is the lead, which is 238.
Yeah, very, very, very healthy lead, that must be said. More so than you would normally think. There's a bird flying very low. I thought it was about to dive bomb Hunt, who's fielding just in front of us. Coles is going to continue. And why is there applause?
I would imagine for J-Dev, is it? Who's taken up his fielding position.
Oh, well, that's very nice too. And Coles, well, he runs in and he almost does a little dance as he pulls out of his run-up and gets ready to start again. So, around the wicket to Fuller, who just smothers the first delivery. Field is spread very wide at the moment for Fuller. Just the slip in, there's a short fine leg as he defends the next one back to the bowler, and everyone else is out on the boundary, inviting him to take a single so that they can have a go at Eddie Jack. In once more, and he is going to take the single as he carves this one away behind point. So the field will now come in. They all come scurrying in with Jack on strike. Always find it really fascinating when you have this whole period where you've got a tail ender in and an established batter, and the idea of controlling the strike or allowing the single, fielders in, fielders out. So it's almost like a courtly dance.
Well, they've certainly got the field in, haven't they? Well, leg slip.
Yep. Short leg, slip. They've got a short mid-wicket in a catching position there as Coles is in over the wicket, but Jack plays that nicely just off the back foot, defending out into the covers. He's a little bit of a bat twirler as well, as he sets himself up once more. Coles is in, He's off the back foot once more and actually plays that really well. This time wide of the fielder in at short cover, and will pick up a single. But it is the 5th ball of the over. So just one to face from Fuller, and the field is staying up, trying to keep Fuller on strike for this last ball, denying the single. They're all coming in pretty much now, except for one. He's just going out to deep cover. Pretty much everyone else is on the ring or inside it. As in comes Coles, and that is swept. And swept beautifully. 4 runs. Oh, a bit of a statement there. Fuller says, all right, bring everyone up. It's not going to worry me to make use of it. It was just down the leg side and helped on its way. So 4 runs to the total, and takes Hampshire to 140 for 9. Fuller on 31 now. And it means that Jack will take strike for the start of the next over.
And probably at the end of the next over, we'll bring Kevin James in as well for your fix of Hampshire commentary. Kevin's got an update, sorry. You did tell me that earlier and I forgot. So that'll be at about 20 to 5, something like that. An update as well coming to the listeners on Kent, Sussex and Surrey, as J. Devon Nucat, looking for his fifer, is coming into bowl from the Cromwell Road in 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a short leg and a fine leg, as in comes a Nucat, left arm over the wicket, down the slope, bowls a short delivery that Eddie Jack, who's a tall man, ducks underneath, and the ball goes through to John Simpson, and there is no run. Clouds are starting to gather away to the west. Sort of glowering, low, threatening clouds, but the forecast is dry for today, so fingers crossed we're going to get the remaining 25.5 overs left, Mel. Yes, it is. So Sussex going to have some batting to do tonight. So Nucat's back to his mark. And in over the wicket bowls to Jack, who's beaten outside the off stump. Through to keeper Simpson, and there is no run. How many times have we seen that in this match?
A lot. I mean, we've seen everything. We've seen nip backers, we've seen seam away, we've seen straightening, we've seen turn, we've seen the ball rearing up, we've seen some staying low.
Well, we have seen 16 wickets in the day, I mean, Kevin made the point earlier on about the pitch, and I'm not quite sure when. In comes the Nucat bowls, and Jack is forward solidly, punches it through the offside. Nothing wrong with that. That's going to race away towards the boundary. It's not going to quite get there. Jack Carson is in hot pursuit. They could have come back for a second, but they decide against it.
Yeah, you can understand why as well. Just halfway through the over, give Fuller a few goes in this over. See if he can add a few more, but nicely played by Jack.
It was, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Sees the fielder scurrying about once more. It is just getting a little bit darker here now.
So the point I was trying to make is, does there come a point when the umpires or the match referee has a look and says, well, we'd like to have a look at the pitch, and is there a debate about the pitch when that many wickets have fallen in 2 days?
It's done a bit, shall we say.
In comes a Nucat bowls, and Fuller is beaten. I think he was caught in 2 minds there, James Fuller, but he's beaten. The ball goes through to John Simpson, and there is no run. James Fuller, who's got a big smear of dirt down his shirt, where before tea he was involved in a potential run out, which he survived. These 31 non-out vital runs. I did say that James Fuller always seems to score runs against Sussex. And this is an important 31. In fact, his contribution, what did he make in the first innings? 18. So he's made the best part of 50 runs in the match as well.
I'll have to keep an eye on what this partnership is too.
And Cat is in bowls, and Fuller drives handsomely. Nothing wrong with it. He didn't quite get all of that. It's racing towards the extra cover boundary. I suspect they'll come back for 3 here so that Fuller can try and keep the strike. No, he can't. There's a good bit of fielding actually by Ollie Carter, who was sprinting back like a hare to prevent that going for 4 runs. Gets the throw in, 2 more to Fuller. He goes to 33 And that brings up his half century in the match as well. 143 for 9, the lead 247.
He's actually timed his drives really well, and it's just eye-catching because it's not happened very often at all in this match from batters on either side. But he only scored 2 runs and faced 7 balls, but Eddie Jack's done well here so far.
In comes, that's all right, Mel. In comes a Nudcat round the wicket, bowls, and Fuller is forward, plays into the offside. And there is no runs. There's an update coming to the listeners on BBC Sussex, Surrey and Kent. So we just wait for the cue at the end of the over. 143 for 9. Fuller 33. Jack on 2. The lead 247 as Eddie Jack and James Fuller have a little natter in the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, and you just wonder when they just go right. Well, the thing is, they don't need to rush. Because there's so much time left in this game for them to just build as much of a lead as they possibly can.
Well, it's going to be James Coles who's also looking for his 5th wicket of the innings. I'll do this over just as they might do this. They might come to me for the update. In comes James Coles, bowls to Jack, who's forward. He's hit on the pad. The ball bounces away on the onside, and there is no run. James Coles with figures of 4 for 41 in his 11 overs. He's in again. Over the wicket and bowls, and forward comes Jack again, played onto the onside. And again, it's a dot ball. The Sussex over 8 is now level, having been at one stage yesterday -4. That's a lot to do with the fact that James Coles is bowling, so he does rattle through his overs. He's in again, bowls, and Jack punches that into the covers, fielded by Sean Hunt. And again, there is no run. Coles again. Up the slope from the C end of the ground, in and bowls, and Jack heaves that one away, and that's gone many a mile. Clubbed that one away, and that's gone all the way for 6.
Hello.
Big hit by Eddie Jack. He just clouted that one away over long on, and well, he can clearly bat. He goes to 8, and Hampshire to 149 for 9, and the lead now 253.
Well, he's got big shoulders.
Yeah.
And I actually quite enjoyed that. Why not?
Nothing wrong with that, was it?
Well, it's a question of doing what works.
Coles in again, bowls to Jack, who defends into the offside. There is no run. I was listening to the weather forecast there, and then it's gone. Has it gone in your headphone as well?
Yes, it's gone.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on, but yeah. But I've also been. He's defended well as well, Jack. It's on the back foot, very watchful.
Coles again, in and bowls, and Jack defends in
And
front of
that's
him. There is no
it.
run.
Gets right behind it, on the back foot, watching carefully, and as odd as it might sound, it's very positive defence, isn't it?
Yes, Adam, I'll come to the Sussex game in a bit. Well, let's start with Kent, because pretty much even Stevens down at Canterbury. Lancashire barred out for 284. 4 wickets there for Matt Quinn. That in reply to the Kent total of 293. At the Oval, Surrey in their second innings are 95 for 1, leading Warwickshire by 93. Rory Burns has just been out for 54. Here at Hove, it's been a day of wickets, because Hampshire in their second innings are 149 for 9. We've had 16 wickets today so far. The lead for Hampshire is 253. 4 wickets for J. Devon Nudcat, 4 wickets for James Coles, but Sussex with it all to do if they're going to win this game, and we've still got another 24 overs to be bowled tonight.
Beautifully summed up.
So over to you, Mel.
Over to me. Oh, well, we're going to start again. A new over with an Nudcat who's in around the wicket. It's clipped away towards fine leg by Fuller, who declines the single, even though there was an easy one there to take. And even though Eddie Jack up the other end has shown he is no mug with the bat.
He's nonchalantly leading on his bat, isn't he?
Yeah,
Do you like that?
I love that. I love that. Yeah, just casual lean on the bat. It oozes a bit of confidence, a bit of swagger. Like it a lot. Here is Unadkat once more around the wicket, driven very nicely with a high elbow, but only as far as the fielder at mid-off.
I'm not sure whether it went straight to Daniel Hughes. I'm not sure whether they thought Hughes should have been a little closer. Let's just see that again, because it was in the air a long time. Look.
It was in the air, you're
Did
right.
he drop it? I think he did,
No. Really?
I think he did.
Oh, there you go.
Just see it again. I don't think you can see it from
Fully-
another angle. It's in the air to Daniel Hughes. I'm not sure he didn't put that down,
Well, here's Unadkat. Next ball. She's punched out into the covers. No run.
I don't know whether you can get a camera angle from the other end of the ground, but it was difficult to see from that angle whether it just fell short or whether Daniel got his hands under the ball and it just spilled out.
We did stay on his knees for a while.
Yeah, he did. He looked disappointed, didn't he? So I just wonder whether it did carry.
I'll admit I kind of lost the ball as it went towards him. I didn't really notice live that it was that close. And Nightcat is giving the ball a right old polish at the moment.
He is.
Trying to extract something. As in he comes around the wicket. Oh, and down on one knee, a proper flay. An attempt through the covers, but I think that's come off the toe of the bat. And it's just got as far as short cover.
And that sort of, in a way, sums up the pitch, doesn't it? Because he was looking to hammer that one away. He just didn't time it at all, James Fuller.
And he has timed it better than most.
Yes, he has. These are really important runs, aren't they? These.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these are the real icing on what is already a very good lead. What are we up to at the moment? 253.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought 180 was decent, to be honest. But now that we're above 250, they're just bringing. Is that Carter coming in?
Yes, it is.
From the boundary, and he's just coming in to cover point. Zunad cuts in, and that's flayed this time, and it's right past Ollie Carter. Has just come in off the boundary, and that's 4 more. So Fuller had practiced the shot. It was just like the previous one where he had width and he got it off the toe of the bat. This time he got it off the full face.
Good shot, wasn't it? A bit too much width, and these will be really annoying runs for John Simpson and Sussex. Now they're reinforcing that offside field, Mel, and down to 1 slip.
Yeah, that says something, doesn't it? So they've now got in. They've got a point, a cover point. Well, they've got a point. They've got a cover point, and then a short extra cover and a mid off. As Anecdotes is in, that's a good Yorker, and he just almost falls over in digging that one out. So dot ball to finish, and it'll be Jack to face the next over. 153 for 9, the lead. 257 now with 23 overs remaining today. They're actually scoring a reasonable 3.56. That actually seems like a good rate to me in the context of this game.
Well, we're going to have a change of bowling as well, because James Coles is out of the attack and Jack Carlson is coming into the attack, and it's time for me to drink my tea. I'm going to leave you with Mel and with Kevin James.
Thank you very much, Adrian. It looks like it's just getting a little bit chillier out there as well. There's a few jumpers going on. The clouds definitely coming over now. Just the faintest bit of watery sunshine causing some faint shadows, but the day's definitely changing. Maybe it's a little bit of that weather that might be coming in tomorrow. See our camera crew spot on again, showing you those few darker clouds that are coming in. Speaking of darker clouds, here's Kevin James.
Oh, what an introduction. Wow. It's nice that the camera people are hanging on to every word that you say.
I know.
Hey?
Doesn't everyone?
You've got them eaten out the palm of your hand.
That's what nonsense does. Here is a first ball of Carson's over, and you know what? Eddie Jack is just on the back foot, defending firmly out into the covers, as he did with James Coles. He's been good, Eddie Jack, hasn't he?
He can bat. He's not a number 11.
He certainly can. A monstrous 6 earlier, full ball flight, and this time he's on the front foot smothering, and that's what I like about his defence. You know, he hasn't been in two minds. He's either gone back or he's gone forwards. There's none of this getting caught in between. No indecision. Yeah, it's been good. Very handy.
If I was you, I would set the camera people a task.
Here comes Carson. The next ball's just clipped straight to short with mid-wicket. What's that?
If I was you,
yes?
I would say, find me somebody in the crowd wearing a blue top.
Well, that's
Something like
easy,
that.
isn't
Well,
it?
that's these, but I'm giving you an example.
Do you know, I did see someone somewhere wearing a Union Jack top as Carson is in. I think there's a bit of turn there, and Jack just fends that one into the gully region. Oh, they're blue tops. You know
There we
what?
are.
They've found the ground staff who are all wearing blue tops because it's their uniform.
There we are.
All there on the tractor.
Not just one.
Not
So go on then, Mel. Think of something else.
Well, there was someone in a Union Jack
Okay.
shirt I saw earlier. I want to see that one again. So you go, camera crew, off you go. Meanwhile, Carson is in around the wicket, tosses one up, just floats it in, and Eddie Jack, steadfast as ever, just defends that one into the mid-wicket region. He's going to stay at this end, though. No runs off this over. I think he'll stay there. Oh, my goodness, our camera crew are on it. They have found the man in the Union Jack top. Hey, told ya. I'm no mug. Is Carson a flatter delivery? And that, well, I just wouldn't mind seeing that one again. It's gone through the hands of Slip and rolled away, but it dropped short. That's what it was. Just
Yep.
bounced in front of him. So a little edge there, but Jack stays alive, and Fuller will face the first ball of the next over. That's very good, isn't it? It's camera crew finding someone with a Union Jack t-shirt.
Come on, Mel. Set them something else. They'll be asking for extra money soon, won't they, for being overworked. The floodlights are coming on.
Floodlights are coming on. Interesting hearing John Philby talking about new floodlights at some point here, requiring fewer of them. He was telling me off air that he thinks he suspects that ECB might end up having a mandate for minimum standards.
Una Cat comes in and Fuller whips that away through mid-wicket. Runs here. Is it going to make its way all the way to the boundary? Ollie Robertson can't quite get there in time. 4 more runs off the bat of James Fuller, and he moves on to 41. 157 for 9. What a sweet shot that was. Just picked up from outside off stump.
Yeah, it's just amazing how he's been able to do that. This is actually looking more fluent than Ben Brown's innings. To be honest, he's played some lovely shots and he's looked largely untroubled. Is it a sign of the pitch easing somewhat? Is my other question for you, Kevin James. Is it?
Well, maybe too early to tell. I don't know. 23 runs these two have put on for the last wicket. That could be crucial as Fuller just plays that one back to the bowler. The lead now is 261.
Can they put together a 37-run partnership is the big question of the day.
We've had 5 37-run partnerships so far, all in the Hampshire innings. Yes, I think 31 was the highest in the Sussex innings. But they have another innings to come.
They'll need some of more than 37, I would suggest.
Come on, Mel, think of another challenge for the cameraman.
You're putting all the pressure on me.
Camera
Hang on
people.
a second. Okay, let me think while you call this ball.
4 for 46 on the cat, looking for his 5th. That's played back to him. Just throws out a left hand. Ball just ricochets out the way. Stops the runs anyway.
I want to see, are there any good hats out there? Are there any good hats? I want to find the best hat of the day. Because Kaz, who I went and met, she had a lovely hat. I think he's got the best hat out there today. because it was very sunny, so I would imagine there would be some headwear out there. Oh, we've got a couple of floppies out there.
Maroon hat.
Maroon.
Yeah. Short ball. Fuller just sways inside the line.
We don't say maroon in Australia.
What do you say?
Maroon.
Maroon?
Yes.
Okay. It's like a West Indies coloured hat, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, maroon.
Maroon. I've not heard that before, I'll be honest with you.
Are you kidding?
No.
Oh.
Oh, it's a nice bucket. Is that a bucket hat?
That is, yeah, it is. I'd say that's a bucket hat. Nice bucket hat. I like a bucket hat. They don't offer a lot of protection, though, against the sun.
The bucket hats?
Yeah, not a lot.
Can't beat a good boater. What if there's a boater in the crowd?
No.
Yeah, I bet the camera people don't bother because I said that.
Fields up. Trying to keep Fuller on strike now.
Over the wicket as well. Left arm seamer. Fuller just works that to mid wicket. 261 that lead. That does look a little daunting.
Another noisy plane going overhead as well. Low flying light aircraft.
Great innings this from Fuller. 41 from 54. There's the,
Hey.
well, I don't think that's the sound of that plane
No.
you've just heard. I think if I was on that plane and I'd heard that sound, I'd be a little worried. That's more of a
Good try, though.
jet engine. Yeah. Let's just pick up any old aeroplane in the sky. And that's flicked away in the air over square leg. And that is 4 more for James Fuller, who moves on to 45. Could he become the second player only in this game to reach a half century? Hampshire 161 for 9, lead by 265.
Well, it's almost like he's batting on a different pitch to everyone else who's batted in this match. Just the way he's been able to pick the ball up, whether it's outside the off stump, the drives that he's been playing, he's actually timed it really well, and I genuinely don't think anyone else has timed it as well. Oh my goodness, our camera crew has found the most stylish hat of the day. A gentleman wearing, what is that? Is that a trilby?
What hat's that, guys?
Is that a trilby?
Straw hat?
It's a
Trilby.
trilby. I know my hats. We've got a trilby as we start the next over from Carson. Big shout, not given. Oh, we're all in raptures over the hats. I think we had a trilby, a floppy, and a cap in one shot. And meanwhile, on the pitch, we had that ball. I was coming in towards the leg stump, might have been going down. And yeah, we've got a trilby, a floppy, and a cap all together. Nice little combination there. As Carson is in, down on one knee goes Eddie Jack, and that is another mighty blow from the big bowler. Well, a 6 again. That's the second one he's hit, and that was a smite and a half. Down on one knee goes the big Mo.
Well, he might not have had a bowl in this game, but he's putting in a shift here with the bat, supporting James Fuller. He's 14 himself, and that shot has helped push that lead past the 270 mark. It's 271.
These runs are hurting, especially coming from a tail ender as well. In comes Carson, this time forward, and just gets right over that ball, smothers it into the ground. It's just, I think this has been really good from Jack. Just as impressed by his defence as they have been by his attack. It's a really good little cameo. And it's going to frustrate Sussex as Carson is in. Takes a step forward and again just pushes this out, squeezes it into the covers. No run.
How about...
you just, it's the way that you turn and you give me that look. I'll just wait and see what's coming. Short leg in, here comes Carson, and again, strong in defence as Jack as he plays that out past point.
I was going to say, is there anybody in the surrounding flats watching the cricket? I can't see any from here.
I saw a flag somewhere earlier.
Yeah, that might test the camera, guys.
I'd love that if I had a flat that was overlooking a cricket ground. You'd never get me off my balcony or away from the window. Next ball is outside the off stump and full, and it's just pushed really by Jack down towards deep extra cover. They don't take the run because he wants to give the strike to Fuller. And at the end of the over, it is 167 for 9. More importantly, the lead now 271. And even more importantly, our camera crew has found some people sitting on a balcony with a Sussex flag, catching the rays. There's a lady sitting on a chair and a man hanging over the balcony, and you're just completely absorbed by the goings on. That would be me.
Yeah. This
Jill.
camera guy's a good ear, Adrian.
I
You're a very
reckon.
lucky man. Hey?
They're good.
Fantastic. Ollie Robinson is into the attack down the hill, bowls to Fuller. Fuller works it away on the onside, and there's no run. Now, we were saying earlier about partnerships, and we haven't had a partnership more than 37. We've had 5 of them. Here, this last wicket, have put on currently 33.
Oh, one more boundary, and then
We might be into uncharted waters.
wow.
Well, wouldn't
Well,
that be?
Eddie Jack's the only batter I think who's hit more than 1-6.
That's a good shout. Fuller drives into the ground. They could take a single up to mid-on, decide against it. I think you're right, yes, 2 for Eddie Jack in this innings.
Well, we haven't had many at all.
1 for John Simpson in the Sussex innings, and 1 for Keith Barker in the Hampshire first innings. So yes, there've been not too many.
It wouldn't surprise me if he goes again, to be honest.
Robinson in again. Bowls, and Fuller pulls it away on the onside. Doesn't time it. He looks at his bat as if to say, is that still intact? It is.
Well, there's not many that he hasn't timed pretty well.
It wasn't that short, was it really?
No.
But they are turning down the singles at the moment. They are maybe turning down valuable runs, but who knows? 271 the lead. It does seem and does feel a lot of runs.
But there is a lot of time in this game. You can't rely on weather as well.
Sure. Down the leg side, past a diving John Simpson. There's 4 more to the total. It's 4. No, it's not. He didn't play a shot at that, according to the umpire. So that is a dead ball. It's Nigel Long at that end, isn't it?
Is it?
I think so. Have I got the umpires round the wrong way? Just watching this again, it just wraps him on the thigh pad. Yeah, he's taking the bat away. It's a good decision.
Yeah,
No, it probably isn't actually.
Is it? Well,
I'm not very good with my umpires.
they would have hurt those runs.
They're probably already hurting, I should
Oh
think.
wow, they are.
Oh yes, Robinson again, right arm over. Fuller tries to drive and misses. Ball goes along the deck through to Simpson.
And that is the thing, you do sometimes see. I've been in this country enough, and for long enough, to know that there are many times when you see that sort of forecast where they show a little icon of a sun peeping out from a cloud with some rain falling from it, and it could be anything. So we might get a lot of play in tomorrow.
Well, I'd hope so. It'd be nice to see this match to a conclusion. That's flicked away. It's gone quickly down to fine leg. That is a good bit of fielding down there by Sean Hunt. Fuller picks up 2. That ends the over. And Hampshire at 167 for 9, lead by 271. No, sorry, it's 169 for 9 now, isn't it? Lead by 273. Is it? No, maybe I've got my scores wrong.
Lead by 271.
Yeah, it is 167 for 9. Apologies.
But so I don't mind that. If these two, if they stay up there as long as they possibly can, knowing that really, if the weather hoped if the rain doesn't come tomorrow, look, Sussex can try and dig in and stay there for a long time. She started a new over from Carson, and the first ball's defended by Jack just as stoutly as he defended in the last over. Just makes its way towards mid-off. And it's clear that Fuller does have faith in the ability of Jack. In once more and solidly behind it. He looks really unfazed in the way he's defending Jack. Quite happy to stay there and just get on top of the ball and get behind the ball. He did edge the ball, fell just short of slip. There is a slip in place for him and a short leg. As around the wicket comes Carson, and he really flighted that one on leg stump. The sweep is unable to get past the fielder behind the square leg on the ring. A few more lights coming on now at about half strength. It's Carson. Darts this one in a little more, and it does skew off the outside edge, but along the ground. Out to the offside. There was some real turn on that one as well. He tried to play it with an open face, but it's just caught the outside edge. So Carson, once more this time, he's more solidly behind that one, Jack. And just defends solidly. No runs in the over so far, with one ball remaining. And they're just spreading the field a little bit more. There's still 2 slips in, and the short leg, they're giving him the option to play for the single. This one well flighted, and he does manage to clip it through mid-wicket, but they turn down the single. So quite happy to play out the maiden there, Jack.
Thank you to Dave Allen, Hampshire's former honorary archivist, who's emailed and has pointed out that it's Eddie Jack's birthday today.
Ah!
He's 20 years old today.
Wow.
Thank you very much, Dave.
Happy birthday, Eddie.
Yeah, and he's sent a few other sort of stats on a few sort of the Hampshire players. Says there's no one in the side over 23 that has come through the Hampshire ranks. Only Gubbins is aged between 24 and 35 in the Hampshire side, and one player who came through the Hampshire junior ranks is in his late 20s, top scored today. So I suppose that would be
Look
late
at it.
20s. That would be Toby Albert, but oh no, that's but he's in his early 20s. Anyway, I'll quite work that out. I'll have to work that out later. As Ollie Robinson bowls, that's flicked away by Fuller down towards deep backward square, decides against a run. But yes, Eddie Jack. But happy birthday. He's been 19 for quite a while.
It feels like he's been 19 forever.
Yeah, well, he's been in the England, as you I heard you mention earlier that you'd seen him play for England 19s. He has played several seasons for the England 19s. I mean, he is a very good prospect. Hasn't bowled today. I think it demands some tight bowling. He's still developing his bowling. So why didn't get a bowl in the first innings? That's a full delivery. Dug out by Fuller. Again, it goes on the leg side, no run.
Well, you'd say he's still a bit raw, isn't he? That was probably what you noticed. It was interesting watching him. He was bigger, I would say, and more broad shoulders than you saw from most of the Australian bowlers, for example, who over in that under-19s World Cup had a very good bowling attack, Australia.
Robinson in again. Fuller works that away on the onside. We'll get 2 as it's fielded just on the deep backward square leg boundary, and Fuller moves on to 47.
All right, what's the partnership now?
This could very well be the top partnership of the game because they have put on 35. Oh no, 35.
Oh, so we need 3 more runs to break the 37 who
Incredible,
do.
isn't it?
If there's another 2 runs scored and then someone gets out.
Yes, 5 37-run partnerships in this game, and there hasn't been one that's higher. Oh, he's fallen over there, Ollie Robinson, and there's more runs for Fuller. They will only get 1. He's coming out for 2. He's on the throw, and it's a good second run as well from James Fuller. and he moves on to 49.
Right, that is the 37-run partnership. The 6th one of this match. Can they get past it?
Yes, this is dangerous territory because already 5 partnerships have been broken at this point.
But these runs now, they're starting to come a bit more easily, even though they're bringing the field up and taking it back, and the Hampshire batters are turning some runs down. But it's not the same sense of jeopardy that there has been.
Robinson into Fuller. Fuller drives up to extra cover. The run isn't coming there. We'll have to wait a bit longer. So the lead now is 275 with just over 17 overs remaining in today. We're hoping for some sort of play tomorrow, maybe in amongst the showers.
They might not come. I hope.
No, you hoping? My app. Well, I looked at my app 2 or 3 hours ago, and it didn't look great. But I know apps show different things, so they're not a definite. Fuller pulls it away, misses. Gets wrapped just on the hip bone there by the looks of it. That's hurt a little bit. End of the over, 171 for 9.
And we're still on a partnership of 37. That now for me is the most important stat. Most important number. Can we get past it? The 2 batters are having a little conference. They're probably saying, look, we've got to 37 and 5 previous partnerships have made it this far. Let's just get one more. Let's break this hoodoo. Do you think that's what they're saying?
Oh, I should imagine that word for word. It's like your lip reading.
Oh, no, I'm not very good at that. I know people who are very good at it. We're going to have a change in the bowling as well as Coles is coming back into the attack, replacing Carson. So sticking with spin but going with the left arm. I think they might just be getting really frustrated now, Sussex. This innings will have been going on for too long for their liking, especially when you consider they were 2 for 2. That seems like a long time ago. It was only a couple of hours ago, wasn't it?
Well, it was. And this partnership has been going, well, since 20 past 4, so just over 40 minutes.
So here's Coles over the wicket, and that first ball is left alone by Jack, but a few oohs and ahs there, and Jack just taking a moment and staring back down the pitch. Here's Coles again, drags it down, and it's played into the offside by Jack. So he's a bat twirler. I like a bat twirler. And it's also the way he stands up the other end, either leaning on a bat or casually resting it on his shoulder. Very positive. Here's Coles over the wicket. Tosses that one up and it's gently played out towards point by Jack. So he's still happy just to play out these maidens, keeping the partnership on 37, keeping us all in suspense. Next ball's full and he strides forward and defends that one into mid-off. Still no run. Going to have a whole over of them on a partnership of 37. Coles has a little bit of a false start before getting into his delivery stride again. Defended a full delivery by Jack.
They're keeping us in suspense here,
I know,
aren't they?
they're toying
building
with us. Toying with us.
I know. Come on, guys. We need to move on.
We need to move on from 37. It's the little fielding change. They're bringing in a leg slip. So they've got a slipper, leg slip and short leg now. Just trying to put some pressure on Jack as Coles is in over the wicket, but Jack is steadfast on the back foot. Keeps that one out and remains now with this partnership at 37. The score at 171 for 9. After a maiden over, Jack on 14, Fuller on 49. And something is happening because Adrian Harms is, he's kicking me out. That's what's happening. So I shall leave you in the capable hands of Kevin and Adrian.
He had a message from the camera guys. They said, get Mal off, we're knackered. 50 overs gone then in the Hampshire second innings. 171 for 9. 275 run lead, and 16 overs are left in the day's play. Welcome back, Adrian Harms.
Hello, Kevin. We thought if we just have a little natter at the back of the box, actually. Just wondering, with the lights on and the way that this game is going, and with the weather forecast, whether Hampshire might think, do you know what, we fancied a dozen overs or so at Sussex here. And declaring. I don't, if the weather was set fair for 2 days, no way would they declare. But I just wonder, because Hampshire have dominated this game. Looking at the forecast, I mean, Thursday doesn't look quite as bad. Thursday looks certainly until mid-afternoon that we might get some cricket in. Tomorrow doesn't look good at all. I don't know how much. Well, you know better than I. How much notice cricketers take of weather forecasts and that sort of thing.
You have to be careful.
Yeah.
That's the only thing, because if you do something and it doesn't happen.
Yeah. Jack Carson is coming into bowl to James Fuller. He sits on the pad, and there we are. That is the end of it. It's all over. And James Fuller is out one short of what would have been a very good half century. In fact, what's happened to it? It's a no ball. And it's a no ball because, was there 3 men behind square? Was there 3 men behind square? Was that the reason? Just waiting to see, because the no ball wasn't called immediately. He gave him out, didn't he?
He did.
He gave him out and then changed the decision. Now, was it because Jack Carson has overstepped the crease, or because there was 3 men behind on the leg side?
Well, it's a bit bizarre if he overstepped the crease to give the LBW first. And
Well,
then
you
no
wouldn't,
ball,
would you? Yeah, you wouldn't, would you? You'd give the no ball.
Wow.
Carson in again, bowls to Fuller, who has hammered this one away. He's going to be caught by Tom Alsop running in. Well, it didn't matter in the end. And Jack Carson gets a wicket with his very next delivery. What a bizarre way to end an innings. Jack Carson picks up a wicket. Tom Alsop takes the catch. James Fuller is out for 49. Hampshire are all out for 173, meaning the lead is 277. And that partnership was worth... It wasn't 37, was it? No, 39.
Yeah.
Which is the highest partnership of the match.
Oh, how bizarre that is.
Well, we'll have to work out what happened there. Well, it doesn't look to me like that was a no. Is this the dismissal? Let's see. Is this a no ball from Jack Carson? Let's just see.
It's not a no ball.
Well, it's not a no ball, is it? He's given out. Oh, yeah, he's given out OBW, and then he says wait, and he signals no ball.
Oh,
He's flicked the bails off. So actually, it was a dead ball. He signalled dead ball. Gives it out. The bails come off, and then he sees it, and he says, "Oh no, not out," and he signals dead ball.
Eddie Jack points to the stumps.
Ah, there we are. That's the reason. So, no, he didn't signal dead ball. Anyway, bizarre, and it didn't matter because James Fuller was out the next ball. Anyway, we were speculating as to whether Hampshire might declare and fancy half a dozen overs or so at Sussex tonight. Well, they're going to get more than half a dozen overs, and the lights are on. The ground staff are out in the middle. And we'll see in a moment how many overs Sussex are going to have to face tonight. But that's a bigger lead than Hampshire would have hoped for when they were 2 for 2, Kevin.
Yeah, I agree. I think they'll be more than happy with that. 4 wickets for Unad Kat, 4 for 50 from his 14. James Coles with those 3 quick wickets initially, finishing with 4 wickets as well. 15 overs remain in the day. That'll be cut a little bit. I presume, I don't think that's a definitive, it may be, but the 277 run lead in the context of this game is a good one. Now, there is only a light roller on the pitch, no heavy roller. And you can see on the live picture feed there is some cloud around, but the light looks okay from where we are.
Yeah, I think the light's fine, isn't it?
Yeah.
And there's plenty of blue sky away to the east. In fact, that heavier cloud that seems to be drifting in from the west off of the channel seems to be is fairly high. So I think we're going to be okay in terms of the rest of the day. Should we just run through the the scorecard in this little break in between innings. Ali Orr bowled by Ollie Robinson for 14. Fletcher Middleton was bowled by J. Devon Cap for 1. And Nick Gubbins got a brute of a delivery caught by James Coles off on Cap for 0. At that stage, Hampshire were in all sorts of trouble at 2 for 2. Toby Albert played well for his 32 before he was LBW to James Coles. Ben Brown, another good innings from the Hampshire skipper before he was caught by Tom Haynes, also for James Coles for 30. Tom Prest made 6. He was bowled by Coles. And Beyond 14 was caught by John Simpson down the leg side of the bowling of Coles for 2. But the tail really wagged as far as Hampshire were concerned. James for the last man out, he made 49. Keith Barker 17. Kyle Abbott 5. And Eddie Jack a couple of big sixes in his 14 not out. Because at one stage, Kevin, they were 89 for 7, Hampshire.
Good recovery.
Yeah, so those last 3 wickets added 86. Which is quite something on a wicket that's not been that easy to bat on. So, I think the sun is going to come out. I think these floodlights might go off, in a couple of moments' time. In terms of the bowling figures, for Sussex, Ollie Robinson, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 33. I still don't think Robinson was really bowling at his best or with his normal venom.
When he came back at the end, he looks a bit stiff.
Yeah, I agree. J. Devon Cap, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 50, bowled well on his seasonal appearance for Sussex. Sean Hunt, 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 12. Jack Carson, 8.1 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 30. And James Coles, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 47. Interesting that Finn Hudson-Prentice didn't bowl at all in the second innings for Sussex, and I can only assume, therefore, that Finn might have some sort of an injury, because I'm sure that otherwise he would have bowled. He bowled in the first innings, 11 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 22. Hampshire, I think, very much in the driving seat. And you were saying, Kevin, you just can't play for the weather in these sort of situations. And Hampshire would hope, I guess, with 2 full days and 13 overs. It's just gone on the scoreboard now, that there'll be some time, enough time between the showers to win this game.
Yeah, it is difficult to predict. I mean, sometimes you do have to take it into account if it looks like that there is 100% chance of rain, but there is so much time left in this game, even with the weather forecast, that in a way it's not a bad thing that Fuller was out then. What Hampshire would have done, maybe, I don't know what they would have done tonight. We'll find out a little bit later after the game. But because there was so much time left in the game, I don't think they needed to worry too much, even with the predicted weather coming in.
Elsewhere in the First Division, Essex 286 for 3, so trailing Durham by just 47 at Chelmsford. It has been quite flat at Chelmsford this year, and you would think that, well, who knows, that game may be heading towards a draw. Dean Elgar 131 not out. Matt Critchley, I think he's a good cricketer. Matt Critchley is 80 not out. At Taunton, Somerset 380 for 5 against Yorkshire. Tom Abel 122 not out. So Yorkshire in need of points, but looks like they're going to struggle to get a win in that game, so perhaps the best Yorkshire can hope for is a draw in that game. But the Oval, Surrey 141 for 1 against Warwickshire, leading by 139. Dominic Sibley 48 not out, Ollie Pope on 32, Rory Burns made 54, the second half century of the match. And down at New Road, Worcestershire, I think if they lose this game, will almost certainly be down. We'd need to work it out mathematically, but they're 68 for 4 in their second innings, leading Nottinghamshire by just 43. And of course, Nottinghamshire are in hot pursuit of Surrey at the top of the county championship, and a big game at the Oval next week. I hope the weather doesn't intervene too much, Kevin, because Surrey Notts next week ought to be an absolute belter of a game, almost a championship decider. Should be some good crowds at the Oval next week for that one. But Nottinghamshire, you would imagine, weather permitting, would fancy their chances of winning that game. Just rattling through the second division, Kent 32 without loss, leading Lancashire by 41 down at Canterbury. Leicestershire 253 for 4, trailing Gloucestershire by 229. Lewis Hillen runs there, he's made 88 for Leicestershire. At Lords, I assume it's at Lords, Middlesex 292 for 8 in reply to Derbyshire's 283. Lewis Deploy making 105. Just checking that game is at Lords. It is at Lords. And they've played so much at Radlett, haven't they?
Well, I was going to say, if you ever see a Middlesex Hampshire fixture, never assume it's at Lord's.
Right, yeah, because it's never...
It'll always be at Radlett or Merchant Taylor's. Yeah.
And you'll set your quarter-final, was it Radlett?
It had to be switched.
In the One Day Cup because of the 100.
There was a Southern Brave game on, yes.
And final game, Northamptonshire 246 for 3 in reply to Glamorgan's 467 at Wantage Road. Runs all the way down the card there for Northants. Vascon Sailors making 50, Proctor 67. Safe Zaid is 56 not out. So the Hampshire players gathering in front of the pavilion. The umpires Nigel Long and Rob White are making their way out. I guess the thing now, Kevin, is that Hampshire have also got 2 dips with this new ball as well.
Well, that does help. Yes, definitely. 13 overs tonight. It'll still be relatively fresh. Hopefully the bowlers will be. Only 50.1 overs was bowled in that Hampshire second innings. The stats today: 253 runs in total, 17 wickets taken, which means there's a wicket every 14.8 runs.
Great stat.
It's been all action today, and Sussex will hope that stat gets pushed up a little bit, because otherwise they're in trouble. Light roller between the innings, you'll have seen that on the live picture feed. There was no heavy roller. And, well, yes, a good start of yours, really. The last 3 wickets put on 86. Is that an indication that maybe the wicket is getting a fraction easier? We'll wait and see. I'm not sure it will do with the new ball, but as it gets a little softer, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, I guess I was just sort of an olive branch, really, to some of the Sussex supporters, thinking that John Simpson did win the toss. He did elect to bowl first, so he always knew that Sussex would bat last. Was that the feeling that this would get easier to bat on? But in such a low-scoring game, the 278 is the highest score of the match. It would be the highest score of the match to win.
Yeah.
It's a tall order. I mean, Sussex certainly can't afford to be a couple down at close tonight.
It won't help. I would not ordinarily, I would say that a game that looks like finishing, whether we finish this game on Thursday or tomorrow, depending on the rain, that finishes in well under 4 days, would be a godsend when you've got T20 finals day to look forward to. But I was having a quick look earlier. I reckon there's only about 2 out of this side that will actually probably play on Saturday.
Really?
Yes, which is unusual. In years gone by, there's been a vast majority of the players that have played a championship game in the week leading up to T20 finals day, but such is, I guess, Hampshire's resources these days, you could put it down to that, and for whatever reason, that Fortain will play, and James Fuller will play, as Kyle Abbott comes down the hill and bowls the first delivery to Tom Haynes, and he leaves that one alone. There won't be any others in the side that will play. Tom Prester's lost his place in the side. Alior, I think, has only played a couple at best. Fletcher Middleton played 1, but only when James Vince was ill. So they are not mainstays at all. Alior played 1 game.
Yes.
So yes, there 2 Hampshire players will be involved on Saturday. He's playing a missing already there, Haynes, to Kyle Abbott, who picked up 4 wickets in the first innings. Just watching Abbott here round the wicket, and that's pitched and just straightened, but it was a little wide.
Well, we did say whoever loses this is only picking up 3 bonus points from this game, which will have whoever that is looking very nervously over their shoulder.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah, so 278 is the target for Sussex. It will be the highest score of the game if they can get there. As Abbott is around the wicket again, wrapped on the pads. Always get excited, especially in a game like this when the ball's wrapping the pad. Just watching this again, and that's going down. It's gone in with the angle, hasn't straightened at all. This is what makes it very difficult when you have a delivery that you're coming forward to. You're not sure if it's going to pitch straighten, pitch go on with the angle, swing. It's not easy. That's why all the batters love Kookaburra balls, because they do absolutely nothing. It's Abbott, bowls, and left alone. Let's come back as well, because Ben Brown is diving to his right. See this ball. Oh, it's gone over the top of the stumps. Not for the first time in this game, the ball has nipped back and gone over the stumps.
Yeah.
Especially new ball, because you will get a bit of extra bounce. Can't help having a joke there. Enjoying the conditions is Mr. Abbott. There's just about every seam bowler bowling in this game, and even the spinners have had it a little bit more their own way than the previous 4 rounds. That's I think he's playing inside the line there, and I don't think we can begrudge the bowlers really when they've had four games of seeing the ball absolutely do nothing off a
totally.
pitch.
Yeah.
Didn't bounce, didn't seam, didn't swing, didn't do anything.
Well, this makes for more entertaining cricket, doesn't it?
Of course it does. Might be a little too quick. Well, the game might have been moving forward a little too quick, but even so, it's much more watchable. As you can probably tell, the tone of our voices, we're enjoying it a little bit more as well.
Yeah.
Here's Abbott, bowls, and he's beaten there outside the off stump. That's a cracker to end the over. Maiden from Abbott. Just watch this one again, and oh dear. It's it's gone past the outside edge by about an inch or two, which is quite a lot. You're never really going to get an edge on that one. There we are. Haynes and Hughes tasked with getting Sussex through to the close without losing a wicket.
I'm just looking here. By my calculations, Hampshire scored 399 runs in the match, and of those, James Fuller and Bren Brown scored 168. So they scored pretty much half the Hampshire runs. So Keith Barker, his first game of the season. In the first innings, he picked up very economic, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 16. He's in and bowls to Daniel Hughes, who drives into the covers. There is no run, and you would feel if Sussex are going to get anywhere near this total of 278 to win, that someone's got to play a big innings, and maybe Daniel Hughes is that man.
Yeah, there might need to be a couple, mightn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you to Daniel Leavesley, who's just reminded me that Toby Albert will be in the side on Saturday. Of course he will, after that innings of his up at Durham, and he is Hampshire's top run scorer in the T20. How can I forget that?
There you go.
I hope he doesn't look back at the highlights.
Parker in, bowls, Hughes drives nicely down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. Good shot by Daniel Hughes, nothing wrong with that. The ball skips over the advertising hoardings down below and runs away for 4 runs. Nice shot by Hughes. Nice positive shot to get things underway.
Yeah, I do hope Toby Albert, because a lot of the players, they do skip through the play and highlights and what have you and watch things over. I hope he doesn't get to the point where I'm just saying, well, there's only 2 players going to play on Saturday, Fortain and Fuller. Let's hope he skips that one.
Barker over the wicket, bowls. Hughes slightly squared up by that delivery, looking to turn it on the leg side. In the end, plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run. Well, the next time if you go to interview him and he says, not to be interviewed by that Kevin James, you know he was listening.
Yeah, I don't know about you. I sometimes get little nudges from the players about things. Do you? No, I know they watch this stuff.
And they do listen.
They do. Yeah, they look at the highlights and they pick up the commentary.
Here comes Parker bowls. And Hughes is beaten outside of the off stump, taken by Simpson. No run. Yeah, in fact, the game down at the Aegeus Bowl, actually, or the Utilita Bowl. I keep calling it the wrong name. Finn Hudson-Prentice came up to me and said something at the end of the game about, a comment had been made in commentary, not by myself, I have to say, neither by you. And because he batted really well down there, Finn, with John Simpson, that set up the victory. So they do listen.
Yeah, they do.
Barker wheels around, down just below us, runs up the hill to bowl to the left-handed Daniel Hughes is in a bowl, and Hughes is right in behind that. Plays it into the offside, and there is no run. 4 without loss. If you're just joining us, we've had 17 wickets in the day. There's been all action here at Hove, and it's come down to the equation that Sussex need another 274 to win, which seems an awful long way away. The floodlights are on, which is just a lot of blue sky around it, but I'm quite surprised because I think the sun is also out as well. But anyway, the floodlights are on. Barker is in. over the wicket, bowls, and Hughes drives back down the pitch. Barker fields off his own bowling, not cleanly, and there is limping slightly, Keith Barker. Just wanders away to his fielding position. Anyway, end of the over, 4 runs conceded, and Sussex, say, needing 274 to win. Hughes on 4, and Tom Haynes yet to score here. Live cricket on the BBC if you're just joining us for the first time today. Adrian Harms, Kevin James and Mel Farrell, your commentary team, with 11 overs to go in the day.
I promise of a lot more action to come yet. Abbott's first over a maiden. 4 for 38 for Hampshire's main seamer. Here he is bowling to Tom Haynes. Round the wicket and bowls. Haynes drives. Lovely shot through extra cover. That'll feel good. Nicely timed. It's gone for 4 runs, 8 without loss.
Well, I think I was saying he's not had a great time in the Championship, Tom Haynes. At the start of the season, he was very much being talked around. Certainly, Mel was saying about who's likely to go on England Lions tours, and Tom Haynes was a name I slightly forgot. He played for the Lions in the summer against India, but since then his form has really nosedived, and he could do with a couple of decent scores to finish the season if he's going to make the trip.
Well, he must have had a cracking average at the start, because he's
Well, he
averaging
did.
38 overall now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Have it in again. Bowls. Haynes is forward.
Well, he made scores of 141 and 174 earlier on in the season, made 69 not out, then down at Somerset, that was his last half, he made a 53, then down at Taunton a half century, that was his last half century. His last few innings, 5, 10 not out, 4, 12, 41, 19, 7, 15 and 8. So he's really struggled for runs since the end of May.
A couple of half centuries in the One Day Cup.
Yeah.
Abbott bowls, and that's driven strongly up towards middle. Top scorer of 90 against Lancashire here, middle of August.
Yeah. But with good games of cricket. With all due respect, I think this is a stronger attack than First Division cricket that you faced in the. So it would have been useful for Tom to have spent some time in the middle, and of course he doesn't play any T20 cricket, so he'd have had a long period without really playing much. He made a century down at Canterbury for the Lions, but I just feel he needs a good strong end to the season.
Abbott in again. That's left alone. That's come back as well. Not enough. Good leave.
Because there's plenty of competition around, isn't there? For that Lions trip, and you'd want to be on that Lions trip. You'd want to be out there playing against the England Test side, wouldn't you? You may not fancy facing Mark Wood and Jofra Archer in a warm-up game, but great to be out there in front of McCullum, and why not? Put yourself in the frame, and of course you never know what's going to happen. You only need an injury or something, and
Abbott's in again, and Haynes is forward. It's gone out to point this time.
Just better get my act together so I'm ready for the final update of the day.
Make sure you got all those scores.
I know. Yeah, I'm going to do the Kent one first again, having made a mess of it at 3:30.
So 8 without loss. 2 scoring shots in this Sussex second innings. Boundary for each of Haynes and Hughes. Last ball of the 3rd over coming up. Oh, he's playing a miss in there. That's a beauty. That's a beauty outside the off stump to finish that over. Just watching that again, and oh my word, that's almost grazed the top of the off stump.
Well, he's just looked threatening throughout, hasn't he, Kyle Abbott? He's running really hard. He's bowled with good pace, and I guess the fact is here he could probably bowl almost unchanged during this spell. Down the hill, and he's fresh again for tomorrow morning, and the new ball is still.
That's right.
Only 13 overs old.
Yeah, he hasn't got the weekend to worry about. Just bowl him. Just keep him bowling. And he's got a few days off until Taunton next Monday, I think it is. Yeah, it is Monday, isn't it?
In comes Keith Barker running in over the wicket in bowls, and Hughes drives, not where he intended. He's picked a couple of runs, drilled away down on the onside, fielded by Ali. Thank you very much. Message from the studio. So we've got 5 minutes until the update. 3 more to Hughes, not where he intended it to go, but he takes Sussex into double figures, 10 without loss. Daniel Hughes goes to 6. Well, changing the field here actually, the third slip has come out. And they've just put in a shortish mid-wicket. Is that Fuller who's gone in there? I think it is. Yep. In comes Barker, bowls, Hughes drives firmly to mid-off, fielded by Jack, and there is no run. Do you think some of the squad would travel up to Edgbaston just to to enjoy the occasion or the celebrations, if indeed it comes to that?
I don't know the full details, but I gather, I think that certainly all those that have played in the T20 this year that are around will be going. Yeah, there might be 1 or 2 others as well. I don't know fully.
Barker in bowls, Hughes with a play and a miss outside the off stump taken by Brown. There is no run. I guess as well, I don't think the weather forecast is great again, is it, in the week? So it could well be, I guess, that it goes into Sunday as well. And I think the next round of matches actually starts on Tuesday, Kev.
Oh, is it Tuesday?
I think it's Tuesday, yeah. So it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week. So I guess that gives room, doesn't it, if it does go into the Sunday. But I guess from Birmingham down to Taunton, it's sort of a trip down the M5, and there you go.
Oh, I've got us down as Monday. Oh dear, I better check that.
In comes, I hope I haven't got it wrong. In comes Barker, bowls, and Hughes plays a sort of hip down to fine leg and picks up a single. He goes to 7.
Better rebook my hotel in Taunton. That's a good job you said that. Let's have a look.
Total goes to 11 without loss.
What's that? That's Monday the 15th, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, Somerset, Hampshire.
Starts on Monday.
You're playing on Monday as well. Here.
I thought it started on Tuesday. Oh, that's my fault then. How right you are.
Oh, you nearly turned up a day late.
In comes Barker, bowls. Haynes plays into the offside. Why did I think it was Tuesday?
I think it's the following week that starts later,
Yeah,
but that starts Wednesday.
Yeah, well, that confused me because I thought, in fact, I can't do the last day of the season, which is the 27th, and I thought the line of matches started on the Tuesday to Friday, but it finishes on the Saturday, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Well, that would have been interesting. Day 1, no England arms.
Yeah, crumbs. Right. Barker runs away from us. In and bowls, and forward comes Haynes, plays into the offside. There is no run. End of the 4th over. Sussex are 11 without loss. Haynes on 4, Hughes on 7. 9 overs left in the day. So actually, if it does go to the reserve day at Edgbaston, 1 or 2 of the Hampshire lads will be, straight down the motorway.
They probably will anyway.
But same for Somerset as well, won't it?
Yeah. Yes.
If that
Well,
happens,
let's hope we don't meet Somerset in the final.
I think there's a very good chance of that.
Yeah, I have to play them 2 days later or a day later if there's.
Yeah.
I think was it 2 years ago we were there. I lose count. We've been there so many times, and there was. Anyway, did I say we've been there 10 times?
Something like that. Yeah.
Abbott bowls. That's driven out
Shot.
into the covers by Hughes. Nice shot. Yes. Won't quite go all the way. It was just eased into the gap rather than hit with venom. But it was 2 years ago when we lost to Sussex. Sorry, not Sussex. Essex in the semi-final, and the whole day, the forecast was awful. Everybody was saying before the start we won't get anything in at all, and it wasn't great. But somehow they got through the whole day. They do make it work, even in the most horrendous of conditions.
Yes, there was a year, wasn't it, when it did go into the Sunday. I think the whole of the Saturday was washed out.
Yeah. Abbott. That's played late, guided through the vacant gully area by Hughes. Moves on to 10, 14 without loss. Abbott into his 3rd over, none for 7. He's got the ball past the bat 2 or 3 times. There's a little bit there, but it doesn't feel quite so threatening at the moment.
No, it doesn't.
But there is still a bit there. These 2 Sussex openers have done well so far. Abbott again in, and there's a drive through extra cover, bit of width. And Haynes takes full advantage and moves on to 8 with his 2 scoring shots. 18 without loss, Sussex.
Yeah, that's a typical Tom Haynes shot, latching onto a ball wide outside the off stump and thumping it through the covers. What I don't want to see Tom now is trying to do that too often and maybe picking the wrong one to try and drive. But I saw the previous delivery, I saw Ben Brown applaud Kyle Abbott because he knows that's the way to get Tom Haynes to pitch the ball up and lure him into a drive.
In again. Haynes forward to that one. It goes up to Barker at mid-on. So 18 without loss. 260 are required from here. The highest score required to win this game.
It's going to be under covers tonight because it's always covered up, but I mean it's with rain around tonight and perhaps first thing tomorrow.
Oh, so they tried to edge onto the pad. A short leg might have been interested in that one. It's just nip back a fraction. Yes, the rain, according to my app, is coming in tonight.
Yeah.
Or early hours, actually. In the early hours of the morning are continuing throughout the day. Mine is showing sort of anything between 80 and 70%.
Yeah, all
throughout
day.
the day.
Yeah.
So that doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't.
Feel good. Doesn't leave room for any doubt. Well, not much room anyway. Banging the bat on the ground hard. Always playing a missing. Good delivery. That's the Abbott delivery. And that is the end of the over. None for 11 for Kyle Abbott. There's the ball angled in. There it is, straightening up. And there we are in the crowd. Is that a Sussex one-day shirt in the crowd?
No, that's
Or was it a Hampshire one? Oh, it might be a Hampshire one.
It is a Hampshire one.
Jeez.
I'm just waiting for my update, Kevin. I was told it's going to be into the sports news. I said that about 5 minutes ago, so I don't think we've missed it. I certainly haven't heard anything in my ears. So 8 overs to go tonight. So a bit of overtime. We should have been finished actually about 5:30, shouldn't we? But anyway, floodlights are staying on, and Keith Barker's running away from us. Up the hill comes in and bowls to Hughes, who clips this one firmly to mid-on, fielded by Abbott, and there is no run. So I don't quite know what's.
Either that, or you've got a lot of sports news in the area.
Could be, yeah. Strange one, isn't it? Barker back to his mark. And in again, bowling to the left-handed Hughes. He's in and bowls, and Hughes drives firmly through the covers. A lovely shot by Daniel Hughes. 4 more runs. Hughes goes to 14, and Sussex to 22 without loss. Very authoritative from the Australian.
Well, there's been some confident shots out there so far.
Yes, there has. I think Keith Barker is just asking for some reinforcements in that offside. And he's just thrown the ball to Sean Abbott Kyle Abbott, as often they do. He's just looking at the ball to say, is that okay? I think Abbott's here. I think it's all right. Barker is on his way. From the C end, he's in and bowls, and Hughes tucks this one away onto the leg side, straight to square leg, and there is no run. I start to worry when they say there's going to be an update, and then there isn't one. But we're still online, so 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and a long leg way down in the distance. And Keith Barker, the tall figure of Barker, runs away from us to bowl to Hughes. Hughes is forward to a ball of good length, plays it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. A very good evening wherever you're joining us from. If you're just joining us for the first time today, we had 17 wickets in the day. Sussex bowled out for just 122. Tom Alsop top scoring with 39. 4 wickets for Kyle Abbott and 4 for the awful Tame. In reply, so the lead was 104 for Hampshire. They then added to that lead with another 173 runs. Barker in bowls, played into the offside. And there is no run. Yes, indeed. 17 wickets here so far today, Ben. Sussex are 22 without loss in their second innings. They need another 256 runs to win. Bowled out in their first innings for just 122. Tom Walsott top scoring with 39. Hampshire replying with 173 in their second innings. 4 wickets for J. Devon Nugcat, 4 wickets for James Coles. But it's really now down to whether Sussex can chase down this target. They need another 256 to win in this game. Meanwhile, up at the Oval, Surrey having a good day. They're 169 for 1 in their second innings. Ollie Pope is on 46, Don Sibley on 62. They lead by 167 over Warwickshire. And down at Canterbury, Kent also having a good start to their second innings as well. They're 63 without loss, leading Lancashire by 72.
There's a nice early evening picture.
Yeah.
The sea end here at Hove. So we have 7 overs left in the day. Day 2. At the end of today, we'll be technically halfway through the game, even though we're into the 4th and last innings. Here's Abbott. Forward is Tom Haynes. Score remains on 22 without loss. Floodlights are still on, which I think they will probably stay on now for the rest of the evening. Now we should have finished 10 minutes ago, technically.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, because 5:30 now with the 10:30 starts. So I think we're going to be just after 6, aren't we? 6:05 or so.
Yeah.
Abbott. It's played away on the onside by Haynes. It just feels as though there's a little bit of pace being taken out of the wicket, even with the new ball. It just feels as though it's generally got a little quieter this wicket.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. And I just wonder as well that whoever loses this match only picks up 3 points and is sort of looking over their shoulder. Whoever wins this match, picking up 19, that's probably enough, I think, with a few bonus points here and there over the last 2 matches of the season to steer clear of any relegation worries, which of course we don't know if that's going to happen because we don't know the structure for next season.
Sure.
But I think probably clubs are playing these games thinking relegation is still very much on the cards.
It's a driven, not timed, to extra cover. It's a nice stop.
And talking of relegation, Worcestershire 89 for 5 in their second innings down at New Roads. They lead Notts by 64. But defeat in that game for Worcestershire would mean they'd have to win their final 2 matches and probably claim sort of maximum bonus points to have any chance of staying up.
Or maybe that decision might be decided anyway. Who knows?
In the boardroom.
Yes. Next ball. Hit the stumps at the far end. So no runs taken. Score remains on 22 without loss. Yes, I'm on tenterhooks really as to find out exactly what they'll decide, if they decide.
Well, it seems from what John Philby was saying earlier on today that the decision next week is about what the structure is going to be. So they're going to go 30. Then after that, they're going to decide what the counties will then decide what about promotion and relegation, which, whatever way you look at it, it's.
That was a good interview this morning. Enjoyed that. Nice drive out to point by Haynes, but finds Fletcher Middleton.
I'm going to make way for Mel, who's going to come and have a little natter.
1 ball, and then we have 6 overs left on an action-packed day 2. Abbott looking for his first wicket in this second innings. Last ball of his 4th over coming up, none for 11. Welcome back, Mel.
Oh, thanks. I thought I'd keep you company one more time.
Well, that's a nice drive, and he's found the gap there. That was hit with some venom. Haynes moves on to 12, 3 boundaries for him, 26 without loss. Abbott completes that over.
Having a little bit of deja vu as to the first morning when the new ball was being belted about for a few boundaries. It's been a funny game, hasn't it?
Well, there's been lots of happening. Just to quickly recap, because we do have some new people joining us. Sussex beginning the day 42-3, trailing Hemps by 184 on the first innings. They were bowled out for just 122. Hampshire taking 7 wickets for the addition of 80 runs. Tom Alsop top scoring with 39, the former Hampshire player. Here's Keith Barker up the hill, bowls, and there's a drive out into the covers by Daniel Hughes, which finds Nick Gubbins. The lead was 104 at that stage. We just about got a couple of minutes into the lunch break when the final wicket went down. And then Hampshire, well, they were bowled out for 173, having been 84-6 at one stage. James Fuller with 49, the last man out. 173 all out. That was the innings lasting just over 50 overs there. Drive, Gubbins half stops that one at extra cover. And that ball will be picked up just inside the rope by Eddie Jack. 2 runs to the Sussex total, 28 without loss. And the lead there was 277, which means Sussex needing a 278 to win the highest total of the game if they do so.
I've got a question to ask you about Eddie Jack. Did he used to be blonder?
Well, you saw him play at under 19 level for England, so you tell me.
I thought he was blonder, but maybe my memory's playing tricks.
Helped. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad. Oh, he's bowled off the pad. There's the first wicket. And it's Daniel Hughes trying to drive Keith Barker. And that is 28 for 1 now. And that is the 18th wicket to fall here on day 2.
Astonishing, isn't it? 18 wickets in a day, and we thought 13 was a lot yesterday, but that one is just angled in and it's just clipped the pad on the way through to the stumps. Just nipped back slightly as well, and Keith Barker adds to his tally. The wickets keep tumbling. We are going to get into day 3, but my word, this game has moved quickly. We've seen a lot bowls, haven't we?
We have
How many?
A couple of LBWs to start the day from Carl Abbott. He bowled Jack Carson. Bjorn Fortain, the left-arm spinner, bowled Finn Hudson-Prentice. Fletcher Middleton bowled in the first innings. Beauty from Undercat. Prest bowled. James Coles. Yeah, there's a few. I mean, there has been a bit of a mixture, really.
If you look at LBWs and bowled, the stumps have basically been in play.
Agreed.
I guess is what I'm getting at. We've seen so many times, even with some of those quite tight leaves, that I haven't been far off as well.
Right, well, just as we were saying, or as I was saying, that it just felt as though the wickets had just, well, not easier, but certainly not the way things were going this afternoon and this morning. He's around the wicket. Is it me? I can't remember. Is it you?
Well, no,
it's me. I'll say it. Sean Hunt, the night watchman, is in, and he's immediately off the mark.
I mean, I'd wondered if, I think I asked you when Fuller was batting earlier, if it did feel that perhaps the pitch had eased slightly. Now, I was writing. I've been frantically writing in between commentary stints and transcribing and all the like. So I wasn't watching for the roller situation. Were you watching?
Yes.
What happened?
With Fuller?
No, with the roller.
Oh, the roller. Sorry. Yes. Sorry. I am listening nicely. I was just reading something as you were talking, a bit like you doing this. Let's play that into the offside. I didn't notice a heavy roller after the Sussex first innings, and we got a light roller after the Hampshire second.
Right, that was what I was wondering. Yeah. I wondered if they might use the heavy roller.
But there was no heavy roller ahead of this innings.
Why?
I don't know. There is a rule about how many you can have.
Of course.
And
so must have.
It's not a rule I know a lot about, if I'm honest, as that's pushed up to mid-on. And as I often say, regular watchers and listeners to Hampshire commentaries will know I know nothing about the rules in general. I usually have one or two people that help me out.
I looked up something because you got me on the hop yesterday, and I needed to check the eligibility for changing players for international sides, because we were talking about, have you heard of Asa Tribe, who's been batting quite well?
You haven't actually mentioned him for a couple of hours. I thought we'd moved on.
Well, it's just when you're saying that about it. So if you've obviously got your full members and your associate members.
Yes.
And there are stand-down periods in transferring, if you're transferring your allegiance from full member to full member or full member to associate. As we see Abbott coming in, full ball, and it is just turned around the corner by Hunt. They'll come through for a single. So if you're going from associate to associate, that was a leg by, it did come off the pads. If you're going from associate to associate, there's also a stand-down period of 3 years. But if you're going from an associate nation to a full member nation, there is no stand-down period.
Okay.
So that is why he would be eligible to play for England without a stand-down period. So there you go.
Very good.
In comes Abbott. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Haynes.
We did have a question earlier. I'm not sure if it's been answered. Adrian Harms. The question earlier was Hampshire's champion success in 1973 made them the first recipients of what? And we were waiting for a text to Adrian's phone to give us the answer. And I'm, obviously being Hampshire, I'm naturally curious as to what that is. And Adrian has got his phone out at the back of the box. So we shall shortly find out as the sun comes out a little stronger here in Hove. As forward is Tom Haynes. 30 for 1 the score remains. So here we go. The answer is... So just to repeat the question, Hampshire's champion success in 1973 made them the first recipients of what? He's got answers to other questions, says Adrian, so he's just sifting through his phone. So after building that moment up, it's completely gone. In fact, he hasn't got the answer to that question now. So,
you love throwing a curly one in.
Well, he's...
Abbott in full delivery, and that's just punched up to mid-off, no run.
I hope it's a good answer.
It's interesting Hunt the Night Watcher took a single early in that over, because he has kind of exposed that leg by, went for the run on the first ball, because he has actually exposed Haynes a little bit here.
Agreed. The night watchman is supposed to be in to take the majority of the bowling.
Yes. As Abbott is in, that one kind of tight leave there again. I mean, I'm fundamentally, philosophically opposed to the whole idea of a night watcher. I kind of think, look, if it's difficult batting and it's your job to be a good batter, then you should actually do it. I understand why it happens, but philosophically, I'm opposed to it. So I quite like the whole philosophy of the Nighthawk that Stuart Broad brought in. Kind of thought that was exciting, as Abbott is in, and that is just played quite late in the end by Haynes out into the offside. No single there, so it will be Hunt who faces the first ball of the next over. 30 for 1 now. So the sun actually makes its way out behind the clouds. There are plenty of clouds around, but it is full sunshine now, with the lengthening shadows of the stands creeping across the outfield.
Yeah, nice evening. My worry with 4 overs to go is we're not going to get an answer to that question. No.
That's us. Don't tell me we've got to wait till tomorrow.
What's that, Adrian?
He's waiting for the curator from the museum.
He sent me the answer to another question, which I think you answered yesterday, Kevin, which was John Manners.
So we've had an answer come in for the wrong question, and I'm not going to sleep tonight.
Barker's around the wicket to the night watchman Sean Hunt, and that's way outside off stump. Yes, apparently the question was sent to yesterday. The answer was sent to yesterday's question. So we are now Adrian's frantically trying to get an answer before the close of play.
Do you think that's fair of me to be sort of philosophically opposed to it?
If I knew what it meant, I would agree with you.
The Night Watcher.
Philosophically.
Well, just, it's your job. It's difficult batting.
No, I'm all for it, if I'm honest. Especially if I'm the next one in. Outside
Wow.
stump, left alone. I've done it. I've both been protected and been the protector. Yeah. Sometimes it is beneficial to want to go out there and bat when somebody else doesn't. Because if you feel confident and think, do you know what, I only got to get through 2 or 3 overs here and I've got a chance tomorrow to get some runs. That's always the positive note from being the night watchman. The other times when you are a batter and you watch some carnage going on out there, Yorker attempt, dug out well by Hunt. Sometimes it just looks a little too excitable out there in the middle and you don't really want to walk out there with the opposition so loud and somebody bowling so quickly and you think, am I going to get through a few balls?
I think that's just being a wuss.
Well, it probably is.
Toughen up. Swallow some concrete.
Well,
Harden up.
Well, to be honest, your advice, Mel, is about 40 years too late, to be honest. Here comes Barker outside the off stump, and again it's wide. And Hunt is allowed to leave that alone. So, but I will pass your comments on to others.
No, you don't have to. I understand the reasoning, and there's a certain logic to it, but
there are certain extreme situations. I think sometimes, when games are taking a natural course, there is an argument to not having it. But as I say, sometimes there are extreme situations out there in the middle, which you don't necessarily want to get involved in until the following morning. That's left alone. 1 ball left of the 10th over, 30 for 1 currently. With 3 overs to go after this over. Kyle Abbott with 4 wickets in the first innings, and Bjorn Fortuyn, the South African left-arm spinner who's been brought in because Liam Dawson is back with the England squad. Picked up 4 for 13. He was on a hat-trick at one stage. He's been brought in for this game, or will be playing at T20 finals day because Dawson isn't. Left alone again outside the off-stump. Didn't make Hunt play enough in that one, did Keith Barker. Fortuyn played 3 matches in the T20 early on in the competition when Dawson was recalled to the England squad, and with Dawson back with the England squad, Fortuyn has flown back to be part of Saturday's finals day squad.
I have to say, I really like Liam Dawson, and I was very happy to see him get the recall because I was out in South Africa for the SA20 over the summer. So I spoke to Liam Dawson. We sat down and we did a video, and there's a happy birthday message for Eddie Jack, 20 today, up on the big screen. That's why you can hear people clapping. That's nice.
That's a nice move.
But yeah, I was just really pleased to see his efforts at domestic level be recognised. He bowled really well in South Africa, and he's just, I think, a much better bowler than what he was when he was in the England squad before. Spending a lot of time carrying drinks and being a net bowler, and his batting as well. Just going to be interesting to see what happens in the Ashes over the summer with the amount of time they've invested into Shoaib Bashir. Can't see him not being there. First ball, the next over, my goodness, that's a Yorker. And Haynes got some bat on it, and it just, mully-grubbered along the ground past Ben Brown. I come through for a single. It was a full delivery. That, actually, I think he's played over the top of that, and it's just shot through along the ground. Is there a trick that this pitch cannot play? And in fact, it's been given a bye because it has missed everything. At first, I thought it must have got the toe of the bat, the way it just shot through low. So Eddie Jack's first ball's quite eventful.
Yeah, it didn't get a bowl in the first innings.
No, it didn't get a bowl. First ball, and it's a shooter. Thought he batted really well. Eddie Jack, part of it, that England, that under-19 side, they're actually a very strong side as far as spin goes with their attacks. They did have Farhan Ahmed, they had Taz Ali in there as well, and a very, very strong side, but failed to make it through to the semi-finals. 3 slips in for Eddie Jack, but there's just a little bit of a delay while a helmet has been brought out and some pads as well. So someone's going under the lead. Is that
Fletcher Middleton?
Fletcher Middleton. Just making his way into short leg by the looks of it.
I should think he's relishing that after seeing what happened to Ollie Carter a couple of times. Struck on the helmet, struck on the boot.
Eddie Jack starts his gallop in past the umpire. Bowls, and that's missed the outside edge. Ooh, that bounced up nicely. When you look at the first couple of balls, that first one that was full and shot through, the next one, good bounce, seams away.
Yeah, well, he's a very promising young seamer, is Eddie Jack, and you have seen a lot of him, as you say, in the England under-19s. He's made his championship debut earlier on this season. He's been playing in the T20s on and off for a couple of seasons. About 3 seasons now in the 50-over side.
In once more, bowls, and it's another full ball this time, and it's just punched out into the offside, but he's keeping them guessing. You've got full, and then you've got the ball leaping up, and then it's full once more. So Hunt just goes for a little walk to compose himself. Very aware of short leg, very aware of those 3 slips. And hear the cries of "Come on, Eddie." He runs in. The next ball is just straying down the leg side, and that's going to go for 4. Just a little bit loose on that occasion, helped on its way by Hunt.
Yeah, look, he's obviously his 20th birthday today. The only little thing that he has to develop now, he can bowl. There's no doubt about it. He's going to be a good player, and he's going to give Hampshire a lot of service over a number of years. But what he's got to develop now is the amount of runs that he concedes. You know, he bowl a 5 or 6 over spell, and he at the moment he can't bowl 5 or 6 overs for 20. There's always a few more than that.
He comes in once more, and it's another full ball, this time outside the off stump. And it's just played out towards point, no run. I mean, that's what you'd expect from a young
100%.
bowler. I mean, another bowler who was in that under-19s World Cup was Kwenamapaka for South Africa, who was very quickly playing for the senior men's side, and has been. He's another one who takes wickets, but he does sometimes go for a lot of runs as well.
But, he's 20 years old. He's no age.
He's in bowls, and that has come off the outside edge and just squeezed past third slip. So they'll get a single. But certainly a lot to like about Eddie Jack. And at the end of his first overs, the one bye and 5 runs off the bat. That control will come as the rawness leaves with maturity, one suspects, and I think there'll be a lot of people very excited about the development of Eddie Jack. So I loved that under-19s tournament, and I got to speak to Taz Ali, who was playing in one of the one-day matches, and he remembered it was one of the nice things is you interview players at that under-19s World Cup, and it's often the first broadcast interview they've ever done, so you'd have to take time beforehand. I used to try and have a chat with them and kind of make them laugh about something silly or whatever it was, and give them an idea of what I was asking them, because you forget, it's quite nerve-wracking taking on all those duties, but I love seeing that young talent, and then I'm really invested in those players and enjoy watching them progress later. So very happy to see Eddie Jack bowling here today.
Bjorn 14 with his left arm spinners into the Hampshire attack with 2 overs left. I fear we're not going to get that answer before the close of play, which is a little sad. Well, yes, we're going to have to roll it over to tomorrow. And
well, they're all round the bat now.
Certainly are. 14 to Hunt then up the hill. Bowls, and Hunt is well forward. As we get towards the end of play then, just a quick look around Division 1. Essex 312 for 3 replied to Durham's 333 all out, so they trail by just the 21 runs. And Dean Elgar is 140 not out. Critchley is 97 not out. So forward is Hunt. Somerset 391 for 6 against Yorkshire, who are yet to bat. There was 130 there for Tom Abel. He's been and gone. Surrey are batting for a second time, 181 for 1 against Warwickshire. They lead by 179, do Surrey, as he's forward again. Dominic Sibley 64 not out, Ollie Pope 56 not out. And in the other Division 1 game going on, Worcestershire 93 for 5 in their second innings against Nottinghamshire. They're off for bad light. Worcestershire lead by just 68 with 5 wickets remaining. All those games available on the BBC Sport website and app. As there's another defensive shot there from Hunt with 2 balls left of the penultimate over here on day 2. 10 bowls and Hunt determined to get that defensive shot, and nothing shall pass. 6 he's on. 36 for 1 are Sussex in their second innings. Lovely evening sunshine. There's 14 bowls, a short delivery, and Hunt's on the back foot playing defensively, and that's a maiden. Crowd applauding. I would suspect the fact that Sean Hunt has batted out that over rather than 14.
Yes, I would imagine so as well. So for final, and it's actually beautiful sunshine now. A glorious evening we now have, and one more over left in the day's play to be bowled by Eddie Jack. And seeing it is the last over, I am going to take this opportunity to say thank you very much to yourself and to Adrian for being such a good entertainment. Actually, I think I've provided most of the entertainment for you both, to be honest. And to all our listeners and everyone here, it's been very welcoming down here. I have to say, in Hove was Haynes waits, Jack bowls, and it's left alone outside the off stump. Wonderful to have all the listeners, all the viewers on the live stream as well, and all the camera crew, because you've been fantastic out there today and quick on the replays. And also, I have to say, we have had a visitor in with us today, Doug Morris, who does just a wonderful job. I don't think I would be here if it wasn't for Doug Morris. He gave me the opportunity to commentate on the county championship a couple of years ago, as Jack is in into full ball and punched out to point by Haynes, no run. But Doug has done a brilliant job of marshalling the troops around the county championship on a weekly basis. So I'm very grateful to Doug for all the support he's given me in letting me come down, and I've enjoyed it immensely. And I'll be up in Durham, but I'll be back here tomorrow. I'll just be next door writing tomorrow, so I might pop in and annoy you because it's so much fun. Especially you. And I have to stay down here anyway because I've got a hotel room. As Jack is in around the wicket, and there's a wild waft this time by Haynes. He's quite fortunate that he didn't get an edge there. It was a diving take by Ben Brown. Ball just coming back in ever so slightly.
So who have we got tomorrow? Nikki Chowdhury, I think, haven't we? Oh, she's far too sensible.
And she only gets one hotel room at a time, apparently. Jack makes his way in. And that one is just clipped nicely square. Goes through the point region. It's not going to quite get to the boundary. They'll take the run. Takes them to 37 for 1 and Haynes to 13. It's been lovely spending.
Yeah, it's been good fun. I've enjoyed it, and it's a sort of precursor to the 50 over final where we'll be working together as well at Trent Bridge a week on Saturday.
And I have no idea whether I'm staying overnight or not, so it could be quite an interesting accommodation or not.
If I step out of the hotel and step over you on the pavement, I know you've been struggling a bit for accommodation. Dave Allen has given us an answer to that question earlier, but I've no idea, Dave, whether it's actually the answer because we haven't got it ourselves. So we'll have to wait until tomorrow.
In comes Jack. Oh, ducks under this one. Does Hunt. And we'll have one more ball to survive on what has been a very eventful day. It actually ended up going sort of underneath his armpit as he ducked. It was a little bit awkward. Yeah, you certainly have not been lacking for entertainment on very eventful couple of days. Who knows what's in store tomorrow? Final ball of the day. Jack is in, and there's a big shout. They like that one. Turn around for the LBW appeal, but the umpire remains unmoved, so we don't finish with another wicket. And Hunt survives. It was probably a little bit high, probably going down leg stump. But it wouldn't have been reflective of the day if we didn't have some excitement on the final ball. And Hampshire finish, I should say Sussex finish 37 for 1. And, well, where do you start with explaining today? I think I might hand it over to Kev. Good on you.
Well, that's what a passing shot that was. Yes, so 241 runs are required by Sussex in what is effectively the second half of this match. 37-1, as you say, having been bowled out for 122 in their first innings. That was earlier on today, losing their last 7 wickets for 80, 4 wickets for Kyle Abbott and 4 for Bjorn 14. And Hampshire 173 all out, 5 37-run partnerships until the very final partnership between Fuller and Eddie Jack put on 39.
That's my favourite stat of the entire match by far. But a bit disappointed they took it to 39.
That's right. And Fuller, rather bizarrely, given out LBW, but Jack Carson knocking the bails off as he was bowling, was then reprieved, and then the very next ball he swept Carson to deep backward square leg and was out anyway for a very well compiled 49. That got Hampshire to a 277 run lead. Daniel Hughes, the 1 wicket that has fallen in the final few overs of day 2, LBW to Keith Barker for 16. That's where we're at then. 241 required by Sussex. We'll have to battle the rain a little bit tomorrow as well, but we're far enough through in the game, I think, that we might get a conclusion. Let's hope so. Hope you've enjoyed the commentary. It's a shame you are with us no more, Mel. Adrian
you
is
said
still
that
with us.
with such sincerity.
I tried to. It wasn't easy. Adrian will be back. I'll be back, and Nikki Chowdhury as well. Thank you for watching and listening.
Thank you all. Good night.